everyone is elated to be back on land, to play. Like, this is EW. All three playing in Group A, okay? We have Z Smith, we got Aiden, we got Almond as well. They're doing their thing out here. Let's see if we can go. I got a few Falcons here in front of me right now, okay? Yo, Falcons, you guys ready to play today?
Not Falcons, it's Ravens.
My fault, sorry Falcons, it's Ravens. You know what, I get my birds mixed up sometime, okay? But Ravens, you guys ready to go?
Of course.
Yeah?
We are.
Okay, so looking at it all, you know, being here at EWC, how does it feel to be in this venue?
It's insane event. Everyone is cool. I like everything. Thank you for everything.
Yep. All right, let's get it, Ravens. Guys, sometimes I get my birds mixed up, okay? It be like that. But let's move through the crowd a little bit here as we got our players starting to come to the stage. Everyone's getting set up. We even got fans starting to come in the building right now. All right, guys, we are walking to the stage, and look at this. Isn't it beautiful? You know, everybody's coming on through. We're about to get things popping off. You all good? How you doing, man?
Good. How you doing?
Nah, you're fine, man. I'm doing fantastic. I actually want to talk to you two as well. Here, let's come up here and let's have a little chat. Oh, man. So, playing with VP, ready to start throwing down on the stage, man. How are you feeling just being at EWC?
I'm excited, bro. That atmosphere is dope. This is my first EWC.
Woo!
I'm ready to kill it with the team. I'm overall excited, bro. It's a blessing to be here. I'm excited.
I mean, it truly is a blessing to be here, okay? Now, we know that you guys got what it takes to come out and lift this trophy, man. How has preparation been? How has the practice been going with you and the boys?
It's been a lot of ups and downs, but I think overall we're all ready. We're all hungry. It's a lot of money on the line, life-changing money. So I think it's time to give it our all. You know, whatever happens, happens. I'm excited.
Whatever happens, happens. All right, show the man some love, okay?
Thank you, bro.
Best luck to you.
Thank you,
I see you out there.
Oh, Blaze with the amazing interviews. Thank you, Blaze. Earlier, we got a chance to talk about some of those top teams that we're expecting to be in the finals. How about we switch it up a little bit, Shiv? How about we talk some squads that you might think might be able to surprise us here in Group A?
Yeah, I mean, I think still the storyline for me still rests between Gen G and Vitality. Both teams looking for that little bit of an extra improvement boost, but at the same point, and we'll get into the nitty-gritty deeper down as we start to see these drops, Ravens are going to be contested on a lot of their drop locations by those two teams. And I'm just going to go ahead and give you my hot take. I think Ravens going to struggle to get out of groups today.
Oh. Well, there's something about lands. There's something about, you know, some of the regions. You know, North America typically dominates the Warzone world. Europe very, very close behind. You got like the LATAM region, you have the Epic region. These are the guys who get overlooked regularly, and that's what I'm more interested about. These contested hotspots. Someone's pulling out some tech you've not seen yet. They haven't been able to pre-boot camp in advance of the tournament. You're playing online. You're playing in your local region. This is where we see the goods. Where are the nuggets? I want to see some spells being casted today. But ultimately, you know, usually North America on top. Big contested moments happening all day.
Yeah, I think the other team to keep an eye out for, T1, looking like they're on a bit of a trend upwards. And again, not to just get into the minutia, but they're going to have some drop spots that they can farm up on some of the lower teams. So I expect them to set some extra pace and put everyone on notice today as potential dark horse in Group A. I don't know. I'm looking forward to them.
A couple of dark horses in this tournament as well, which is the beauty of Warzone.
Yeah, I mean, if we have a look back at T1, even across like the club championship, you say that, you know, they're on the upward trend. This entire org are elimination kill heavy types of teams. And I don't think that's going to stop in Warzone as well. I mean, we're going to see an absolute beamer from T1, which I'm super excited. And obviously is
Great Eclipse, hi buddy, welcome to the stream. Known Busher, hi bro.
Right, well, I think it's time. I think it's time we get ready. You know what, James, do me a favor, throw me that ball real quick. Okay, you did it with the
like
I appreciate it. Now, before we head to the stage, I was gonna take the shot, but Shift, my boy, here, just don't even matter. Don't miss this one. You got it. Shift. Let's get started, baby.
We believe. It was a goal. I saw a goal.
You miss every shot you don't take.
The ball was flat.
क्रेजी है, थोड़ा अलग है इस बार। ये क्या डांस है भाई? ये डांस कर रहा है।
Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue. Nous y voici. Les meilleurs joueurs de Warzone du monde entier se sont donné rendez-vous aujourd'hui sur cette scène à Paris pour s'affronter à l'Esports World Cup.
32 teams step onto the Gadia City grid and put everything on the line for a chance at glory. 4 days of competition, $1 million on the line, and a legacy that can't be taken, it has to be earned.
L'année dernière, la compétition a été exceptionnelle avec plein de rebondissements. Cette année encore, plein de favoris. Beaucoup de surprises nous attendent. 4 jours de compétition, 2 jours de groupe, 1 jour de survival stage et une grande finale dimanche. Je suis Lutti et je serai votre host en français toute la compétition, accompagné de l'incroyable Barney Banks.
Yes, that is right. After a painstaking search, we finally have the best players in the world ready to go toe-to-toe. It's going to be a trial by fire, and we wouldn't have it any other way. My name is Barney Banks, and I am your host alongside the incredible...
Sai Mahmood, hi buddy, welcome to this stream. Thank you so much for joining. Guys, everyone do like and subscribe. People, double tap करना stream.
With H1.
Stream पे double tap करना.
Team Stadiums.
Novo Esports.
Team PBJ.
T1.
CT Gaming.
लाइक करो गाइस, सब लोग डबल टैप करना स्क्रीन पे एंड सब्सक्राइब भी करो गाइस. अंदर ఒకసారి సబ్స్క్రైబ్ చేయండి गाइस. ఒక 4 సబ్స్ కావాలంతే. 4 సబ్స్ నీడెడ్.
First squad.
Champions of Vanara 2025.
GK Esports.
Virtus Pro.
PP. Champions of PUBG PC 2026.
Gen G Esports.
Ravens Esports.
Ravens Esports. रेवन को भेजेंगे भाई. रेवन सीक्रेटली एक स्पोर्ट्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशन मेंटेन कर रहा है. वो डबल स्ट्रीम है क्या? भेजते उसको, फ्लिपकार्ट पे
And
उसको.
finally, your defending champions of RWC, Team Twisted Mind. Le groupe A est maintenant en place. Il n'y a pas de meilleur moment que le premier jour pour marquer les esprits et gagner en confiance.
क्या बात कर रहा है?
Believe me, this week is going to be one of the most extraordinary weeks of Warzone you have ever witnessed. And it all starts right here in the Port de Versailles at the Esports World Cup.
Things happen, I don't really want to air out, made some roster moves, but I'm confident with the team I'm here playing with.
I am no longer on Twisted Minds because they wanted to try another teammate. That ended up not working out in general, but I think just some, reconstruction over there.
Twisted Minds, they've put all their eggs in this basket. They've clearly felt that pressure, moved with it, and I'd love to be a fly in the room. I think they would regret it internally.
When things are, going behind your back and everything like that, it's just hard to call yourself a team, and that's always going to be sitting there and with a sour taste in your mouth.
Twisted Minds are out.
I don't think there's any fixing this. I think this is a tough decision. I don't want to do this and leave the organization that I've called home for the past 2 EWCs, brought them their first trophy ever.
Me and Shifty have been, I would say, pretty close friends going into this year, and then we'd always talk and just joke about teaming, and I kind of almost, I want to say manifested it, but I knew that if I wanted to win a tournament this year, I was I have to play with this guy because he is I would say he's the go to Warzone.
I know myself and Blast joining this team, and we hadn't been on it when they won. Adds a little bit more pressure. Personally, I like it though. I think if we don't win this year, then I look at it we failed. You know what I mean? In terms of that team previously did win, and if I joined the team, it was to continue that championship run that they're on. So it is more pressure, but I like it. Incredibly confident. I'll never play a tournament without the expectation to win.
I'm pretty confident. Maybe a month or two ago when we were still figuring out our roles and there was road bumps, I was not in the mindset I am now, but the last couple of weeks, we've really been figuring it out, and I genuinely, truly believe that we have the capability to hit match point and close now.
I'm here to defend the title and get that trophy again.
I'm here again at EWC. It's time to go back to back.
I feel really confident with the boys. It's been really good, and I'm super excited to play with them.
Let's go.
A year ago today, we watched that team hoist a trophy, splintered off into the wind this year. You hear some amazing words from all three players about their expectations this year, Enigma. During those walkouts, I'm looking at Smith staring right across the aisle at Blast, the player that replaced him, and he looked a little angry. I'm seeing some fire in his eyes. I think that's going to be a great kickstart to day number 1 here at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, most certainly. It is, of course, a situation for that Twisted Mind team of trying to defend that title, but splintered, fractured now, and you have got those other pieces on these other organizations looking to take down a flag and a jersey and a badge that they once called their own here inside of Paris, France. All of our teams getting locked in, loaded for the first drop of the Esports World Cup, and to be inside the minds, to understand what they're thinking as the hush comes in over the crowd.
It's been months. It's been
Like
weeks,
guys,
two-a-day scrims, online tournaments, flying across the world, playing from setups that you are uncomfortable with. But the reality is, Enigma, that is all practice. That is all preparation.
It is.
This is where you decide, was all of that worth it? Was all of the hours, the sacrifice, the sweat, the tears, the camaraderie amongst your team, did it all matter? Because here is the first time where you are scoring points at the Esports World Cup. This is your first time for all of that preparation to come to fruition.
It truly is. Everything that has happened through this year, the dramas, the soap operas, the results, does not matter at this point. It is all about what you do from today through the next 4 days. Every drop, every kill, every placement, every point, that is what we track from this point on to determine our next Esports World Cup champion. And the term that we so often use is legacy. Here is where you create that.
You can see Sage on your screen, somebody thinking with legacy in mind.
had a lot to say during that Level Up documentary. He has high expectations for him and that Vitality roster. You bring on Z-Smith, and this is where you start to put your money where your mouth is. 2 days of group play, ladies and gentlemen. 6 games for each group each day. Like Andy said, every single kill matters. Because when we get down to the end of day number 2, we're going to watch a team potentially get eliminated by only a handful of points.
Oh, most certainly. It comes down to fine margins. We wouldn't want it any other way. And it's not just about what happens inside a Warzone, the club championship, the organizations that have backed you into this tournament, all their hopes rest on your shoulders. The pressure, not only that you would feel internally, but all of the external factors, the crowd here as well in Paris, will have their microscope on you every single step of the way.
It's going to be a really good day, I can tell you that much. Here, kicking it off with Group A, we got defending champions. We got teams trying to make their name known. We can just see everybody in the crowd getting ready to watch all of the action unfold here. But man, as we get ready to drop on in here, what are we expecting to see from some of our top teams? Any hot locations on the map? Anybody that you think is going to take advantage of this first drop and come out swinging?
I think there's instantly 2 drops that we really want to see. It's going to be Mansion, Twisted Minds against Ravens. Twisted, on paper, one of the best teams in the world, but have struggled recently, particularly against the contest of the Ravens, who've been running amok at the house. But it is also, of course, over towards Train. T1 and Vitality have waged war there all year long. Back and forth we go, and with the ebb and the flow, so often decided maps and tournaments. So that's where we want to start, that's where we want to take a look in. And we will get straight into the fight at Mansion. Shifty will get Nielsen.
Already the battle continuing to rage on. The desk talked about it. We knew that this contest was happening. It's happened all year long, but how does it feel on LAN again, boys? As it is just haymakers back and forth from Ravens Esports and none other than Twisted Minds.
Try and slow it down for a moment. Blastotes will not give you the privilege. Now looking to rotate his way out, outnumbered at the top of Mansion, and does the right thing to get into the lower side. Just trying to buy a moment for his boys to get back into the mix. You will have one in the skies, providing that UAV. And Shifty looking to play out through the stairwell, but it's that train battle yet again. T1, they also have company here. Ooh. Not just from Vitality, but first squad have squeezed over, and well, they might regret that as Smith sends one of them packing.
I saw this in a little bit of the test lobby we had going on. I was like, first squad's now getting in the mix here. This could be very good for either one of these 2 teams, but obviously T1 and Vitality, they are going to continue to have this battle, and as Disrupt is going to be able to pop up, he drops Z-Smith, but you got Sage looking on over for you, who will be able to make this trade. Don't worry, friends. This battle is going to go back and forth. Zone's pretty close, so they're not going to be feeling the need to move out just yet. But if any of these teams can really farm some of these kills, they can put themselves in a great position for some of these later zones.
Certainly can. Vitality will do the right thing for now, being on the receiving end of a lot of abuse on that early contest. They will back it off. We take a look. A couple of the kill feeds going to show self-kills. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, that is entirely intentional. It's to ensure your loadout stays in the match for longer and you can regain in those locations. Heretics, surprise factor, rolling in from APAC. We didn't know what they would look like in this tournament. However, in the boot camp, surprised many, impressed few. It will now be them rolling up at Lumbermill, and it will be against that Cooley roster, the H1 roster here in Paris.
Chow had a lot to say about this team. He's excited to watch them perform here on LAN. He's got his own watch party. I know he's going to be up in the booth yelling, cheering on his boys, but this is a formidable roster you got to take down if you want to gain control of this Lumbermill POI. This team from APAC, they've normally rolled up in the last couple of years, not really having any experience, any practice, and they've kind of been able to run Worlds, look very formidable, but they've been able to boot camp this year, and you're starting to see maybe some of that practice coming clutch. As Kudley, he tries to shoulder it, but he's just not able to find the kill. Will get dropped alongside his teammates, so now it's just Connell left alive, and those arrows start flying.
Yeah, look at Heretics full sending. They want him the hell out of there. I don't know if you're going to stay alive for much longer. Get straight in over to the research fight, though, and it will be Adrian, Grimy, and Destroy pressing up against Novo, the Italians, who so often rely on these contests to go on for a long time and drain away kills, points to set you up for later on, but right now seemingly suffering. The other squad in the mix, ladies and gentlemen, that's actually going to be Team PBJ, and they will clear out Blade. The Italians struggling early.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen PBJ. They've really made research this home, and they're not even probably worried so much about Virtus.pro trying to get into the mix. They're used to this. They know that there's going to be this third team. VP, they like to land over towards that servers. Maybe we sometimes call it mini, and then make a slow rotation in, trying to third party here. So you can see as we kind of slow down just for a moment, PBJ, they're going to look to hold the line. But we got to check in what's going on that other side of the map in Main Street.
Yeah, Eclectic, they have rotated recently over towards Bank, giving that up. Over towards both sides to Gen G. Zanks catches one, typically the anchor, so concerning to see him having to step out and deal with a couple of threats. You are also missing another in that engagement, so Italians down to one again. Slow start from them. But Decky, the man who has announced his retirement after this tournament, by God, how I hope he has a great one and reconsiders that decision. So many things yet to say here in the Warzone scene. But it will be CT Gaming on the suffering end of things as Gen G found themselves in Lumber, and off the back of all the engagements earlier, they've actually found a pocket of space here, moving over from the riverboat, and could control these two teams trying to rotate back in.
I love this. I like this play. Gen G, they're going to understand this map beautifully. A lot of times kind of suffering playing up from that Main Street side, but I think they make a realization, hey, some of the top teams that we normally have to face, that are normally kind of being the friction, the resistance that are normally here, gone. Let's go ahead. Let's take advantage of it. It's the Bradford Biffle from the rooftops. MXR in hand. Cleans up Teeny easily. He's going to keep it singing. Absolutely just cracking plates, damage numbers going up the line.
Yeah, beautiful work there. Len's actually been sent out on his lonesome. A reminder, the roles have changed in that team. Gabe is going to be the anchor, so often the front man, the firepower. He's actually decided he's a far better IGL, and it has made them look pretty good in gold recently. T1, they're pressed out. We spoke about it in the pre-interviews. These guys suddenly have upticked in their form. They're free, they're flowing, and that man right there, Echo, he's no longer sitting in pockets of space. He wants to get up there, fighting alongside his boys, and turn them into a real firepower that will just deathball anything in their path. Already made it to church. We'll now have one or two more teams rotating in their direction, one of them being FaZe, who are moving out of Barn, taking a look at this fight.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe, I think if they can manage to kind of play this spacing correctly, they might be able to dismantle T1, because you see Vitality just down there on that lower bridge as well. So you find the nice little bit of timing, you could get some kills on the board. But this is where we're starting to see already some of these teams having to move around the map. We're already missing 2 squads from the lobby here in map number 1. As just the trades continue to happen around the map. Everybody trying to value. How do I get into a power position here? How do I get into a different area of the map that will net me some success?
Certainly, all about shifting your pieces around the chessboard. The Italians continue to hold on to Bank. It will not be in the next zone, so they must figure out their rotation. 3 teams lie between them and safety. One of them being Gen G, who mop up a bit of Heretics presence. Gen G have rotated way out very quickly here. They did not want to stick around for that lumber mill fight, refusing to be held. Bill Bodies 4 in the kill feed, and the players just trying to press out, circle forcing everyone in front. Freddy will be cleared up by Stukegs, and it will actually be Vitality moving in towards Mansion, where that battle still rages on between the Twisted Minds and Ravens.
Hey man, ain't no party like a 4th party happening down there. It's a couple of different teams look to get active. We could say the same at Cole already. H1 looks like it has been able to regain, but they have to take this fight ahead of them. You're caught sprinting, jumping around. Can you throw the shoulder? Can you find the timing? You have to be careful though. Connell, he gets found out by Teeny, and already this Heretics roster starting to push on up. It's a sandwich coming in on top of H1. Can they survive? You're getting dropped left and right. No, Kudli gets dropped. That is going to be H1 eliminated from the lobby, but the battle doesn't stop here at Cole, continuing to fight. Heretics going up this roster to Killer. He's finding Teeny. Vita, he finds Obs. It's just Zeppa by himself. Can he manage to find the success? He'll at least be able to bring down to Killer. We got one more up in the sky. You'll hang on just by a small little thread.
Zeppa does incredibly well there. That kill, that not coming through, I think actually gets you the timing to get Teeny back in. Otherwise, Heretics were done. He's likely just going to have to find a pocket of space to settle himself in and just hope that someone runs into him, gives him a couple of guns. Twisted Minds, they're flooding forward. They have Ravens for company, and Blastity's been dropped first.
Nice little bait there from the Ravens. Blast thinks he has an angle, but he says, nope, we're just going to go ahead, set up this crossfire. Almond, he's going to get dropped by Niasen as well. It's just Shifty on that rooftop. He's looking down in, making sure nobody's going to hit that zip. Get a little bit of a surprise on him. We do still have Resurgence enabled, and it's a fire sale, so if you can hit that buy station, you're going to be good, but already you were looking great at this Mansion POI, and now it's a little bit of a tizzy.
It is a bit of a mix-up, but Ravens so often will just stabilize, slow things down, let the map clip itself out. And we take a look at the points on the board. Gen G leading, but a whole cluster just in behind. You're going to see some of the squads have eliminated include Novo, H1, and First Squad here. South Americans unfortunately struggling early. Virtus Pro, they're trying to get pressed out of Research. Do, of course, have pressure from PBJ. Just trying to get shots banged over the top if you are destroyed. MXR tapping away, but JVela keeps himself alive as his teammate applies firepower over towards Water Tower and is actually clearing out over there. No, Believe then drops, so Sage stays up. The problem is you deal with this fight if you're VP. The next wave involves basically running into Vitality.
Oh, Adrian jumps on down, thinks he can get a little bit of a mixie in the elevator shaft. And he's going to find some success. JVela, unfortunately, not going to be able to stay alive, but you called it out best, my friend. Vitality, they've moved on over. They want to control this Water Tower side. They want to maybe keep a little bit of an eye on this Mansion fight. They want to keep an eye on these players moving from research. They see this. We've talked about it time and time again this season. Haven's Hollow, you want to play it from north to south. Vitality, they are going to know that just like no one else, and they're going to want to go ahead and play that. And you can see on the top of your screen there, folks, we are getting to the last final moments of Resurgence being enabled. So if you're going to take those fights, you got to take them now.
Yeah, everyone's going to slow down right here, assess their positioning, figure out the buy stations are and what the rotation to win condition looks like. Because after this point, you don't have a buy, you lose a teammate, we'll see you in the next lobby. So everybody's just trying to figure out what they hold as dust settles. And to be honest, for everybody, Mansion side, it's very little. For Eclectic, it's absolutely bloody nothing. You're out of here, dealt with by Q8Z Nothing and the crew. Everybody over towards the east side actually has pockets of space, and you are also going to have a team smack bang in the middle in CT Gaming. After that, figure it out, but FaZe, they've actually found a route through the south. They're at Train Cars.
Gen G looks like they are wiped. That's going to leave us 9 teams here in the lobby. That's a 1.2 multiplier for all of our remaining squads. But we talk about it, it is all about that 1.4. That is what our teams are going to be shooting for. So as Resurgence gets disabled, everybody's trying to play for that 1.4, that top 5. You're going to see things kind of slow down. As I say that, though, you can see already at Mansion, it's a nice little layer cake of action we have as T1 is getting in a bit of a mix here against the Ravens, and PBJ, they want a piece of this pie as well. Praise in the middle, good shots, you're able to find one, but the trades are there immediately. Praise dropped, JVela dropped, it's got to be Believe, playing around the buy station to get the teammates back on it, but you don't have cash, all you have is crown loot. You will have to pull a miracle here to try and get yourself back in.
Yeah, Ravens have done incredibly well because they've managed to avoid the pinch setup there. However, they've got to figure a timing of pushing out because they know Twisted Minds might take the high ground above them or rotate ahead of them. They do not want to be caught trying to move inland. Everyone's going to pay attention now. Top left of your screen, that circle is about to move and tell everybody where they must go, and it will move central. So everyone's got to shift just a little bit over, including the Ravens on your screen. So that path, that passage that they're now going to have to punch through a different team to find, all important.
There's about maybe 10% of usable land here in this circle that you got to make happen. On that outside, Virtus Pro, they're taking a battle. They're going to go ahead and get wiped. Clamp here from Fnatic. It's just him and Dizzy playing together, scoop up some of that loot, playing on a little bit of a slow side of the zone here. But they have some other players ahead of them. CT Gaming going to be in front, but look at this. Jawad, QAZ Nothing, Kruger, they're actually going to play this underneath of the bridge, and I don't mind this. You got a little cover. Go ahead, you have some line of sight, and they know that there's going to be some teams pushing over from Mansion.
Yeah, I like this position. Just going to sit, hunker in, let everybody else deal with themselves, get that top 5, figure it out from there. FaZe Clan playing up nice and close against Vita. This is CT Gaming. Vita comes out on top. That leaves it a 1v3. Clamp's done his very best against Netos, but it's all this rotation out. Wow. Twisted and Ravens have to figure the timing. No one wants to jump first. That puts you in front of the other. But you jump last to get held. Great shots by Shifty to find the opening onto Z-Smith. So many storylines in that little battle, but he's still going to stay up. And the zone drags again, wow. But it's the northern side. So it's all about winning this fight and getting ahead of the curve, and that should give you win condition.
Shifty is thanking whoever constructed this mansion for this little bit of chimney here. He loves having some cover, but down below, the battle will continue to rage. It's the Stallions, it's the Ravens. Bird on horse action, and they are taken on out. Puts us into 4 teams remaining. 1.4 secured. It's now who can wipe the remaining squads, get that 1.6.
Got 2 members of Twisted Minds up top, 3 of Ravens, and oh my lord, you are suddenly pulling teams apart. If you are Sage, CT Gaming thought they had a great rotation out. Sage is absolutely dealt with them. Altman then finds the killer as well. CT are out of here. This fight on our screens right now. Twisted, Ravens, what have you got to settle that one?
Sage will eventually go down in the gas. It's now just these final 2 teams. It's the 2 teams that landed here at the mansion. How are they going to end map 1? From the gas, it's Blast. He fights and won, but look at the kills go each other's way.
CT Gaming.
You're not able Sentinel to make it happen, and it's just going to be Ravens at the end. It basically kind of is a little bit of a coin flip, I feel like, at the end there. Who is finding the timing? Who's finding the damage? Who's finding the kills? At the end of the day, it will be Ravens Esports taking map number 1.
Yeah, Wild Zone in the end. It's very rare we get to see one that still includes a slither of mansions so the teams can hang in there for so long, but then must play out afterwards. It's usually in or out kind of situation. But for both Ravens and Twisted, it was figuring out who would jump the rope first. And in the end, they end up just squabbling over that tiny corner that exists inside of the circle. But Ravens come out on top. We've talked about them, build them largely into this tournament. They've mostly won that mansion contest recently, and that so often has been the crux of the Twisted Minds game plan here on Haven's Hollow. And the thing is, for a lot of the teams looking around this stage right now, Havens isn't even the Ravens' best map. Wait till they get to Rebirth. That's where they really heat up. They're a CQC team. They will happily get up in the faces of their opponents, but it's that discipline, that decision-making that they've really grown into through this year. And players like Nielsen and King Jock in particular have come alive and deliver early here in Paris.
Got to talk about the Stallions as well. You know, a team that we kind of said, hey, if they get hot, it's now LAN. They could be a thorn in the side in some of these mainstay rosters. A lot of talk on this kid, Q8Z Nothing, right? Has come on in from the region. We casted an online tournament where they were playing, and we were like, okay, let's see what you got here. This guy is absolutely world-starring kids on 180 ping, but guess what? It's LAN, ladies and gentlemen. It's a little bit different. All it takes is that first gunfight for you to maybe get that confidence underneath you. And we saw Stallions be one of those few remaining teams in that fight against Ravens down below. But let's take a look at some of these highlight moments coming on in from this first map, because it was just electric all the way through. You can see some of these final battles that we saw going on, and I feel like this just kind of comes down to Twisted Minds just hang out a little bit too long in that gas.
Yeah, it does. You see there, that moment from Blastides. He's diving, trying to get desperately inside the gas. Doesn't have time to pull the shoot. May have taken a little bit of damage, and he breaks his legs, but he just doesn't really have a choice. He's got to go, otherwise he's going to bleed out anyway. And obviously King Chalk set up there on the cross. So great stuff from them. Lovely decision from him to push out from under the awning more towards that spare train car, because that gives him the crossing to cover. So great stuff from him. Great stuff, of course, from Ravens, but it's just map 1.
Just map 1. Well, let's keep it moving, ladies and gentlemen, while we get map number 2 set up for you.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
It's a new era for Warzone. Legends have moved on.
Biffle will retire after this event. The dominant Falcons roster that won everything in 2024 is no more.
Defending champions have splintered.
Twisted Minds only has one player from EWC 25 left on the roster.
But the action is better than ever.
And it's a quick step on us. He's gonna get he self-revives. It's not over. 1v1. The kid can do it.
Teams have fought through 2 stacked LAN events to make it here.
But look at Blade from behind. You put Kenji into the casket. Can he get that one as well? Gets straight out on the backside. Oh no, misses across the top as a blade. He had a dream. Blink and you'll miss it. The Falcons are here.
Rivalries have become even more intense.
Team Falcons, close it out. We thought Shifty was getting in Soka's mind. And based off what I'm seeing, I don't think so.
Former team members, they want revenge.
I've been disrespected a lot this year. It's like I just got thrown back to the bottom of the totem pole again. You know, 3rd at 2024 EWC, 1st at 25. You know, hopefully go back-to-back this year and remind people who I am.
And a new generation is here to prove themselves. This is the Warzone Resurgence Series Championship.
What a first map that was. Mogs and Goj here on the stage. Welcome, sir. Hey, what a finish. It was a good one.
Yeah, it's so wild to see that we started in Mansion with two teams that have been fighting for literally the entire year and then ended there in map 1 of Group A at the very beginning of EWC. So cool.
You can hear the boys so excited with every single circle closer and closer and closer to Mansion. But we're talking about Mansion, the lords of the manor. For now, at least, the Ravens.
Yeah, you know what's really funny is that at the very beginning, Twisted Minds has been this team that's been unbeatable. They've been top fraggers, they've been everything, but for a while now, Ravens have been winning that, and they won again. But this is the first time in a while I've seen both of those teams at the end of the game where they started, both getting a ton of points. Like, that's still a win for Twisted Minds fans, okay? I want to make that very clear, but Ravens are winning currently, so I know the fans here at home are having a blast.
It's a marathon, not a race, and while we get ready for map number 2, mate, anything you saw in the first that was surprising or maybe disappointing in terms of maybe some top contenders?
Yeah, it's been fun to watch, like, drop spots throughout the year, and H1 is a very fun kind of new team, if you will. Koodley's been getting a lot of hype from Cho himself. Big shout out to Cho. H1 for a reason. They decided to drop down at Lumber, feeling like they've got an advantage there. They get a couple scrappy kills, but nothing really to write home about yet. Still a team we have to watch out for, though.
Excited to see how many of our rookies in this competition do. I mean, again, a first time for many here on the stage, EWC 26. And I think about rookies, I think of the pressure. I think of the opportunity to change your life over a course of a weekend. I think of the massive amounts, of fans here in the venue. Thank you all for joining us. Hey,
they're so locked in on the players, dude.
They're having a good time. The crowd has been so loud. It's been so good to hear. But I mean, it's an incredible thing. When you think of that pressure, you think of people who are maybe crumbling a little bit, but it's early days. You've got the matches to throw for now.
It's always fun to talk about what we call in Warzone space the land buff, right? We do that in all of Call of Duty. The land buff is so real, and some of these teams really thrive under pressure. Some of the teams have still a lot to prove. I think T1's a great example of a team that's got some fresh blood, who can shoot like crazy online, and on land, still a little bit more to prove. So I'm really pumped to see more from them as well.
Yeah, lots more to still play. Highlights there on your screen, and a fantastic way to start things off there. But I mean, I've no idea really what to expect as far as some of our lower teams. Some of them will be the regions that don't necessarily get as much love. We talk about those land jets. We talk about the buff you can get. Are there any squads in the lower end that you're more excited about?
I don't know. It's a good question. I think some of our APAC teams, some of those teams I really want to see. We've had folks like Limax, like Teeny, like Obs that have been around Zeppa, that have been around the block for a long time. Even in Call of Duty, too, like normal multi. And so to see them back on stage when they've missed a year is really cool to see. I want to see more from the Aussies.
Nice bit of leadership there. Zeppa's been around for nearly as long as I have in this scene, which is crazy to say. But he, again, a little bit of leadership, a little bit of encouragement for those younger players. Many rookies, again, I was looking at T1, talking to Spam and just seeing how confident and capable they are. What a first massive tournament for players like that.
T1's such a fun team to talk about because at the beginning of the year, they were the team to beat. They were the online Reapers. They were crushing the competition. But when we started combining global, NA, Americas, all the way over to EU, things got a little bit more difficult when they're being contested off drop. Vitality, competing right now, T1, they're landing at the same spot. They've been battling over that spot for the entirety of this series as well. So it's still a lot to prove from both of those two teams.
Hate to do it to you, man, but one of those first map, second map, do you think any contesting point changes?
As we go back to Haven's Hollow, I think everybody's going to stick to their guns. It's group stages. You basically need to be top 5 in order to make it forward, and you just need to not be bottom 3 after 12 drops. Teams that are confident are going to stick their spots.
Yeah, stick to what you know, play your safe game, and then when it gets more, serious times, maybe survival in a few days, that's where things change up. But hey, any sort of strategy adjustments that you would like fans at home to look out for, or little things that might be considered a big win condition?
Big win condition, you got to get kills, man. Listen, every time we come to LAN, we talk about this. You have to go for the kills. You have to swing for the fences. Teams like to play very safe on LAN, and some of the teams that already play defensive are really going to have to get aggressive to find any kill, because everybody's sticking in their spots until that resurgence timer closes. That means there's way less kills on the map, way less points, room for error, tiny.
Exciting stuff. Well, no one's told me what I can and can't do, so sir, come with us. Let's go for a little walk on this beautiful stage. Let's have a little look-see, shall we, as to what our players are looking like, because I want to be a bit of an armchair psychologist right now. I want to start reading body language. Who's feeling the pressure? Who's looking confident?
I say Twisted Minds is feeling some pressure. You see those guys over there?
Yeah, let's go look at those guys over there. But yeah, they are, again, confident coming into this one.
Well, Miles, you got to talk about Twisted Minds. We did it at the top of the show. I mean, these guys are world-class world-class talents, right? They have years of experience under their belt. Allman has been playing this game since the very beginning, day one, as one of the top players, if not the top player still in the competition. But this is a totally different Twisted Minds roster than last year. So if you watched EWC last year, watch out for Allman. Yeah, he's the guy returning. The other two guys, they haven't proven themselves here at EWC, not in Resurgence, at least not for a little while. So still a lot to prove from a guy like Blast, who gets pulled on mid-season.
Mid-season changes. I mean, sometimes in Call of Duty, that honeymoon phase, we talk about it so much in multiplayer, you just get a little bit extra. You kind of have that clarity of mind. You get a little bit more extra spice to play with. We'll see, though, if it does work out for them for the rest of the tournament. But for now, it is time to go back to the casters for drop number 2.
Thank you so much, Miles the Rost and Mr. Grandmaster Goj. Always fun hearing from both of you of what we have to talk about. But as you can see here, as we get ready to hop on in to drop number 2, it's going to be a great time, my friend, because obviously we see some hot teams come out. They're swinging. They're feeling good. Ravens, Twisted Minds, Gen G, Stallions, all putting up respectable points. But as we get ready to hop into game number 2, I'm looking at some of those teams like T1, like EK, who make some early exits, put up single digits. Not exactly the map they want to have.
No, not at all. I mean, you know that you do have 11 more drops, so you don't need to panic just yet. I think Goj's point about teams that are confident in their game plan will be fine throughout this group stage, but you can't have too many more of those. I do look, unfortunately, towards squads like H1 and First Squad that will have come into this understanding they're underdogs anyway. You have that first bad map. You now know you have a mountain to climb. It's whether you have the capabilities to do exactly that as we look towards our second drop for Haven's Hollow.
Well, one last opportunity for today to get those points here on Haven's Hollow until we get ready to shift gears and move on over to our second map set that we have. You can see all these players. If you had a great map number 1, you're feeling confident. If you had a bad map number 1, you got to shake it off. You got to lock in with the boys and figure out what can we do to make sure that we are not going to be on the chopping block when it comes to the end of day number 2. Let's get ready to fly on into it because, man, I think if map number 1 brought us anything, map number 2 is about to continue to deliver the hype.
Well, teams typically grow into these tournaments. Your first map, sure, a couple of squads might have found the ping, the footing, the environment to be a little bit overwhelming. Those things will start to dissipate. It's all about the squads that can deal with the pressure here at the Esports World Cup. And our second drop for Haven's Hollow, players are in the skies on their way down to ground. It's back to Old Faithful for Nearson and King Chalk as that fight at Mansion rages on.
And already, you can see it looks like Ravens are going to open this one up. They find Blast. Shifty gets dropped as well. It's just going to be Almond, but for the Ravens, they now have a little bit of an additional sort of thorn in their side as well. But Almond on that backside, he gets found out by Zeppa. This is Heretics trying to start to get a little bit active in this Mansion fight. And very early on here in map number 2, Twisted Minds find themselves in a bit of a blender.
Well, also, Virtus Pro have landed center pond, as they so often do when the zone's dragging this direction. What Destroy's done there is just pushed up towards the backside of Mansion. Anyone trying to escape, I'm just going to mop them up. What that causes for Ravens in particular is they can't get out. There's nowhere for them to really try to gain space, get themselves some loot, or get themselves some money to build their way into this map. So a tough start for a lot of those sides.
You see here for First Squad, they tried their hand at maybe getting active at Train in game number 1. Wasn't successful here. So now they find themselves in a little bit of a sandwich here at Main Street. Of course, if Stallions right above you, they're going to try and make their way on over, take top bank. Eclectic will be on the nearby, but down here at Train, I'm looking, and T1, Spam and Disrupt, they're still here. I am sensing a distinct lack of vitality. I think maybe you lost this contest here on map number 2, so a much better start to this game from the boys in the UK.
Yeah, certainly feels that way. Vitality will be recovering towards the south side of the map. For First Squad, it's Bank, typically where Eclectic are located. And Axidas and Kyrios will lay waste to key bays. Off in the front man, though, it's Zanks that you really want to unearth. That's the anchor that you're trying to shift out of the map, and that will force Eclectic into a bit of a panic station situation. But you're going to slow it down if you are First Squad. Just peer on over and figure out the lay of the land around you, because if you take a look at that mini-map, top left, Main Street's really bloody busy, guys.
Yeah, this Northwest Zone poll has just had so many people. Nobody's in Lumber Mill right now, for the record. Nobody wants to be there. Barely anybody's in Coal Depot. Everybody is playing on this Main Street side. So with that, you have to be on your P's and Q's if you want to try and stay alive. Zanks down below thinks he can get maybe a little bit of an opening on this First Squad team, but trade is there. Self-revive will come through, and you're A-OK.
Well, that'll be Eclectic out of it straight away. They're done. First team dealt with, first squad will actually lay claim to them. And what a story that is. Eclectic have built their way to one of the best teams in recent scrims and struggling at the early stages here in Paris. Obviously, long ways to go. Nothing to be too concerned about, but first squad, they get out the bad map one, looking a little bit better here to start two. Let's take a look at Kudley. They're at Barn. They'll square off against FaZe. It's back and forth. It's something we're kind of used to by now. Great work by the Irishman to drop Dizzy. And now his teammates will try and rotate and trade this out. But you're 3v2 up in the fight.
Yeah, Season 5 came out, VST into the meta, and this thing burns, baby. You see a nice little fadeaway there. Dizzy finding himself at the end of it, but the fun doesn't stop already. Mati gets a sense he's getting surrounded here. Nade will go down. You try and stop the push. Kudley, he's going to back on up. You swing with the teammate. You find one more. Mati gets dropped. It's one last player from FaZe that's kind of lurking around here, but all three members of H1 still up at this barn area. They're holding a lot of space, and I think if they can sort of clear out FaZe here, they might just kind of be able to put their head on a swivel, look Mansion, look down at Main Street, and just kind of pick up players as they start to cross.
No, for sure. If you can get that advanced UAV into the air right now, you're going to be able to hold out a lot of teams, pick up a lot of points, and set yourself up for a great map too. First squad, we've just talked about the work they've done, finding Eclectic. You have got yourselves plenty of pressure. This is Gen G. Squad rotated in from Boat early. They know there's later that. They've been playing around Main Street the entire year. Aiden, though, not expecting the drop out. Actually, that's great work from him initially, but Gabe's there on the instant trade. Lovely positioning from the fragger turn anchor. Reaper's trying to get involved, and that's over aggressive. Lennon plays cleanup. So first squad sent back in, off into the waters, and Gen G will mop up a lot here at Main Street. Great work, not risking a third party just yet. Buy stations nearby can set themselves up for the next phase of play.
That plays from Gen G. You set up the crossfires. You're doing A-OK. But let's take a look. You can see Ravens currently lead the lobby as they are going to hold on to Mansion. Blast does get dropped. I know you see squad wipe on your screen there, but you got one last player up in the sky, so don't worry. Twisted Mind fans, they are not out yet, but this map does not look like it's going too great for them, if I'm going to be honest. As we kind of grow to a little bit of a crawl here. Zone 2 continues to end. And already just players trying to fight for space.
Break time will die. They'll be the second team out of this lobby. Lose that initial contest up onto H1. And never recovered from there. CT Gaming in this fight on the rooftops against Heretics. Vita just trying to buy a little bit of space to keep himself alive and allow that resurgence timer to tick through. Get his boys back in the mix. Ravens struggling. Great work from King Chog. Finds Almond, the second turn, shots on, but there is going to be a heady available for Blast. King Chog, will get his boys back in. It's not done just yet. Heretics are still squeezing up behind this, but you've at least got Nielsen and Heeds back into the fray.
I mean, if Nielsen can find a gun, we've seen him do miracles with the last pistol in hand. He gets the armor crack. I almost thought he was able to bring down Zeppa. Great little moment there for the Heretics to just basically be able to hear that fight going on. It's a swing. You're watching this battle come on between Ravens and some of those members of T1. And you get that kill, you're going to be able to find one more. So good job from Heretics just to kind of hold the line. On the other side, though, Aiden, he will get found out by Axidos as this first squad Gen G battle kind of continues to rage here at Main Street. You do have Gabe Kuhn from above looking out over you. You need to have some semblance of setup here if you are Gen G, because they are just on the outside of zone. They still need to gain a little bit of position.
Yeah, great work here at Gen G in the gunfight, but if you look at the light pink on your minimap, that's actually Stallions. They're trying to play holdout. So all these teams are fighting right now. They're likely going to have to get past them at some point, and in bits and pieces for most of these squads right now. So a tough situation, and the gas is just going to creep everybody forward into the back we go. Your backyard, basically, if you are Gen G for much of this year, but you're under pressure. Do well to keep all three on your feet.
The fact that Aiden gets in the window there is huge, and Gabe, he flies on out from that little bit of a scaffolding. Will drop down Q8Z, nothing, and get the confirm. So Gen G, you get the players, you're grouped on up, you're able to find one from this Stallions roster, but you can see on your minimap there, Andy's, he's reacting for a reason, because we are just continuously ripping these teams to the left side of the map.
Shifty, taps away behind the DC. And we'll get the drop, and that's Heretics wiped. They're done. So great amount of points, I think, initially, but fall far earlier than you would have liked. You're still on the 1x multiplier. A bit of a do-si-do between Fede and Tequila. Squad 12 out here as well, and down you go. Vita tries to get himself back to ground. So many squads now looking for a safety pocket of land, but with 12 teams in the mix, 32 players up, and such little land mass, everybody being forced into fights that they really would rather not take. Blastity's just about gets himself into some semblance of cover, and Shifty and Orman will try and get their boots to ground to support the rotation out, but it's all hard work from here.
Mansion, a great POI until you got to move out of it. Everybody just putting their sights over towards this area. You see, just as you kind of hop up on a wall, you're getting laser beamed. So for the time being, Twisted Minds, they know they have to clear out this bottom side. Shifty, it's a great easy kill onto Vortex. Use some of those nades. With those kills and a couple more coming in on the back, it looks like that might be Novo making another early exit. Still, 2 teams need to drop to get into that 1.2 multiplier. But Twisted Minds, they still have to continue to fight their way out of Mansion. On the other side of the map, you can see Gen G, they have to continue moving, but they got PBJ in their way. Believe it's a shoulder throw on the stairs. Your break, but from behind, look who's starting to get active. It's Geeky. They want to use this fight. Jay Bella slides on down. He's going to find the end of the gun from Aiden. Can you get this res in time? Can you protect it? Aiden, he's looking on over. It's coming on through. You know that Field Medic is coming in clutch right now, getting that faster revive. Gen G, get their feet back underneath them though. However, Geeky, they're continuing to find these pockets of timing. Plays, jumps on in. You're going to be able to find the end of the gun because Vitality, they're looking to hold this entire fight.
Yeah, Vitality are just holding everybody. The problem that they now face is H1 are rotating over from Barn to put on a view at the chapel and how the dominoes shall fall. That's going to give Gen G the moment, the window to escape out. They shall shift. Almond is somehow still alive. He's though deep gas and he's just going to try and keep himself up with the stims. Nerfed, of course, so he's got to get moving. Grime is going to go high. Just about stays up, and that should be the death sentence for Almond.
Yeah, he does his great job. You can see Blast was still alive. He's also out in the gas too, so Grimy, he's going to have an idea that maybe there's an additional Twisted Minds player out here, and he's in a solid little spot, can just continue play that top gazebo. Stim will come on in. It's just enough to make sure they don't get taken out by the gas. But for Twisted Minds, we find a little bit of success here, but it just feels like every time we tune on in, they are always on the back foot. And T1, we take a look at Train. Well, they're feeling good because Disrupt's on 9.
Yeah, there's about 5 or 6 bodies out in these waters, and T1 do want all of these kills. This is great for them. At some point, though, they have to turn their attention to holding Train out and stopping all the teams rotating for them. So it's now about pivoting. It's about decision-making on what is most important and prioritizing those gunfights. But Disrupt, he's banging away. He's on double digits, and we're only inside the top 10, so many more points and kills yet on the board.
Dude, they just got to keep their head on a swivel, and it is a feeding fish frenzy for them. Fede, he'll get dropped at the hands of StuKX on that other side, and Disrupt, he's got an idea that that's what's going on here. 4,000 damage for the young man, and there's still 9 teams in this lobby. Clear out one side, focus on the other. VP pushing in from this pond area. They want to make sure that they do not get taken out from an angle that they are not expecting of. Just kind of hold the line for the time being.
Well, they've held this northern side of the circle for a long time. They initially stopped players rotating out of Mansion freely, and that's given them a pocket of space. Now back to your feet, just up as a 3. Destroy has 5. Adrian on nothing. Not a surprise really, as he's the anchor. It's all about thus far, but if you're pushing double digits at this point and you're looking towards that 1.4, not a bad place to be. H1, they'll be finished off. Net odds, CT, doing far better in the early stage than we would have expected, but Adrian probably going to cut that to an end here. Circle's going to pull everybody further down towards Trains. A little bit of water to play with. And again, just further south of here, T1, that's your big threat if you are this VP side.
I mean, Echo, he calls it a PA, looks like on the other side. He's found 2 members of Vitality as well. And just already, VP, they're just going to look to kind of hold this. Not really much going on there, but I'd love to take a look at T1 because they have so many squads ahead of them that are trying to rotate into zone. Gen G being one of them, Geeky being another, and you still have 1 member of Vitality on the edge.
Yeah, and Disrupt is just picking everything apart. Geeky's finished. Right now, for VP, they're just trying to figure out what their most important threat is. They're aware that VP are a full team on the other side. That drop now should push Bam and Echo over towards the buy station, where there is 1 remaining player for Vitality. They got to get there quickly because gas is currently falling over it. And what you don't want to do is hand all the space over to VP, who are here and are laying claim to all the land that Lennon and Gabe Coon possess.
The patience from VP to just hold this low ground is so critical. You can see already, because they were just sticking down here, they already see that you have Gen G moving on over. But look at this. While all of this fighting is happening, Skullface, he's the last player of Vitality alive, and he's actually going to get the zone pull. If he has the cash, he might be able to tuck himself in a corner, hit that buy station, get the teammates back on in. But it's a quick wrap from Virtus Pro. Hold the high ground. Take down the rest of these teams. It's a 1.4 multiplier for everybody. You got to grab that 1.6, and Lennon, he's actually going to find the down on Spam.
Yes, Spam does have himself.
Oh my God! Crazy game,
in the back
line, finds a window, slips out through the lower panels,
Vitality,
and gets himself the kills. 1v1, v3, VP, hold it all in their hands.
Skullface. He's named Logan for a reason. The claws are out. Call him the Wolverine. A nice little two-piece. Huge points on the board for them.
3v1v1.
It might have been a heroic play, but it's Spam Gola. It's Skullface, the two lone soldiers. If they can somehow manage to work together to cut down these players of VP, this would be huge. The problem here, Enigma, VP is in such a good spot. But Adrian, he gets a little bit active. He flies forward. However, he will find Skullface. That is wiped. Final two teams here. It's a 3v1. You just got to find Spam. Spam's going to be able to find Adrian. 2v1. Shots coming on through. It's destroyed from that backside.
Nice
it's
one.
a barrel stuff with the CBRS. You drop them. Virtus Pro, they'll take game number 2, and you can see the look on Destroy. He's happy. He's a little expectant on that one.
Yeah, we talked so much about this Virtus Pro team in the build-up to this tournament. Fantastic stage 1, lit up the scene in Birmingham, struggled massively through stage 2, and a very public falling out between them. But they come here to Paris having made up. They're a unit again, understanding the roles that they're going to play in, and their game plan there was perfection. Typically a server landing side, they alternate over to a pawn drop when the circle goes that way, and they get aggressive towards Mansion. That man on your screen right there holds the players out, ensures that there's no pressure on them. They can just loot up pawns, set themselves up for the late stages, and it's slow and systematic moving with the gas from there. And once they took high ground, you never felt like they were going to let that one go.
It's kind of that classic, that's what you love to see. You know, you're holding this low ground, but watch this. I mean, we got to talk about this again. Skull just lining up Lennon and Gabe, and he tries to put down this DC. We see him do this time and time again, but it's just, you know, Skullface is a great player. It's unfortunate you can't find the last two members of Virtus Pro there, but just some fantastic movement. They realize what they need to do. It's all about just not scamming in that moment.
Basically.
And you know, the D is he's in the comms. He's saying, probably yelling exactly that. Don't scam, play as a team. Let's push this player together.
Well, this is somewhere where they've improved so much, because if anyone who's been watching throughout this season remembers back towards stage 1, even before stage 1, when we were in the essential pre-season, there was a lot of talks about how some of their players would scam, fly forward and get involved in the fights that they just didn't need to do, but that shows the maturity and how this team looks so much better here in Paris.
Looking very, very good. That's our last map of Haven's Hollow that we have, ladies and gentlemen. So we got to get ready to head on into map number 3. Players getting in the lobby. We're going to be right back here in a little bit.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights. Better get right, champion.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
What's up, everybody? I got one of the sickest players and one of the most twisted minds in the game, Shifty, with me. I mean, my guy, you've been in Paris for a while. Do you feel like you're acclimated to the environment? You ready to get on this main stage? You feeling like a local yet?
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't even look at the Eiffel Tower when I walk by it anymore. But nah, yeah, we've been here for a while. We had a really good boot camp. I think those are very essential to big lands like this. So yeah, we've been here for a while. We feel good. Time zone's no issue for us. We're just ready to play.
I mean, you guys look ready to play, okay? I walked over there to you on the main stage. You and the whole squad up here singing 8 Mile, okay? Getting locked in. So that must mean the vibes are high.
Yeah, nah, I mean, I think our team is just full of vibes. I think that's why we love LAN, like compared to like the online. We're all really good friends. So, you know, we've had a great time this week and a half that we've been here just vibing. And yeah, we're just running through the 8 Mile, you know, the little rap battle with each other, just messing around. But yeah, we're all good friends. We're having a good time.
Hey, y'all having a good time, but as we know, this is a serious weekend, okay? It's big money on the table. It's a lot of pride out there. It's a lot of just earning respect from the community. I mean, what do you plan on bringing to the table, to the squad, to the lobby, for the Twisted Mind fans out there in your gameplay?
I'm just trying to bring experience. You know, I mean, I've played this game for about 6 years now, so I'm vetty. You know what I mean? That's what they call me. You know, I've been in these situations a lot. I right now hold the most world championship wins, so I've been here. I've done it. I know Alman has won one. Rasim's looking for his first. So just kind of bringing that, you know, that calmness to the team and just that readiness of like, yo, we've done the prep. We know we should be here. Who cares about last month? You know, we had a little iffy period of time, but like we're here, we're ready, and just be locked in the moment and just play our game.
Hey man, you are absolutely locked. I can see the aura around you right now. You are cool, calm, and collected. Hell, you got me even more cool, calm, and collected right now. Best of luck to you, brother.
And of course, match 2 was nothing but absolute chaos, where we had Virtus Pro holding that northern side of Mansion, and they were playing the long game. They managed to get a couple of kills in the chaos that was unfolding in Mansion, but look, they played it good. They played it till the end, and Virtus Pro did take it out. But look, let's have a look at like Vitality. Obviously, they came out kicking and swinging as well, Shift, and this is something that they needed to do, especially coming out of match 1.
Yeah, I think, you know, what we're going to see, and for those that have been following 3WC in the years prior, we often get wherever you spawn in at, the final circle ends on you, you're probably going to be fine to finish in the top 5. The biggest key has been who's able to rotate better, who's able to find those kills as the zone starts to force you away from your drop location. So you get a couple teams that are blessed, but I think most importantly, our teams that just finished 1 and 2, both just missed out on the top 5. So again, just kind of reiterating that point that if you get a drop spot that it ends on you, you better be finishing high.
And didn't I hear you in the pre-show say something about Ravens might not make that contest? And I look, against Twisted Minds, I don't know, in match number 2, Heretics actually joined the party there. And I mean, Ravens were able to hold off 2 of these big teams.
Yeah, and that's just a big shout, I think, to Heretics as well, to not be afraid to jump into the mix against some of our top dogs that are out there. And look, Lace, you may not know me all that well. I'm all about finding spicy takes. So if it is one of those situations I did look like an idiot, it's going to be like my airball from earlier today. But for Ravens, it is one of those things that, yes, their kill participation is high. You get a first round win. That's huge towards being able to kind of quell some of the questions surrounding can they close a map. Now it's going to be down to how do they handle things like rotation, because that's going to be the big key, especially as we change what map we have.
And I'm going to be here to always call you out on your hot takes.
Thank you.
Well,
I'm going to need
okay?
that.
I will always hold you accountable. Now, who are we going to hold accountable? Of course, we're going to get into match number 3. Enigma, Dandro, let's take it away.
Hey, thank you so much, Lace and Shift. They were right. We are getting ready to head to a new map, my friend.
We are.
Bidding adieu to Haven's Hollow, just here in Group A, as we get ready to move on everybody's favorite Resurgence map. I say that tongue-in-cheekly. Rebirth Island. We've been here before. We've been here for years. We know what to expect on this map. But for maybe the uninitiated at home, how do you expect maybe this first map here on Rebirth Island to play out?
Well, I think there's 2 stories in terms of the leaderboard. Ravens are one of our best Rebirth teams, and they have been for some time. They are sitting right towards the top, so expect that gap to potentially grow as we go on through these next 2 maps. For a team towards the bottom end of proceedings right now, Eclectic, disappointing in our first 2 maps. They're really good here, the 3rd best team that we have in the entire 32 at the tournament when it comes to Rebirth Island, so this is where they have to get their afternoon going. But in terms of drops, the contest, look to the control center. FaZe Clan, Gold Clamp has been holding that thing down for years. That guy don't leave those bricks and mortar. But VP and Novo, they'll contest over the boat nearby and then try and lay siege to control center. So 3 teams jostling over there. Off towards the northeastern side, T1 expected to be contested by Stallions in Bio, and it's between them, Gen G, and Heretics to try and claim that corner, then move on down the map.
Hey, a lot of battling is going to happen here on Rebirth Island, but a team that obviously they feel pretty good here on Rebirth, Twisted Minds. Okay, they looked pretty solid there through those first 2 games. Currently sitting in 7th overall from Haven's Hollow. Kind of maybe getting the shakes out a little bit. Game number 2 didn't go maybe exactly how they wanted to, but a chance here on Rebirth Island to reset the mental, reset the opportunity, get those points on the board. So let's get ready. Let's hop on in here to, ladies and gentlemen, to map number 3 on Rebirth Island. And we get a nice little bit of a look at what's happening here as VP gonna play down towards that boat side, as Grimy starting to lurk his way up in this contest here. But guess what? You're not the only player here. You've been able, you fire, you find Dizzy, but look at that Novo. They also are going to actually control that main center building.
Yeah, Gravy basically sent in there as a bit of a Trojan horse. He won't find a route through. Destroyed Agent, just set themselves up over at the boat. But that zone, by the way, pulling off towards the northwestern side. So all the teams I just talked about, your T1s, your Gen Gs, them fighting over your chemicals and bioweapons, very important for the later stage of this map. Stronghold, you got to fight here. Vitality have changed things up. Usually land living. They've decided they want a piece of PBJ, and Smitty's getting active.
I like this. We've seen them, like you said, playing out of living. They move away from that control center fight. So to see them make this realization of just given where the zone is going, we need to clear out PBJ. It's two members of Vitality who are going to maybe trying to start to float down here, get a little bit mixy, see if you can wipe them early, clear out your backside. You will get sniffed out though on this turbine area. This is going to be a hotbed of activity as well. Welcome back to the island, ladies and gentlemen, because water pistols are out. They are singing, and there's none other than CT Gaming who love to make that happen. Obs trying to throw some shoulders, and well, the timing does not go your way.
Certainly doesn't. By the way, an important fight that went on off screen. Novo have completely taken control center very early here. Shifted FaZe Clan the hell out, and that now gives them control over the buy stations. Everything that Virtus Pro were fighting for at the boat doesn't really matter anymore. They have to push forward. Look on over towards the Ravens. They'll land HQ. King Chalk's on the roof of prison, and he's looking to just keep an eye on Twisted Minds, who like to land factory and start to squeeze up on them.
Yeah, Blast, he's already started made his way over to Grandma's. So your two members, Shifty, Almond, down there at that factory side. And King Chalk, he sees these smokes go out. He's somebody's got to be around here somewhere. Maybe just waiting for somebody to scam a little bit, but Vitality starting to move on up here as well. Looking to find a bit of a timing. Blast, he's caught flat-footed. Heeds Nielsen, they'll line on up, and they've been able to take him down. And look at this. Immediately, the eyes go down towards that factory side, and it looks like the loadout is going to try and get acquired here, but are you ready for exactly this? Shifty just plays the stairs, pops on up, finds Heeds, and you're going to deny that loadout just for a quick little moment.
Yeah, got to be careful here, by the way. Classic are taking a look over at this. Keybase, who fancy a little bit. Zang's on the rooftop. Never mind. They've overstrayed. They'll be sent packing for now. Both Almond and Stukex actually shoot Keybase, so we'll see it in a little bit. But let's take a look at this H1 team then. They've moved from their harbor landing into Chem. Not only that, they completely lay waste to Gen G, who had given Chem for free, a really important part of the map for what will come for later circles. So all of a sudden, H1 go from a really dubious landing spot we've talked about somewhere no one should be all year to into one of the best spots potentially for map 2. And a great initial from Kudley on Lennon to continue to lock down that space.
Yeah, you can see you got a member of Gen G just flying in from the sky. I think maybe the idea there was Lennon can at least find one and to get the other player to fly on in and maybe help out. But just not going to be the case. Still down here towards the stronghold side. Already Adrian, VP, they're getting into the mix now. Continuing just to weave yourself in around this boat, because you can see already it's been some of this first squad team that's looking to get active. Adrian does not let you swim away that easily. They'll drop you in the water, clean up the kill. Virtus Pro, you're still in zone. They got control of this boat. They don't need to really move right now.
No, they're fine for now, but this next circle will likely tell them they've got to shift it up the coast a bit, and it certainly does. So Adrian taking damage, concerning signs, and he and Stroy will have to navigate a path up this rocky mass that exists in front of them. Turbine, CT Gaming, T1. The battle goes on. T1, Disrupt will drop to Killer. The thing is as well, Disrupt's basically got a free life. You've gained so much space. Echo and Spam have basically the entire northwestern corner to themselves. So Disrupt is just, okay, don't worry about it. I'll go off, find a couple of kills. If I get dropped, I'll come back in for my loadout where my boys currently sit. A great plan from them so far. Can they continue to execute?
Hey, I know we're not in Haven's Hollow anymore, but it looks like the Ravens and Twisted Minds continuing to battle it out here at the factory side. Blast, he's going to be able to find one. Slides on out on a Nielsen, but Nielsen will put you on down. And it looks like just no opportunity for any of the other Twisted Minds players to play a bit of a trade. You see one flying in from above. Shifty's playing down below, so for Ravens, they're going to control this rooftop as much as they can, and actually back on over towards headquarters where Almond has landed to fight Heeds. It's a little bit of an anchor-on-anchor action here. A huge fight for either of these rosters.
Yeah, Almond does incredibly well to stay alive in the moment, because if you are the Ravens, you really want to press Shifty in numbers. However, because Almond's gone and harassed Heeds, you have to drop back and clear out, protect your anchor, and this is why King Chalk now is moving over as well. And Almond's just staying alive, just being a thorn in the side. Let the timer tick through, let my boys back in. One of those things doesn't exist on a scoreboard, but it's great leadership in a very important moment.
Semtex goes up. Unfortunately, Almond, he's not there. He has an inkling. Somebody's got to go up for that ladder. He does great to find one. Just the timing not going your way just enough. Heeds will slide on out. Clears out Almond. So you'll settle the time here, but those shots are already starting to attract some of the members of PBJ. You can see they're starting to look on over, and they might try and hold the line here.
FaZe Clan just trying to find which way they should take the fight. Novo got Blade up. He's hidden inside. Marty just trying to get aggressive. Runs into far too much traffic. Blade recognizes the moment of third party. Dizzy now understands that the Italian's beneath him. He's by his lonesome. And it will, of course, be VP just taking a sniff at this. Can we third party? Do we need to spend a lot of time here? But you could get some clean exit kills. Shut these boys off astray. And Dizzy, he just has to not waste any time with the timer. And immediately buys his boy back in.
Yeah, I like that play. You know, you could wait. You could try and just get the timers on down and even wait for this fire sale that's about to come in here in just a quick moment. But nope, says I want to go ahead. I want to try and spend the cash. But I don't know, that might have been all for naught because both of your teammates are dead. Clamp is last alive. He's just trying to stay alive on white health only in the water. In a very peculiar situation. We lose two different teams. FaZe that we just watched being one of them here. And already, still 14 squads in the lobby.
Yeah, the other one of those teams is Vitality. They actually go out first, so not too much to worry about. They're sitting second overall on the leaderboard. Top 5 at the end of 12 will mean you move straight through to finals. As long as you avoid the bottom 3, you do see the survival stage. So not too much to be concerned about, but yeah, it could be better here on Rebirth Island. Novo looking hot. They've moved their way out of the control center, won it early, and now squeezing with the gas. Fede's on 7. Take a look at Gen G. As Lennon has managed to clean up what was left of the Koodley roster, the H1 roster. And now just trying to buy time. Find a little pocket. Boys, can you get in? Can you get some loot? And can we build our way into this map?
This is a great way to do it. Already was looking a little worse for wear earlier. But like you mentioned, I'm glad they were able to get their feet underneath them, continuing to hold this area of the map after maybe losing it earlier. But Novo, after clearing out Control Center, they know there's going to be some players down here in this water underneath Turbine. Can they work together? Unfortunately for you, you got Athletic pushing from behind. You'll lose Vortex, so you have to clean up these kills fast, put yourself in great position to hold the line. Two members of Athletic starting to make their way forward. Freddy, Keybase, it's a full fight on in. You take a lot of damage, though. And how do you decide to open up this fight as there are now about 4 different teams just in this one little small patch of land?
Yeah, the PA forces them all indoors as well, which allows then Keybase to get to the rooftops and claim so you can move on down through the layers. Blade's going to lose the fight underneath to Orbs. Zeppa also finds Axedas amongst the madness. So Fede, he senses it. There's red dots. I'm going to go chasing them. There's nothing better for this boy to be doing right now with the form he's in. Swings. Keybase just about stays up. Italian on Italian action. They'll call it a draw for now, but Vortex is cracked. Needs to find his way out. The Molotovs are doing the damage, but no! Vortex, Freddy, Blade, the organ active, and they cut down the players in front of them to lay claim to Turbine.
Novo finds such a good timing there. It's just a slingshot movement between the two players to take down those members of Athletic, but the action doesn't stop yet. You may have control of this top side, but you got a couple of fish underneath you that are just trying to stay alive. You can see Zeppa, he's swimming around, so is Teeny. And already, can you manage to stay alive? We know that this is a strat that we see year over year here in the Esports World Cup, and Zeppa, hey, we knew some players were going to do this. He's got a loadout Coda in hand just for these moments in the water.
Yeah, he is going nuclear for this side. Teeny on 3. So this squad on at least 15 could be pushing 20. Rebirth Island offers so many more kills than the other maps. The top teams are struggling here. Virtus Pro drop out early as well. They're one of our top sides after Haven's Hollow. And this is how the rotation has evolved things here in Call of Duty Warzone for the Resurgence series. And everyone feeling a little bit of that on land. But Gen G, they've re-established themselves here at Chemical, and this is where the zone's moving to, so this is win condition.
Yes.
Gotta find a way to anchor yourselves in and repel all invaders.
It's kind of one of those unfortunate situations where, sure, you gain the power position for this endgame zone, but you now have to just focus on so many different areas. It's going to be tough to decide where you want to go. But hey, the action's been hot, it's been heavy. Let's go ahead, let's see how the boys are feeling from Gen G.
I don't think you do. They can't. I see what you're saying. We're gonna get kills as the game goes along. There's still 11 teams up, bro. Everyone's just backing it. I'm gonna re-hit the roof for more stims on the ground. Okay. looking at office, kind of.
Alright. We're only on 5, but it's fine.
Yep.
Yeah, we're still safe.
You gotta prolong the game.
Wait.
Top 10.
Yo.
I might peek the door up and watch my right.
I heard a wall.
Not a lot of comms coming out of Gen G, but you heard them say, just let everybody fight. We're only on 5, but it's okay.
Yeah, they lost that chem fight early. Since then, they've been in a bit of a regain situation. They understand they're probably out-tooled, and right now looking to play around as much multiplier as possible. And I like the comms being quiet. No need to get over-aggressive in them. No need to panic. Just slow everything down. Let the map deal with itself, and find yourself in the later stages of this one. Athletic. Finished. They will drop inside that top 10 to the 1.2, but miss out on the 1.4. Nielsen buys Lonesome, and only $100 in pocket. Barely enough for a Happy Meal, let alone get his boys back in amongst the mix. He's going to play Industries here. We'll run into Novo, but if he gets the timing through the backside, drops one or two of these players, of which he's more than capable, could hit the buy station nearby.
And look at Twisted Minds. They're now here on this sort of top floor of Chemical as well. You have Gen G down below. Geek's in the mix. Everybody is just holding on. There's no movement. Shifty's actually going to be the one to drop Nielsen. And just like that, everybody is just waiting for these 2 additional teams to drop to get to that 1.4 multiplier.
The Stallions on the outside. Twisted Minds with the rooftops. Gen G in the trenches. One member of GK, one member of T1. The body starts to get moving and active, and Stallions have made a massive wrap because the zone's gone huge. It's dragged all the way across, and Lazy's going to be behind everybody and gets active to drop Shifty.
Oh my God, he has so much patience. He watches both of them go ahead of them. Eventually he'll get found out by Lennon though, gets dropped. That's going to be GK eliminated. Now you have Novo and Stallions. They have to start to battle it out as well. Cluster goes up in over the top, but you can see for Novo, it's been such a good game for them. They wipe the Stallions. We are now into the top 5, 1.4 secured.
I love the idea from the Stallions getting the move early. Novo are already here. The problem is that they're now down to just the one player. Played stands tall for them, but Lennon will not. The Gen G game's dead as well. Gen G, they're done. Not many points on the board at all. A tough one here to kick off Rebirth Island. Twisted Minds have found themselves at the top, but it's actually PBJ with the full 3 in the belly of Industries.
All they have to do is just not get isolated. If all 3 members of PBJ can stay up, that would be huge. But look where the zone pulls. It's going to force everybody out of this Industries area. Believe on that backside, trying to make this early rotation, cuts down Blade. That's another team eliminated. These players are looking at the top right. They're doing the math. They're saying, wait a second here. The numbers aren't adding up. The numbers, Mason, where are they? As you're now realizing that you might be the only team of 3 up. Shots on that top helipad side. Almond will cut down Vortex, and Believe finds Spam, and just like that, you actually bring this back into a 3v3 thanks to her Herculean effort coming on in. Shifty, Almond, blast up. You find 2 members of PBJ, and just like that, it was PBJ's game to lose. Now it's a 3v1, and Twisted Minds come back from the grave to secure the win.
Yeah, not the best.
GG's where first match भी ये लोग ही निकाले, second match भी ये लोग ही निकाले.
Nice. Looking to get them out of the factory. Almond plays spoiler, sets himself up around the anchor, lets not only his boys back into fight, but drags the pressure away. From there, they can build themselves into the rest of the map, and that's why we see them in the late stages. Great execution in the end. They rotate early. Almond on that flank, clears out the helipad, and then you have the high ground and all the power that comes with it. So great stuff. Again, this is their best map currently. They've had turmoil, they've had issues. Those have been very public, but they are still a solid Rebirth side all the same. And considering that they were already having a pretty solid Havens Hollow, that map should shift them right up the standings. They'll be feeling pretty.
Yeah, they are going to be feeling A-okay after that. You can see already a little cool, a little calm, a little collected here. Gen G having some talks maybe after that game as well. Players, I think, just maybe taking a little bit of a breath here after that first game of Rebirth Island and look at a chance, you know, maybe recenter themselves if they need. And for some of these teams, they definitely need it there. I mean, we got to take a little bit of a look at it. We get to this moment where it's Almond. You can see here with this zone pull, he made that play all the way back to the buy station on the courtyard, and now he's going to be able to find those kills. Let's take a little bit of a look and listen in at the end of that game.
On the board, what'd I say? Good shit, man. Really good job. So fuck, I'm talking about, bro. I'm gonna say Gen Z got wiped hella early, and no one took it.
We hear it come through there on the board, getting, feeling good about themselves right now. We've talked a lot about the comms issues that these guys have had at points. There's still a little bit of the chemistry in terms of pacing issue that we saw. We see it again in Haven's Hollow, but they are very comfortable here in Paris. There are no dangers, for them thus far, and there are no strangers to the main stage. So they're fine. They're doing their thing right now, and that'll put them in a position to move on through to Sunday should they continue on this path.
Yeah, I mean, really fantastic play there from Allman to be able to do that. But PBJ, they had all of that bottom industry side, man. It was like you saw them, they were clearing it out. You saw Believe had the right idea, just kind of maybe take that wide wrap, but just at the end of the day, it kind of gets away from them, I feel like.
Well, this is where Allman does a great job because he recognizes something. He understands that zone could pull either towards the north, south, east, west, and he's trying to put himself in a spot to rotate very early. When it pulls back inland, he wraps the helicopter side, drops that vortex up high, and then he's got the look over and sets up for his team. So great stuff from him.
Well, hey, we're going to go ahead and hear from one of those players already in an interview. Let's go ahead and see what they have to say.
I can speak good.
All right, everybody, show some love to Ravens Esports out there. I got Nason with me on the main stage. Nason, I mean, you guys come out and pick up where you left off at from the last major. You come in, you win in map number 1. How did it feel to start the day off right?
It feels good to win the first game of this tournament. Amazing tournament too. So yeah.
I know it felt good, and you guys look good up there, feeling comfortable right now. 3 games down so far. Are you guys just going to keep doing what you've been doing over the next 3 maps, or what you guys want to change going into the second half?
Yeah, we're going to play the same, maybe another top 1, I hope. And yeah, that's it.
And that's it. Now, this is you got the hometown crowd in your favor. One of the top French teams out there, the top French team out there. Anything you want to say to these fans out there, even at the halfway point, and you can speak in French?
Merci tous les frères d'être venus. Je vous aime trop. Vous êtes mes frères. Tout le monde, tous les Français, les gars. Vous êtes les meilleurs. Merci pour tout.
All right, guys, you heard it here from Nason. Yo, give him a round of applause, everybody. This is just the halfway point of the tournament. Still a lot more Warzone to play.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
All right, I'm Goj, this is Seymour, and we are here to talk about EWC Play app, folks. It is brand new. It is so dang cool. Going on for a couple weeks. Get a chance to earn $300,000 in total prize pool by locking in your pick'ems. Seymour, you got to walk us through how this works here for Call of Duty Warzone.
Well, once you download the app, of course, you're going to want to create an account. Once you create an account, you head to the play button in the middle, and it'll bring up Warzone. You got your groups for the day. It only locks in for the day that we're going to be watching. Today is day 1. It's our group stage. We got A and B, and you want to make sure you don't just pick your favorite teams, but you pick the best teams to win, because it adds up.
It adds up. You're able to actually do pick'ems for every single game that's happening every single day, and it's important that you log in each day in order to lock in those pick'ems and hopefully earn some of that overall prize pool. $300,000 in total prize pool, folks. It's a ton. Now, as we get into day 1 here with the Warzone Resurgence Series Championship at EWC, talk to me. What are you locking in for your first pick'em, Seymour? Come on. It's Group A to start.
I mean, Group A. I've been rocking with T1. Everybody's like, who do you got winning? I've been rocking with the T1 squad.
Okay.
You got Twisted Minds, Ravens. Everybody is going to be vying for that championship, so it's going to be hard to really say who wins on the day, but I got my favorites. I'm sure chat has their favorites.
Listen, folks, anybody can win Warzone Resurgence Series Championship, okay? And anybody can win the first match of Group A on day one. We got a long competition, so go lock in your pick'ems now. Again, EWC Play app, this is download for free everywhere. iOS, Android, Google Play Store, everywhere you can get your hands on that app. Go download it right now, log in, lock in your pick'ems. Seymour, it's going to be a great day today, and hopefully chat's able to win some of that prize pool if you lock in the correct pick'ems. We will see you out there for the Warzone Resurgence Series Championship. Good luck in your pick'ems.
Seymour with the solid pickups too in regards to T1. He was able to perform well. By the way, if you are currently joining, don't forget to join the Esports Foundation Creator Program. You'll get a chance to go there, sign up, and just earn rewards by live streaming to your community. And there's some amazing rewards that a lot of people have been joining. Make sure you scan that QR code, join the Esports Foundation Creator Program, and we might end up interviewing you on the final day. We've gotten a chance to interview a couple people in previous weeks, but let's get back to Warzone because Seymour, T1, heck man, that was a hell of a pick to start off with. Thanks for joining us, by the way, Miles, Seymour, none other than Shift, and myself, the 7WG. How are you feeling so far about the T1 pick?
Feeling good. I mean, they look fantastic. You're getting some final circles out of them. They're making some right calls, especially off their drops. You see Spams turning up for his Rookie of the Year tournament. And, I mean, I couldn't be happier. I think a lot of people are going to be happy with their pick'ems. Twisted Mind's having a great day. Ravens are having a great day. T1, I think all the teams that are expected to perform in Group A are performing.
Yeah, Twisted Minds.
No stinkers. It's what we love to see at a top-level tournament.
Twisted Minds, talking about that squad. I mean, especially this last game, being able to actually come out with the win. But the first two games, they were still able to put up good points, too. First game, second place.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see the top teams when the ending circle is on their drop spot. They're going to finish in the top 5 without question. For me, it's just their ability to regain in that last drop. Because in map 2, they were not able to successfully do that. So to be able to find a position to get kills, get into a position to get to a final circle, and then find a way to finesse it to win it against teams that are already set up is really, really impressive. And that checks all the boxes in terms of things you want to see for a team to win a championship.
Hey, you got to do this again and again and again and again and again. Consistency, the name of the game right now. And hey, we like what we've seen. Top placements, a couple of good, big scoring games. And again, to go back to the rookie conversation, we're seeing solid performances about these kids on their very first tournaments. And this is exactly what you want at the biggest competition of the year.
And I think even, like, you talk about EWC just in the pressure, you got the crowd, you got rookies literally turning up to probably one of the hardest Warzone tournaments you could play. So to see them perform is a big deal.
Yeah, and I think just kind of on top of that, some of the teams that we expect to do well have done well, but we had a couple of teams that I know that, like, in the green room were chatting about saying, like, let's see what happens. Eclectic is one of those teams that everyone's sitting there saying, hey, they're trending, they're doing really well online, didn't have a great time in their most recent LAN. So far, they've been dropping some deuces. I'm not talking like deuces. They're dropping the number 2 right now all over these lobbies. They're not looking very good. Not looking very good.
Yeah, the team. One team that you actually thought was going to not be doing well, wasn't it, Raven? By the way, I can vouch for before we even talk about that. I can vouch. That ball was flat as heck, brother.
Thank you.
That's why I gave it to you.
I appreciate that. That was a little self-sabotage on your part, but I'm here for it. No, those that saw me last year, I get on this desk and I make a hot take. So far, Ravens have made me look stupid. They're killing like no one else right now. They're still at the top of the leaderboard simply based on the amount of kills that they can find. The big question mark is going to be, can they get to those final circles and put themselves in a position to win? Yes, they did it in map number 1, but that was because the final circle was their opening circle. So that's going to be my big question mark for them. Right now, they're looking good for a top 5 in the group, though, at least.
Top 5 in the group is good enough. Great spot to be in. But you said early starts are really good, nice early kills, but it's the late game where we're seeing the top teams. They're the ones with positional advantage. Depends on where the circles are going. And so far, it feels like every circle's been a fun one. Again, I'm going off the excitement levels of the casters right now and then. Every single time we see a pool, like, it's ball north, we're going south. I'm like, yeah, boys, hell yeah. Can't wait to see where this one goes next. But this is the thing, man. I mean, Warzone is one game, and that late game is a whole different beast. So excited to see what happens.
And I mean, who would have ever thought that Haven's Hollow second map is going to pull all the way out into the water?
Actually.
You're getting some good reads from the IGLs, though. I think that especially Rebirth Island map 1 for Twisted Minds to read the pull towards the top of the hill. You take out Novo, you kind of uproot them from that power position. It's an easy win from a lot of these teams who are veterans, champions. They're going to know exactly how to read these circles. And when you have day 1 teams already playing on point like that, like, this is what you expect from Twisted Minds. It's what I want to see from teams like Eclectic or teams like Novo as well.
And what's one team, like we're expecting this out of Twisted Minds. What's one team that has maybe surprised you? I know you mentioned one already, but what's another one, especially going into the last 3 games of day 1 for groups for Group A?
Look, I'll throw a random name out there. Team Stallions have been finishing in the top 10 in all 3 of their maps.
That's a good call.
They need to kill better. That's just what it comes down to. They're placing well. They need to kill better, though, as we look at our standings here.
Raven Esports there at the top with those 62 points. T1, don't forget that top 5 at the end of tomorrow for the Group A and Group B that will be moving on to match point finals. The bottom 3 will end up getting eliminated and their keys crushed. But I mean, Twisted Minds, we got a chance to talk about it. GK Esports as well with 51 points.
I mean, my great surprise though, Team Heretics, the thunder from down under. I don't know what the Spanish is for vamos. I don't know what the Australian is for vamos. But these boys have really impressed. Zeppa, true vet, man, a true vet of the scene, and finding success here early on.
GK, 35 of their kills came in the last 2 maps.
Nice.
That's just going to show that, and I know that the casters have been talking about it a lot. Placement doesn't matter as much anymore when you don't deal with multipliers of 1.6 for top 5 and 2 times for the first spot. It's all about putting yourself in a position to get kills early. Yes, of course, at the end of this whole thing, you need to win a lobby. But right now, it's all about kill participation, and GK and Ravens have shown that you put the good numbers up there, you're going to be on top of the standings.
I think you're looking at an average of about 11 to 14 kills in a game, depending on your placement style. So it's to see a team get to the final circle, it's definitely not going to be enough. And you kind of see it with like VP, Vitality, they're towards the bottom. I think those are 2 teams. Gen G as well, you can say in 9th place. You expect them to be at the top of these standings, and that just hasn't been what their year has looked like. They've had some poor land placements. They've had some performances that are questionable. So to see them turn up to EWC again, it's just raising those red flags for these squads where they got to turn up in the back half.
Are you raising, or are you like waving it really hard though?
Well, that's a very personal question. It's a very personal question.
What are we talking about?
A bit of a surprise in the bottom 3. They're eclectic. There's talk backstage. The cast is saying that these guys should be way up there based on recent performance. Scrim's very, very good. So a little bit of time still to turn that around. But you're getting into the danger zone. You know, we're coming up on game 4. This is only going to get harder. And that is not what she said here.
Okay, well, we're looking at the today's schedule right now. Rebirth Island's going to be coming out. Fortune Skeeve there for game 5 and game 6. But with Twisted Minds, I mean, I'm hoping that this kind of form is going to continue with this squad. And if I'm not mistaken, game 1, I think it might be incorrect. It might have been Raven Esports that actually ended up getting the win on that first game. Twisted Minds did end up getting 2nd place, but I do want to hear what Twisted Minds got to say in this interview.
All right, this is Goj. I've got Blast. They just came off of game 3 win, Rebirth Island. Blast, that's got to feel insane, right?
Always winning on LAN and a BR is, always nice because, it's like pretty much how to convert to search and destroy. You could have to value your life, and then when you come out on top, it's always a good feeling.
In general, there's been a lot of chatter around Twisted Minds. You're representing an org that is trying to back-to-back win right now, but it's a different team, almost entirely, right? And you're joining Almond. This has been a really big switch for the people at home that maybe haven't been paying attention to all the drama. In a couple words, why did you want to join Twisted Minds?
I would say more of just pacing factors. Like, I came from multiplayer, so I would say multiplayer fundamentals apply to Warzone, especially for fighting. And Shifty has the same ideology of how to take fights, play a certain way. And me and him pretty much have the same agreement towards pretty much everything. So it was like a no-brainer. And Shifty, the Warzone Go, and then Ben, the best IGL. You won EWC last year, so who can say no to that?
He's one of the most winningest players of all time. So many of these players are, but big congratulations to you guys. First 3 games, quick final hit. Things are going well. How does that feel amidst all the chaos of the last couple scrims and leading up to today?
Yeah, we had a little bad, stints and scrims, I would say, leading up to EWC, but there was a lot of factors. I mean, people that don't know, I scrimmed for probably about almost 2 weeks and 95 degrees in my room because my AC went out in southern Texas. So, I was going clinically insane, but we're also, I would say, a better LAN team than online team. So, I mean, end of the day, scrims are you're not supposed to win every scrim. You play scrims to get better, so you want to find your flaws and correct them.
Cool. That's Blast. Twisted Minds just won game 3, a quarter of the way done through group stages, half of the way done today, man. Good luck.
Thank you.
Cheers.
halfway through our first day here for Group A. 3 maps done and dusted, 3 more to go. Great words from Blast there after coming off that win. Yep. And obviously Twisted Minds currently sitting in 3rd overall in the lobby here after these first 3 games. Would love to be able to continue that trend and possibly end day number 1 top of the board.
No, yeah, most certainly. It's been impressive from them. Obviously, they get a relatively mixed bag on Haven's Hollow, but honestly, their average placing is fantastic right now. You're talking just over 3rd, and that is tying up with lobby leaders T1 in placing. So, yeah, great stuff out of them in terms of getting to those late circles. Continue that trend, and you'll be seeing yourselves through to Sunday with very little issue. Another team in the top 5 that are quite stunning in terms of the metrics side of the game. They are sitting in 5th. It is your team Heretics. Thunder from Down Under, says Miles. Currently rocking 44 kills. Their average placing is 10th. I don't think I've ever seen a team with an average placing of 10th in the top 5 of anything. So ridiculous for these guys. If they can figure out a rotation or 2, they're a real dark horse in this one.
Oh, well, Team Heretics, they're going to be the cutoff right now for that top 5, just being 0.4 points of the Italians and Team Novo. Bottom of the leaderboard, we saw it there in the break there. Eclectic, FaZe Clan, and First Squad. They need to do better if they want to try and get out of that bottom trenches and at least into that middle pack to make it to the survival stage. We still have 3 more games to play, a second map of Rebirth Island before we get ready to head on to the newest addition to Call of Duty Warzone Esports, Fortune's Keep. So let's get ready. Let's hop on into it. It was battles at Control. It was battles at Chem. Let's see what map number 2 here on Rebirth Island, map number 4 overall, will deliver us here today.
I think an overlooked story potentially as well about that last map. Top scorer across the entire map, Novo. We saw them win that Control fight very early. 3-team contest in that direction. But if you do get the Control Center building, you hold the more important buy station and cut off so many rotations for teams around you. So if they can repeat that, that will jettison them right up the board. But all the teams now saying their hopes, their prayers, and flying into the skies of the island.
All right, let's get ready. You can see players locking on in and just trying to shrug it off. You had a nice little bit of a break here, but here we go. What will this map bring us? Get ready to hop on in. Take a little bit of a look at Twisted Minds after that win down here at Factory. You're actually getting this for free, Enigma. No contests here today. Kind of why we saw them make some of those early rotations, early movement in that last map. Started kind of flirting on up here a little bit with the Ravens, but it's actually going to be maybe a float on over towards Living where they think they can get a little bit active against Vitality.
Novo at the control center. Of course, Novo are back. FaZe instantly applying pressure. We thought Novo might decide to contest the boat against Virtus Pro. Instead, they fancy the FaZe fight more, and you can see why. FaZe towards the bottom of our board. This control fight for them, crucial to really get their afternoon going. Entire tournament here at the Esports World Cup. Dizzy does well to stay alive. Might actually get some blessed timing. Well, while he does get dropped, we've actually got Clamp in for the trade as well. So it does great work considering the circumstances that he was in. And now that gives you the parity in the fight, but look at VP. They're sending the boys over. They're sniffing the opportunity to third party this.
Love this. This is exactly out of the VP playbook. You got Destroy and Grimy working together. It's the boys. You can see they open it up. They find Clamp, and it's a full kill there as they're starting to work some of these teams around the map. DK, they're going to leave one player up on top of the water power, and Eclectic down below in the showers. Going to maybe go ahead, turn it on, scrub the soap out of their eyes because they need to clean up their act if they want to try and jump up the leaderboard. Stukex, MK in hand off the deck. Just trying to see if anybody's going to make a play towards this buy station. And, yep, patience is a virtue. We'll be able to catch Zanks.
Incredibly important for the Eclectic boys to get going. This is by far their best map. They've been really solid in recent scrims, but this is the one that they have been a real force on. And it's because they hold this water tower side. The fact that Geeky are ripping it away is just causing them so many issues. So great stuff out of the German-Austrian lineup. Stallions. Yes, we're seeing them in the late circles. Yes, they could definitely do with more kills. PBJ won't be an easy side to take down. They're more than happy to play death ball, to rotate only after the fights are finished. And Praise right now just trying to squeeze forward and set up some more engagements. And there comes the first trade, though is in, kind of, comes from elsewhere in the end, but that won't matter, won't care at all. You get the kill.
Ooh, and look at that. You see the tap almost come on through, but you see Jawad on the other side, and, well, you actually don't even need to go for it. So a little bit of line here, but look who's kind of started maybe flirt with some of this action. It's one of these members of Vitality. who's looking to make their way on through. Down here at the turbine, the water battles continue to rage. Teeny into the water, will continue firing, and almost gets the kill, but Reaper, he's gonna turn around, bring the damage right back onto him. This is something that we see time and time again, right? You get thrown into a blender early, you splash on into this outside area, and you maybe just go hunting like a shark to find those kills. A couple different areas, though, continuing to kick up the action as Ravens have made their way into prison.
Yeah, Nielsen will have Geeky and Eclectic for company. Zank down low, that's the anchor. Nielsen's trying to sniff him out. You find that kill, and often the card tower shall fall, but right now, not really actually finding the engagements that you wish if you are this French lineup. Might get awful timing on Geeky, who are just dropping into the lower side of prison, and Nielsen will hear a stim pop off nearby. Where is that? How's it located? Either way, the jostle, the back and the forth, the shifting through the layers of prison. Gunfights will start to ensue, and well, they're already underway here at Chem.
Aiden, nice little shimmy in the window, drops the smokes, think that he can maybe reposition, just not going to be enough. This is against the H1 squad. As Ivy Fire is going to be the one to bring down Aiden and get the full. That's going to leave just 2 members from Gen G having to scurry their way to other parts of Chem. You can see Gabe towards the top. He gets a little bit of a sense that one of these H1 players is going to be checking that outside plat area. Go ahead and drop on down. But H1, they know that they've been able to split up Gen G here. You get one dropped, but oh my God! Gabe Kuhn! We know him, we love him. We see this time and time again. It's a nice little 1v2. You stem the tides of the push from H1. You get a couple more kills on the board, but more importantly, you drop the timer on your teammates, get them back into the action.
You see moments like that, and you understand why Gen G have actually shifted him to the back line. Gotta stay up in the fight. Need something to really cut you through and get that timer down. Now Gabe Kuhn with the 2-piece just means the boys are back into the skies and actually gains control of Chemical. So my God, Aiden and Lennon now as they try and play clean up, and Lennon gets some insane timing to get in behind Cornel. You will eventually push out so much space, and hopefully this is the foundation for a far better rebirth here for Gen G.
Yeah, it's like I think they see this most wanted on the top of Gabe Kuhn, and they think that maybe for some reason Gabe's alone. Nope, not going to be the case. Lennon from down below. It's Kudley. He's the only one up here, but Shifty's kind of lurking around here as well. You have to be careful. He pops on up. He cuts down Aiden, and he's continuing to rip, getting in this damage. Lennon's got to back on up, get the plates back on through. Can he manage to stay alive? Decky has come to try and play spoiler on this outside, but you just fed an extra point to Shifty himself. Shifty basically said, I'm bored. Let me go ahead. Let me get active. Let me get this gun hot because we need to be top of that leaderboard.
Yeah, he's pushed out far here. Again, a free life, essentially. The whole game plan is that Shifty goes on the hunt because you've got the space over factory control by your anchor. That will allow your loadout to be protected, and you'll land back in on it should you run into any troubles. Gabe Kuhn and the Gen G fellas will rotate back towards Chem, figure a different path through towards the circle. Second Living, Stallions, PBJ, and FaZe are all here. FaZe in trouble. This has been a torrid time for them so far in this tournament. Must come alive, but it's not likely that the Stallions will give them any room to breathe in here. PBJ, you can see they're on the hunt as well here in green.
Vitality's also looking to maybe get a little bit part of this action as the battle at green will continue to rage on. J-Vela down below, you kept one running, and there you go. Stallions taken out of this lobby. But that doesn't mean that you have time to breathe if you are PBJ. You still have a couple other squads around you like FaZe and Vitality who might look to get active. Gen G making their way out of Chem. They find themselves here at the bottom of prison, just on the outside. A couple of shots will back down the players from above, buy you the space that you need. Geeky will be on that outside. Aiden gets eyes onto Decky. This could be a huge kill to ensure that you cut down the forces of Geeky.
Gabe trapped between a rock and a hard place, very much so. He will get the initial fight with Decky, but it's just a bait and a switch, but Lace doesn't do enough. Gabe, what are you doing? Another 2-piece. 6 kills now for the man. And we talk about why he is seen as one of the best frags in the game, but another example of why when you step him into the back line and Gen G need him the most, he stands tall and keeps you going.
If I had $1 for every double kill we've seen out of Gabe Kuhn, well, I'd have $2, and that's not a lot. But it's weird that it's happened twice.
In quick succession, too. Fast example of how Gen G have built themselves into actually being a threat here at LAN for all the turmoil that they've gone through this year, all the trials and tribulations. They'll now hold out in the prison courtyard. Eclectic aren't gone just yet, though. Keybase, he plays forward, tries to catch the timing on Gabe Kuhn. Aiden was there to swat him away. Gabe Kuhn felt like he left a little bit of something at the buy station. UAV is going to go up. Keybase finished anyway. The rotation isn't clean. Likely a dive into prison here to shout yourself from the players above.
Yeah, this is a huge moment for this advanced UAV for Gen G. This is going to give them all the information they need of how they can push their way forward. How can you carve a path? Because you can see that with that information, they take down Mati. That's going to be FaZe Clan. And now they know that these members of GK are going to be hanging out around here. And you can kind of play a little bit more defensive if you are Gen G. Aiden, he's going to lead the line, send some shots down on range. You hear Freddy on the outside, though, and that's Athletic taken out of the lobby.
The sync is just gorgeous from them right now. Lennon and Aiden are just chopping players down in mass. Aiden gets the coverage, flies on forward, picks up Stukex. It's about 8 bodies in a row for the duo. We talk about Gabe Kuhn as the fragger, but as a two-headed dragon, these boys are cutting apart all of their opposition, and he ain't done. Lennon pops the hip fire, drops Keybase, and you are holding so much of this western side of the map.
Hey, so much talk about Shifty and Z-Smith, you know, as obviously as champions, but guess what? We gotta talk about Aiden. You can't ever forget how important he was to that Twisted Minds roster, and you're starting to see why a lot of the community has faith into Gen G into getting it done. Let's take a breather. Let's take a look at where that zone is pulling. It's going to sit around this headquarters living kind of side, and we get a nice little look, lay of the land of where these teams are, and they have to gain this positioning now because you can see Resurgence starting to end.
PBJ out, Athletic out, a lot of bodies starting to fall. Lack of mass here on Rebirth Island. It had you a hell of a lot of gunfights early, but once it comes to rotation time and the Resurgence is disabled, it all spells death sentences for those who begin to move late. Taking a quick look here at where some of these teams are set up. Ravens are typically in that headquarters spot. He's here, huge play. If he can control the prison rooftop, it allows his 2 boys down below to play clean up on anything that tries to move that will be lacking in bodies if you're everyone except for that Gen G side.
Listen, we've seen time and time again, year over year on this map, the player that can control this headquarters tower can sometimes just be a real nuisance to everybody else on the map, right? You're gonna have no opportunity to just kind of play on this outside. And so for Ravens, this is a great positioning they love to be in. So you can see, it's just needs. And listen, this MXR, it might have got a little bit nerfed in that Season 5 patch that we had last week. It still rips, it's still shooting. But as you can see, as they start moving a little bit forward, Gen G, they're starting to get active. We did a listen in with them, and it was a little bit calm. I have to imagine that it's not nearly as calm in this map. Let's go ahead, let's see how the boys are feeling.
I'm going basement, basement.
There's one in Grandma's, in third story.
Oh, the basement? Go basement.
I can burn more smokes too, okay?
Here's another muni too, another muni. Yeah, for stims. We got loads of stims, butter. Okay.
We can buy another PA if we need. No. I think we just get into fucking Grandpa's.
Now?
Yeah. Up. I'm in bottom.
I'm here. I'm just play. Hello. Ready. Hello me now. Just literally sit here and don't give nothing.
I'm low. Yeah.
I want to grab a DC.
We're gonna have to go low left.
Do you want to go like...
I think I hear him wall bouncing down there.
We have
low. My gear full, hold up.
Don't speak.
Dead.
Nice. Yo, they're gonna be like...
I don't have any stims.
On this!
On. Yep. That's all.
Behind.
One shot. TSG.
Oh my God, Gen G, they are looking good, but it's the Ravens spoiling such a good map out of them.
Honestly, there's so much I want to say that was great about their comms and their play style, but Nearson pops a 3-piece, hits takeover, and gets so many points on the board. Now going to use the stims, just try and keep himself up as much as possible, avoid any attention, let the circle squeeze, and hope to get top 5, and you get there. The Frenchmen are on fire here in Paris.
Well, obviously Nearson's making that happen up towards the top. We got to take a look at green and a couple of these teams that are still alive. Twisted Minds, Virtus Pro, battling for cover here, while you still have a number of squads elsewhere. Blast will finally take down Nearson, and that will put you into the top 4 here. But this is going to be a battle as the zone will continue to pull away and force some movement through this 10th side. Decky from GK, he's going to be able to find Destroy, and this is going to cause VP. They got to pause for a moment here, but they're getting cut down. They're getting shot from too many areas.
Decky's just going to try and wall bang. Nade's going up over the top. Stukex is repositioned on the outside. So often the anchor that has to sit in a spot to cover his boys and will get there. Oh man, he will not win that gunfight initially. Vortex on the drop. Blaster did at least clean that one. The Noble lay claim to the souls of Twisted Minds. We will see a 3
V2v2 with Virtus Pro in commanding position.
It's the Italian veteran Vortex. He's coming alive in Blade. He's going to go huge for the team. The two Italians, they're still here as they're going to battle Virtus Pro. Slides on out. Destroy is dead. You just need one more. Grimy! He's able to find them. Virtus Pro with another map win.
Good play, good play.
Incredible stuff there towards the end. It felt like Novo had turned the tide, flipped the screw just in the right moment. One of those engagements that they love all around each other. It's a death ball, even outnumbered, even outgunned. That's where they stand up very well. But it will be Virtus Pro and Grimy yet again going big and ensuring that this team march ever closer to those Sunday finals. So many teams have talked about it. Yes, they have an insane ceiling. Sometimes their floor can undo them. We're not seeing any evidence of it still remaining here at the Esports World Cup.
4 games played. Virtus Pro have taken 2 of them. You want a way to ensure that you're in that top 5. Winning 2 games with 1.6, and we know they always have a solid amount of kills. It's a hell of a way to make sure that you're going to be in that conversation. They do not want to have to play that survival stage. But let's take a look at just some of these ending moments there, Enigma, because I honestly thought Novo had it wrapped. They're in such a good positioning. They're finding the right kills, but it's right here. Dude, it's Grimy. It's that little bit of a shake. It's a 2-piece. I mean, that's just what we kind of come to expect from that young man.
Is the reposition off the top into the G slide. The initial player who gets dropped makes the commies up high. By the time the aim's adjusted, Grimy's already going one way down low, and then he checks back onto his right leg, just shifts the balance in the gunfight, and it just doesn't give the Novo players enough time to react. And all 3 of those boys are shooters, by the way, just to show the ceiling why everybody keeps bringing Grimy's name up through this year and where his career could take him.
How many 2-pieces did we see in that map, dog? Oh, no. There was a lot. There was a lot of 2-pieces from everybody in that map. This is crazy, but we got to go ahead and take a little breather here as we get ready to head on into Fortune's Keep. So stay locked in, ladies and gentlemen, because we got 2 more maps here to round out Group A.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
How you feeling kicking this tournament off so far?
Oh man, listen, I am loving it right now. I'm loving the drama, right? We've seen Ravens kind of putting BTA to Twisted Minds, and you know, a little side scoop here. Okay. Twisted Minds said that Ravens Esports has never killed them on LAN. They might have been lying. They said that, and they're like, "Oh, we're gonna go out and we're gonna destroy them." And it's not looking like it. Ravens is looking dominant right now. I can't lie.
I mean, they looking really dominant, picking off where they left off, okay, from the last LAN tournament that we had. Now, so far, and especially going into these next few maps, who needs to step it up, all right? Because we also got our 3 defending world champions in Group A. Who are you expecting to turn up in the second half?
Yeah, for me, I think I want to see a little bit more out of Vitality. They have an ex-champion, right, from last year. They normally struggle to get kills, but the thing is, those guys are so good. I don't know if it's a pacing issue. I need to see them step up. I don't know exactly where they're at, but I know they're on the right side, I believe, of the leaderboard, so bottom 8. They are not in the top 5 right now, so I want to see them go a little bit crazier.
Yeah, they definitely do got to go a little bit crazy. They start to pick it up towards the back end, but they need more than that. It's all about getting into that top 5, getting qualified for Sunday. You don't want to go through that survival stage. And as a former player, you know about the pressures that is on the stage to be at the bottom, to be on the come up. So for the Warzone players out there who want to make it to the stage, who want to make it to EWC, what tips can you get it on to be on top of their game?
Hey, man, listen, if you got it, you got it. I'm a firm believer that if you are good good at the game, you will make it to the top. The only advice I would say is get into as many tournaments as possible and play as many as you can. I mean, right next to me, we have a 15-year-old Ketchup. He's quite literally the best player in the world. I'm not gonna lie, better than all these guys. And he got known by just playing in tournaments and going crazy. So I got Sariel. He came in, qualified for both Atlanta and Birmingham through console. And people say, oh, you can't do it in console. That man did it. So my advice, man, is don't make excuse for yourself. Grind as much as you can. Even if you're on console, you can do it too. And if you got it, you got it.
If you got it, you got it. I don't know, guys. I got a little bit of chills after that one. Make sure you guys check out Raposa's watch party. Go talk to Ketchup. Go talk to Biffle and hang out with the boys. We'll see you guys in a bit.
If you got it, you got it. Damn right. And right now, VP definitely got it. They have won twice out of 4 matches. This squad is just looking unstoppable right now.
And they're winning their ones at the end. That's the biggest thing in COD. You got to win your ones. So seeing them find not just the finesse to get to the top, but dominate in the kill tally, really strong rise to the top here for VP.
Yeah, that's what you love to see, especially day one. You don't want to have any jitters. Let's talk about some players, though, because I saw Gen.G. Remember, before this match, they were on that second page of the leaderboard. This time around, Gabe Kuhn, come on, stepping it up. Then the whole squad, to be fair, the whole squad was putting up a bunch of eliminations, and it's good to see them starting to put up this kind of numbers.
Yeah, 20 kills, I think, in that last Robbie, the most recent one, which tied Novo, I think, actually, for the overall drop, which is big. But anytime you start to get to that 20 number, yeah, people are going to feel your presence on the map. Biggest thing about it is now we got to start getting those multipliers into play for Gen.G. They're finding great success at the kill feed, but it's all about finding ways to get their placement to help them boost those multipliers.
Baby steps, right?
Yeah, it's little by little.
You got to start somewhere there if you are currently Gen.G right now, getting those kills, making sure they start moving up on that leaderboard, making sure that they stay within striking range for the top 5. We're heading now into the final 2 matches here of Group A. Where is somewhere that you personally would want to see Gen.G at?
Yeah, it's tough to say because right now they feel like they're constantly getting contested off their drop spots. And that's, I think, just a big advocate for not only them staying alive and finding good kills, but trying to stay survivable as the game gets a little bit deeper is where they're struggling. So no matter where they end up finding themselves in, condition is going to be the biggest key to success as they want to try to get to that top 5 spot. You got to be able to put yourself in fighting condition in the final circle.
Let's see if they're going to have what it takes to get to that top 5 in this next 2 matches. Don't worry, though. They still have a whole day tomorrow as well. But, I mean, we would love to see them in the top 5. Let's see what's going to be happening in this final 2 matches.
Whew, great breakdown there from 7 and Shift. Speaking of Gen.G, a hot topic right now as you get ready to move on to Fortune's Keep, my man, because they have now snuck in to our top 5 to potentially be a team that will qualify to our match point Sunday, not have to play through that survival stage. So as we get ready to head on in, talk to me a little bit about how does Gen.G look on this Fortune's Keep map, because this is a new addition that we've had to our space.
I think what I've got to do is tip my hat to the changes recently that they made. Yes. We talked a lot about the ceiling that they potentially had and how Gabe is one of the straightest shooters that we have in the scene, but they were so often the floor when they would collapse, when they would have these patches of, okay, we've dropped out because we've lost a contest or because we've lost an early rotation. You're seeing how moving Gabe into the back line to keep them alive in those important moments is allowing them not only great placing and consistently here, they're averaging 6.8, but it's then also the amount of kills that they're mopping up once Aiden and Lennon feel comfortable and you have the pocket of space and they get moving. So, you know, they've been through, I mean, they have probably had 30 different drop spots through the year, 5 different role changes, multiple teammates. It's been a battle, but you get to land and you look at this and all of a sudden it feels like it's starting to pay off. We've got a ways to go, but this is increasing signs of a side that is all coming together at the right time.
2 more games needed. You would love to be able to sit comfortably in that top 5, but for Gen.G, you still have teams like T1, Vitality, Heretics, and Geek hot on your heels. So as we get ready to drop on in, it's going to be about who can execute the most here on these last final 2 maps for Group A here on the day before we get ready to shift gears and bring in Group B. But here we go, back on the keep, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready to drop on in. Fortune's Keep, primarily a more defensive side in map that we have seen. Usually actually less kills overall, so you have to super take advantage of the kills that you can get and really marry them up with that placement multiplier.
Yeah, a lot of sides are going to change things up depending on the zone. However, we get a relatively neutral one here. Sensors you like slightly pulls off towards the west, but not enough for anyone to make emergency changes. So it's the battle at the Keep versus Pro. Often a graveyard team, actually. Decided they want this, and so I guess the Ravens, King Chalk just catches Grimy by surprise, doesn't happen often.
We'll get that one for now, young man. Destroy, backs off. Doesn't get very far before King Chalk cleans him out too. So great work. Talked so often about Nielsen this year. This man grown in levels beyond belief.
Yeah, I mean, Nielsen has been a top-tier competitor, sometimes subbed in on Twisted Minds on some of those online events, some scrims, and still continued to look unreal. You've said it time and time again, potentially maybe, potentially a little bit of an audition this year for a certain French team next year, but we'll wait. We'll talk about that one later in the week. For Gen G, though, it's a fantastic map to jettison them up at the leaderboard. But now here at Winery, you can see already they have had to maybe stem the tides as they're trying to go against Vitality, a team that's kind of been known to run Winery lately.
Yeah, it's interesting as well, because usually this is a 3-team contest with Novo being amongst the mix. They've actually decided to go and play Lighthouse instead. Almost kind of third-party this, the same way you would the control ball with control. So, interesting strat. We'll see if it pays out for them. Either way, Skullfist going to be on the initial with Smith. You isolate Gabe Kuhn, obviously the anchor, so now the Gen G players having to scramble. One down in the tunnels. And they should now hand all this space to Vitality, but they're not done yet. They're on the hunt.
I like the patience from Skull. The nade is actually come on through, and he's going to find a good timing there. Slides on out. Unfortunately, will get traded on out. Thankfully, you got Smitty there. Just on a nice little off angle to cut you on down. Rez will come through, so nice little bit of a timing there from Vitality to make sure that that fight goes nice and clean your way. You don't want to lose a player in that mix and all of a sudden take a timer hit just for no reason.
Yeah, a lot of teams here in town. H1, of course, on our screens. You also have DK, CT Gaming, as well as the recovering PBJ and First Squad. So all about those battles. DK, this is an area where they have improved massively recently, putting themselves in drop spots, but it's just about players like Lays getting active. He never looks better than when it essentially feels like multiplayer, when he's in and out of engagements over and over again. It's helped lift them from a team that no one considered coming into this tournament to a real dark horse, but you do have CT above you, and all three players are here.
Oh, and CT, I gotta give them some credit. They have looked really good from this sort of overlooked side of the map. Vita, he's gonna have to maybe play a little bit of defense here as he drops on down. You have Lays on the hunt here. You're throwing some shimmies behind the truck, and your teammate's gonna back you on up. A little bit of hesitance, great play-by-play there from Geeke, just to back down some of those members of CT Game.
Back to the keep we go. Ravens, VP. King Chalk's on 3. Does have the cluster available to him if he wants to take any space. Doesn't know necessarily that Destroy's off to his left, so Destroy could catch a timing here, set up a pitch potentially with Grimy, aim to play trades. He lays in wait.
Oh, Grimy thinks he has the first shot, and it was looking good, but King Chalk has the shots just a little bit too straight. That'll put number 4 on the board for him, and he's on the hunt right now. Destroy is going to use that underneath this. Oh, just go ahead. Back on up here. Still in zone. Nielsen will get found out from Adrian from above here. So you have a number of these squads that, as long as the keep is going to be in zone, it's enough space that they can keep just flying back on in and just get a little bit lost, get your guns, continue to be guns up and find these kills.
A lot of teams will just do this. Mop up as many points as they can, then at some point, call it a draw, disappear off into their own rotations. Set themselves up for later circles. Cheers for the points, fellas. I'll go and get my multiplier out of it. Phaser here. Keep has been a slaying ground for them in recent times. He's will want that one back. Felt like a gimme. We'll get one of the VP players just slipping out the window. He's trying to find a pocket, a bit of space here that will make Nielsen feel more comfortable about getting aggressive, but he's one of the best in the world at this. Tuck himself off into a corner, spring into a life for a 2-piece, turn the tide, and get Ravens on the front foot again.
Just looking at our kill feed here, you can see Teeny, he is finding some kills across the board. Eclectic is finding some kills on the other side of the map. A lot of action happening elsewhere. You can see also, just on the outside of this mini-map, as they start to spin around, a couple members of Vitality are starting to flex on up and maybe take a fight against Dizzy from FaZe there. Looks like they will be able to make that trade, so Vitality pushing forward to gain some space, and I like this play a lot. This rotation on a Winery is tough. So they're just trying to find any amount of space that they can just take for free, and it looks like both members have been able to do that. But we got to focus on this fight still here in the keep, because Ravens still finding themselves on the edge of the gun. FaZe Clan, you might have lost one, but you're still going to match up together to try and push back this Ravens Esports team.
KingShock does so well there. Should have been dropped in 2 different moments. The pre-fire initially to buy him space to retreat, and then the stim timing. It's preemptive. It's early. He knows he's going to take damage, so he gets it in as those first bullets hit, and that gives him the escape position. Oh, Shifty rounds the corner, just about gets helped out enough. There's out J Vela, a little bit of extra love there. Set yourselves up now inside the bell tower. Plasty sticks his head out just a little too long. Shifty's there for the trace. So back to your feet. And Shifty might do better than just yet. And Spawn protects. I tell you what, PBJ will be counting their lucky stars. But either way, Twisted have control over the entire northwest of this current circle from here through to Graveyard and the Spiral. They have got a lot of land, which now will allow them to loot up, play their contracts, and set themselves up for the later stages.
Yeah, you see some smokes coming in, a cluster strike as well, just to kind of provide a bit of cover for the time being. So Zone will continue to push. Now all these teams that we've been watching for so long play around the keep. They got to move. And T1, they kind of putting themselves in a great position here. I'm also looking over towards the Spiral, because they have their anchor sitting in that Spiral who can just kind of play their life, allow these 2 members from T1 to really get aggressive and try and farm as many of these kills as fast as possible, really.
The fire sale now being active means that all the teams want to play in for a buy station. With the situation here with Ravens, it's a case of, all right, well, not only do you have that actual pocket space, do you have the money? You're able to get an advance into the sky. If you can't do it in this moment, that'll allow you to just clear out this keep and get on the rotation south. You desperately need it. Desperation also the case for Eclectic. They need points. Seems like they're in a recovery situation over towards Cove. Zanx finds a little bit of foliage, lies down, says, boys, we gotta get ourselves going. Won't happen just yet. The Twisted Minds, they're on that rotation. Again, so much space right now. Omen's trying to time his PA. Just drop it on top of that wall. Get his boys covered over and moving forward.
So much action happening on the northern side and the southern side. But from east and west, there's almost nothing. It's like there's a giant band in the middle of the map that is just desolate. Nobody wants to play from there. Everybody getting pushed into these extra areas. We're coming to the end of zone number 3, and we're still only missing 2 teams.
We are indeed. This war is just going to keep going on here for the Ravens as they charge down now, almost left of FaZe Clan. Marty, desperate to stay up. He will take damage. Clamp and Dizzy are alive, though I don't think he's going to get the support in from them. They're elsewhere on the map. Marty's going to find a little bit of an angle here, just shifting himself around, making himself hard to track. Won't die just yet. Ravens are going to have to move with the gas. Don't have time to use their money at the buy station, realistically, not to set themselves up in the way they would like. Just a thorn in the side if you are Marty. Ecuadorian refusing to give this up.
Yeah, and Ravens, they have to clear this out in their back because they want to make sure that they can just be forward, guns up. Looking at the kill feed, though, I'm seeing potentially a Vitality White. Yes, confirmed. Vitality is gone from this lobby here on Fortune's Keep. Not able to make use of that winery side. The Twisted Minds, can you find the angle here? Shifty, he wants to get on top of this church side. Looking out across. You know you have a member from First Squad. It's got to be around here. It's going to be Reaper just holding an angle down below. You've gone wide if you are Twisted Minds. And now the things will continue to come to a screeching halt as Resurgence has been disabled and we are only missing 3 teams.
Everyone wants, usually it's top 5 at this point. It's going to actually be the top 10, the 1.2 multi. Stukek's going to touch ground. You might wish you hadn't just done that directly in front of the Heretics. They've drawn up a firing squad, a line literally in the sands here of Smuggler's Cove. And they're begging the Austrian and the German to run at it.
Well, Ravens continuing to be hot here in this game. Let's go ahead. Let's see how the Ravens are feeling with this listen in. Maybe not. I don't know. There's a PA that rips across. And just like that, Ravens maybe not expecting that, but a huge moment.
Problem for Spam and Disrupt is you're only at the gates, no buy station really within reach. Spam's the one with the money. He might make a desperation play, but honestly for them right now, it's just about avoiding trouble. Shifty gets tagged up from elsewhere. PA also hammers over the top. I think that was his, and that's what forced T1 out of position initially. Shifty will get back to his feet. Omen and Blast give him the coverage. now together as a 3, should be able to look out over everything mid-map once they've dealt with the players directly in front of them.
Yeah, this is really tough. Disrupt is down and is so close to maybe getting tapped for a res, but it's just maybe he found himself a little bit of a pocket. Spam is just saying, I don't know if I can come get you. Unfortunately for you, it's a rain of hellfire from above with a couple of Sentex from Almond that will give you that kill. Shifty, he senses blood in the water. It's a nice little slide out. You take them done, but FaZe Clan, they find Spam in the back, and that is going to be T1 making an exit. Resurgence is disabled, so all of these fights matter so much more as the zone continues to close in into the top 10. We are here with a 1.2 multiplier.
When we got a look at the zone there, the team's center match, that's Virtus Pro, set up in what could be win condition once we get there. Stone's throw away is going to be Novo. Gen G likely going to face pressure from them shortly. Aiden tries to make the buy for the PlayStation, even for the buy station. Doesn't have any money to spend just yet though. So if you are Lennon, you're trying to find a little bit of a gap to push your boys into. But also, got to worry about holding out. T1, they're back up as a full 3, so as you deal with Dizzy here, and there goes FaZe Clan, you attract the attention, but Lennon repositions well.
Yeah, it's a really good job from Len to be able to stay alive. You slide out, you find one, you play your life, you are still here. You have a couple of members, Twisted Minds, pushing forward. Lennon, he takes some early shots, yet again, still playing his life, still staying alive here. Twisted Minds, they have to be able to somehow make this cross. You've unfortunately lost a blast in this play. You still have one player out in the gas, that's going to be Almond sitting towards the top. You have VP on one side, you have Gen G on the other. I don't know how you make your way through.
Shifty's just going to patrol the outer walls here. Use this wall as a heady. The shots initially are glorious. In the background, the Eclectic team is done. Goodley and Co will make a mess of them. Shifty now just rotating, trying to use this wall to essentially shield his crossing, let him into a space that's going to allow Blasties to play on forward. And you're running up now against this Gen G side. And Almond's up above, and Almond's dealing out damage.
Oh my God, he's still able to find one. Lennon, you were able to make it happen once and even a second time, but third time, Almond will find the kill. In the back, Stallions are eliminated into the top 5. 1.4 multipliers here, but you got 2 members of Twisted, you got 2 members of Gen G, and on this other side, it's all 3 members of Virtus Pro still alive, looking to hold out some of the other members of this lobby.
Gen G are down beneath Almond still, so Shifty doesn't necessarily have protection here. It's going to be an awkward timing. He squeezes forward anyway, just gaining a little bit of space. Zone's actually going to drag over towards Novo. Virtus Pro currently split those 2 teams, so Shifty's hoping those 2 engage each other. Then he can third party, but it's Gabe and Aiden down below that really could spoil the party if they get active at the right time.
Oh my God, Grimy finds Fede, but the trades happen right on back, and Zeppa is going to be one player to still get active. Zeppa's still alive? I have no idea what's happening there, but already we are down to the final 3 teams. You can see already Shifty and Almond still alive. Adrian and Destroy, but they have the buy station, so you see it go back on in. They're going to get Grimy, boots on the ground to work together.
Good shots.
The top, Almond lets it rip with the CBRS.
Gen G are coming though. They're starting to squeeze up through the backside. Almond kind of wants to deal with Grimy. Also wants to turn and look at the pressure in from behind. Gabe will drop Almond up on top. Shifty trying to rotate using the Jeep. Going to pop himself into the passenger seat so he can shoot out. Aiden squeeze the other side.
He's going to go ahead. He finds the timing. It's a double armor crack. Slides on out. Aiden with a huge 2-piece. It's 1 member that's still here from Twisted Minds. It's just Shifty playing the car, but he's going to be able to slide on out. He makes his way below. Is he about to try and force a heal off here? Stims have been nerfed. The members here of Gen G, they will meet on up. They know it's just a 2v1, and I wonder, does Shifty, does he have the money? He has 6,300. If he can maybe play this bottom, find one of those buy stations that's in the grotto area, could maybe string together something, but they have found the 3rd member of Gen G.
Yeah, Gen G here just going to spread the space. They understand what Shifty's hoping to do, either isolate them into 1v1s or make a desperation play for a buy station. Shifty will continue to move with the gas, hoping that he can shift the pieces around the board and bring a surprise attack. But with every second that passes, the window of opportunity becomes ever smaller.
I like this, Gabe. We've seen him do this time and time again. He's on the hunt. He drops down. You're just playing together. If you are Gen G, you find Shifty finally. You play together.
GG's.
You let the game slip away from you in that last map. Not the case here on Fortune's Keep. Gen G will secure a map win.
Yeah, great stuff. I mean, we go back to the plays that they were making on Rebirth Island. Yes, they get three-pieced by Niacin, but he's such a superstar. He has those moments in them. A lot of the conversations, a lot of the plays that they were making were brilliant. We've seen them really step up through these last few maps. But here as well, on Fortune's Keep, it's important. They're actually a really bang average team when it comes to this map. So to see them get this win here in our first drop, again, leaps and bounds above where they were just a week ago.
Gen G superfans going crazy here in the building. Excited to see their team that they are here to cheer on, grab a map win. But let's talk about this endgame, man, because this was huge. Aiden MXR up. He's able to rip the armor, slides across Adrian and destroy. I thought that VP was in a great position there.
Yeah, VP were in a wonderful position to get a little bit unlucky with the RNG of the zone pull. But I think we go back to a little bit before, as I want to take a listen in here with how they close this out. And yeah, lovely, nice and calm and collected from the fellas. I like that.
Kills, so we actually really needed that.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's exactly what they needed. I want to go back to before the end game and when Orban's shooting at them from above. Great decision making from Aiden and Gabe. They just slow things down. We'll let everybody else fight and we'll get active on the backside. And that puts them in the spot there to close that map out. So the maturity in those decisions, the complete lack of stress that they're feeling out there on the map, that's 2 world champions on that team. And that is why they have the experience to overcome the odds.
Hey, you love seeing it out of Gen G. We only have one more game to play for Group A. And when we're coming and talking about Fortune's Keep, I think there's some teams that we think are heating up and a couple other teams that are maybe getting iced out a little bit on that map. But we got one more game to go, so let's go ahead, let's reset, let's get everybody in the lobby. We'll be right back here in a little bit.
Guys.
You know, it's a dream come true. Like when I first joined Falcons, I didn't really know anything about orgs or esports or even EWC at all. But as the years gone on, they've been nothing but like a big brother, like true family, like a village. When I'm doing high and I'm winning, they show me so much love. But even when I'm down and out and it seems like I'm not gonna win the tournament, they still pick me up and treat me like one of their own.
At the end of the day, you know, I'm thinking about the team. I want to win for the team. I want to win for Vitality for the club championship. They've been getting us invested. We were out supporting the MLBB team and the PUBG team. It would definitely feel bittersweet to go back to back, and obviously that's the end goal.
Incredibly confident. I'll never play a tournament without the expectation to win. I'm here to defend the title and get that trophy again.
Someone who came off of the 3P, run that I was on, anything if it's not first, I'm upset about that. Yeah, I'm gonna win EWC 2026.
I wanted a whole new roster, something like a new life. Dongy and Eddie, I knew they were insane players, so I wanted to definitely team with them, and we're chasing for a 3P, man, so. We are the best team, no doubt, out there. Everyone knows that, and we're going to show on finals that. I want to get these club points for the Falcons because they need it as well, so Falcons will 3P the club championships.
Welcome back, friends. Miles and Seymour here on stage. Mate, what a great final map that was.
That was fantastic. I mean, we heard it from the team as well. We heard it from the casters. It was 2 world champions versus 1 at the end there. You thought Shifty could get it done, maybe get a buyback and regain for the squad, but I think that's a big one for Gen G. You heard it from Aiden. They needed the win. They haven't been getting many kills. Their placement, not that great in the standings right now for Group A, but that should boost them.
Dubs of Dubs certainly helps. 2 versus 1 world champion. Simple maths, right, friends? Simple maths.
We should
But that
stop
final circle as well. Nice position to be in. I mean, Aiden's 2-piece was literally perfect.
I think that VP could have had the opportunity if the zone pull was a little bit better. Aiden puts himself in the best spots. It's why he's an EWC champion. It's why we saw him turn up last year and really switch the difference alongside, you know, Z-Spit, alongside Almond. And even with Gen G, you don't expect that to really change. You turn up, you got the crowd, you're in that environment, you expect him to bring that energy. And I liked that when we went back to the comms of Gen G after the game was done, you heard him injecting that energy towards the rest of the team. They got the fans behind them. We're here at backstage. Everybody's going crazy for Gen G, and you love it.
Yeah, we're going to go over and see those guys in a moment. But yeah, we're getting to the sort of dangerous part of the tournament now where we will be saying goodbye to some teams. Bottom three will be leaving us. We'll see who our top 5 are as our brackets are pretty much, we're getting sort of set. I mean, it's a couple of them are a little too obvious. But let's go for a walk. Let's have a look at this stage. It's a wonderful time here if you are joining us here in Paris. If you are watching from home, it's also a lovely time. But yeah, it's been a great tournament so far. The Gen G fans, who I'm sure have had themselves a time so far. A big win. Well deserved.
I feel like we got to hear some Gen G chants.
Can they do it again? Back to the casters.
Woo! I love the energy. I love the hype that we have here in Paris. Group A, one last game to play, one last opportunity for Gen G to put on for their fans here in the audience. First game of Fortune's Keep was, I feel like, a little bit interesting, Enigma. It felt like everybody finally on land was maybe having a lot of respect for their opposition, because we get to the point where Resurgence is disabled and we still have 13 teams up.
No, yeah, all happening very late here on Fortune's Keep. And we knew it was going to be a slower map, right? The rotating is hard, so a lot of teams have adapted this play style of land relatively center circle and just set up for defensive positions. And you see that kind of operating even to the later stages of the map. Eventually, of course, what that means, circle pushes you all together and says, gentlemen, you're going to square down either way, get on with it. So lovely little end games come through. And I think that will be a familiar theme for Fortunes, unless we get those really hard zones off towards your east, west, etc. But it will be some great positioning in the ends and some great execution in the end from Gen G that sees them through on a map that they've struggled in as of recently. Again, that change that they've made to Gabe in as the IGL paying out in spades. But one last drop for the day here. If you are in Group A, and then it's off to either celebrate in style or lick your wounds and prep in for tomorrow. Into the skies go all the players as we look towards the circle, and it is pulling northeast. You're likely talking somewhere around Winery, so that's why you're going to see not only 2 teams inside of there, but a lot of squads setting up Keepside.
Yeah, I mean, all of these teams down here in town are going to have a hell of a rotation to get on out of there. So I'm not surprised to see that Gen G, they say, hey, let's go ahead and maybe make this easy on ourselves. Let's take this fight against Vitality. Good shots from Gabe. He gets one knock, and you're not even going to try and get the reach out. He's going to go ahead, throw a shimmy, shoulders come through, and he's going to be able to reset. And now you have Lennon on that backside to catch Skullface. Gen G clinical in this early fight.
Yeah, great stuff out of them. Vitality slow thus far through this afternoon, just not been at the levels we'd come to expect, but that has only favored this lineup on your screen right now as they set up to collapse, and that doesn't even need the support in the end. Beautiful work onto Sage, even going to get an extra half second, but it is then a lot of landmass gains. You still do have one Vitality body in amongst the mix, but if you get Winery at this point as Gen G, you have so much space in the map, especially control anything later circle.
Oh.
Well, one POI being Winery. We see the battles rage on, but we got to check in on this Keep fight because it's Virtus Pro and Ravens continuing to battle. And for the time being, it looks like Virtus Pro will come out the victors. You sent the Ravens packing out of here. Unfortunately, you do not have the POI for free. You still have FaZe Clan lurking around here as well. As a number of other squads, you can see maybe some members of Twisted Mind starting to work their way over. So already, we're starting to see some early action here. Let's check in with Heretics. Great early start from them, but they've kind of slid down the leaderboard, currently sitting in 7th overall, so just halfway through. Need to continue having some of those world star performances like we saw earlier on in the day.
We talked about it. The kills are fine. It's the placement. It's setting themselves up for rotations. Again, Fortune's such a difficult map to rotate through. You don't want to be forced to do one. especially a side that doesn't typically lean on them. Teeny's about to run into Freddy, or is he about to get blocked? A little bit of timing here is in. He loses the gunfight regardless. Freddy has been a ridiculous shooter as of recently. Koletic desperately needing points, currently sit in 11th, but that drop off in the bottom three is only 4 points behind them, so they are doing the right things to get moving here on Fortunes.
Nielsen cuts down Adrian, but look who's kind of maybe entered the party here a little bit. You got some members of T1 who are looking to get into the mix. You only have one player over here, but that's all you need. You just, hey, find a kill, go ahead, back on up. But Twisted Minds, they have the exact same idea as well. They're looking to maybe get a little bit more aggro from that Terrace's side. You understand you have a lot going on, and, well, if you've played ranked at all, you understand what's going on here, but unfortunately this isn't ranked. This is the Esports World Cup where kills matter, but when your anchor is just up in the sky, not a bad way to stay alive.
It isn't until someone decides, why the hell are you up there? I'm gonna burn through that and get you the hell out to keep. And a look at Twisted, as well as Virtus Pro, and of course the Ravens. Adrian already on 3, has the loadout in hand. Him and Grime are just gonna oscillate around one another. The problem is that FaZe have actually isolated your anchor, so you got to slow things down, pause for a moment. If anything presses you, spring on it, but otherwise let Destroy back in, get him to safety, then you can get active.
And for Nielsen, you're just laying in wait. You're trying to maybe get some type of audio cue, maybe figure out some type of push.
As all these fights go on, by the way, just burn through time that you don't have. You desperately want your loadout, you want your money for your advance. That comes from contracts and moving around in space to then set you up for the rotation. While all these fights go on, the points of glory are sure, but it sets you up for hell trying to get out of keep later on.
No, that's a really, really good point. You know, we saw it there in game number 1. We hit Resurgence disabled, still 13 teams up. So your opportunity to find those kills early on is massive. Do it while you have the Resurgence. Do it while you have the respawn. Don't wait until, obviously, the respawns get disabled. You can see for a couple of these teams that it's kind of working out well for them. I'm looking in the kill feed. You're seeing Gen G starting to still get active against Vitality. You have Ravens and FaZe still battling it out. For Twisted Minds, it's, well, been a little bit slow, I think, already. You saw them trying to maybe get into that keep fight. Doesn't really find any success, and I think for the right reason, right? They're worried about some of these teams pushing from that graveyard side, sneaking up behind them. So I think they really want to clear out their back before they maybe get too aggressive on the front.
Yeah, this is a mature decision to make. Showing their back is well protected. Reaper did have to come out the chopper eventually. He's on the boat, gets the initial knock. However, Skullface is also at the backside of the boat. Stukex now, he actually gets saved by Reaper that allows him to then shoot at Skullface, who basically saved him. Chopper's gonna go up. Stukex does well to avoid the explosion. Reaper's still making moves on the lower side. VST is gonna help him drop Decky in the water. But 3 different teams here, make it a 4th as another lands in the water nearby, and everyone's just trying to play him for this bolt because it can do a lot of work for you in terms of rotating. It could be a real sleepaway back into this matchup.
And I like Skull is just saying, I'll stay out in the water. You guys can all have fun up there. He's just picking up all the scraps of these fights that are happening. He says, yeah, sure, whatever. And he still even has a teammate over at Bay that can look over him as well. So if he's just going to be able to maybe bring some of these players out into that line of sight, teammate from range can just try and get any amount of damage in, this could be huge. Looks like Geek have a similar idea. But back on land, get our feet underneath us. T1 looking to control this spiral area that they've come to know and love. It's been a great day for them so far, and I know that they would love to finish this first day within that top 5.
Certainly would. Really strong Havens, solid rebirth, good stuff from there. Fortunes has been the weaker of their 3 maps, but they're by no means awful on it. So an opportunity to close that gap to the top 5 at the end of day 1. Virtus Pro still alive in keep. Destroy begging anyone to chase him through the doorways. It's going to be Blast in position on the very top of the tower here. He's just going to control all of this, make sure his boys can move down beneath him. Almond and Shifty, well, Almond is often the anchor. He and Shifty have worked so much together in the moments where Twisted want to get active. And Shifty himself, he's been active. 6 kills already. Now the information will go up into the skies, and they can press on forward against these teams that will be outmaneuvered.
It's a really good timing there. You see they just invest all of the smokes so they can just sit on that buy station, get their UAVs, and pop them. Sometimes you think it's just easy. Let me run to the buy station, let me buy my 4 UAVs and get out. They know that people are going to be looking at these buy stations. So with all that information, what do? They move into the keep. They find the players of Ravens, and they go ahead and they wipe them from the lobby.
That's the first checkbox. The second will be Virtus Pro. A third arrives relatively quickly in FaZe Clan, who are starting to get themselves their loadouts in. So your timing is running out if you are Twisted to set up this noose and draw it close before they can get out. Fampico have escaped off into the caves. I think Twisted are going to afford them that space for now because they're more preoccupied with Virtus Pro, and they do find Grimy.
I mean, FaZe may have an opportunity to pop up here, but they're going to do it. They have to do it quick because already Almond down below. You catch Destroy running. You go guns up against another one, and just like that, you isolate one by one, and you take down Virtus Pro cleanly.
Counter UAV up there, by the way. Because of the shades of orange, I couldn't tell if that was Virtus Pros or FaZes, but if that is FaZes, we're a little bit worried right now because you are trapped in these caves beneath, trying desperately not to attract attention. You may have it regardless. Shifty's just going to peer on over, spots one, and if the others move out in front and he has the trigger discipline and the timing, could be a set of kills. Winery though, we talked about it, was going to be very active. Novo tucked inside the chapel here as 4 other teams battle over the remaining buildings. They'll be happy with their pocket of space. The next zone will shift them out. It's actually going to be CT Gaming in the preferred position, and Tequila, he's trying to hold that Twisted Minds roster out.
Yeah, I think this is, you called it out beautifully. I want to know where this zone is going to pull because it really depends on where all of these winery teams have to go. And wow, I'm going to call you a prophet, my friend, because as it pulls just a little bit more north, CT Gaming, they're going to hold some of these L buildings, and they're going to do exactly that. They're just going to look at this chapel side, look across, and just try and maybe take down anybody that dares peek their head.
The problem is that Tequila oversteps his marker, pokes his head out a little bit too long, Blasties cuts him down. You should have a buy station available to you if you're CT Gaming to get that back in, but just in that moment, Heretics are done. They're dealt with. We're down to our top 10.
Top 10 here. This is a great game for Twisted Minds. Let's go ahead. Let's see how the defending champions are feeling.
Maybe we can get an advance in keep too, bro. Yeah, no. I don't hear anything. Okay. Okay, start coming to the buy on us, Shifty. Start coming to buy on us. We're gonna pop here. I'm about to pop.
उन लोगों को भी आवाज से सुन पा रहा हूँ मैं.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything here. Should be good. Okay, I'll bring it up. Okay. You need my cash? Yeah, I think so. No, I don't think you do. Yeah. Oh, no, I don't. I'm getting a streak. Yeah. Get into this house, bro. You get pull up. Yeah, look at the left. Yeah, you guys should work those left kids. Work the left kids, by the way. Yeah, that low cave. I'm a crazy angle, bro. He is looking. I have a PA, though. I don't know if we can kill him, though. No res money, though. Like, don't die for kills. Yeah. I mean, look at the solo fucking ahead of us. Can we not work these right here? I swear we can. Yeah, you can. Yeah. Crack the left kid. Yeah, watch out for both. I'm using the PA. This kid's dying. Not on both. Focus left.
Twisted Minds, they want to take a little bit of a moment. They need to hit that buy station, get the tools that they need to try and close this map on out. And you hear in the comms, they know that FaZe is below them. They want to try and deal with them.
2 huge comms. First one is trying to work the players on the left so that they can rotate through the northern side of the map. It's actually going to be where the zone's going to pull. So all the decisions that just happened will pay out in spades. Twisted Minds, but also don't scam. Don't sell yourself for a kill. Play for the positioning. We're 4 teams away from top 5, and the rest of the map can deal with that for us. We have win condition. Twisted Minds looking great to close the day out.
There's literally nobody in this new zone right now. Everybody's sitting on the outside of it. An opportunity right now to start to rein in Hellfire. Some of these coaches looking on as they see the zone pull and saying, how the hell do you play against this? Tequila found by Blast. It's going to leave a couple of members of CT Gaming having to make this push out. And Twisted Minds, all they have to do is just look over the top of this. There's so many different teams that the second they try and play up, the second they try and play on this top level ground, they're going to get zapped.
Roman has to drop back, actually, to lift Shifty back to his feet. That means, unfortunately, as Blast pushes out to gain space, he gets dropped. Eclectic back amongst the mix. T1 have eliminated Vitality. Everything starts to squeeze. All these teams inside of the bay are going to have to rotate out. DK down on the shoreline are going to be a problem. And Shifty's banging away, and anyone dares show their head.
Yeah, this is a great timing, a great opportunity. See here, just
it's
absolutely blowing on up, but look where the zone pulls.
We'll be right now as everyone moves out in front of Twisted Minds.
Almond Shifty, unfortunately, only has a 2 here. We'll be missing blasties for this one, but not too much.
बस जोन के बाहर जोन गिर रहा है भाई, ये भी सही है.
Shifty finds spam. T1 sat down. I think you will have a cell still available on spam, but Gen G is a 2. Gonna just set themselves up for a moment. Hope that Geekay get over aggressive. Shifty and Almond, they're gonna wait. They're gonna let this all move out because FaZe Clan are beneath them and they need them to step out first.
It's all just twos. That's all it is. It's just a game of duos here to end it. Some early shots coming on out. Clamp's gonna get aggressive.
Oh, nice one,
Ben. Up over the top. Says, thank you, Geekay. I like this positioning. And they will take them on down. Now, does Gen G swing on out, hearing all of this commotion, or do they play on that inside? A little bit of a gas play coming in from the remaining teams.
Clam just taking his sweet time, begging Gen G to rotate round.
Zone देखना भाई.
Top of the houses here, but Almond, he's in the prime position.
Zone के बाहर फेंक दिया.
The leader, the champion, the IGL, everything that he brings to the table. Given Twisted Mind's win condition right now, it will be a 2v2, but game falls to the gas. Aiden on his lonesome to try and close this one out. The buy's there, but Almond and Shifty, they won't care.
Crazy event, Twisted Minds.
Extra points in from the skies.
Yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen. I mean,
Genji ने मिला दिया.
Some opportunity to give you the angle. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Players from Gen G just going to be too weak from that gas.
GG बे.
Twisted Minds, they might just be able to
3 wins हो गया इसका तो.
They get blessed by a zone pull, and they're able to clean up that last game here at Group A, game number 6.
I go back to the listening. I go back to the comms that we've talked so often about their comms problems and the issues that they've had at times. Shifty gets dropped.
3 wins निकाले भाई लोग को.
And there's a kind of like in the comms you could hear it. Don't scam. We don't need to sell for kills. But also, let's play these guys on the left. So they start to pressure the northern side. They don't do it by sending themselves onto the beach and into the caves. They hold the high ground still to allow in case the zone moves. So that then gives them opportunities in different areas of avenues that they can play around. That pays out in the end. However, it's that comms that don't throw their eyes for kills. Yes, Blast eventually dies. That's not an overextension. He was trying to provide Honor with time to get Shifty back to his feet. So great stuff from him. But also, it's just a reminder. Guys, we have win condition. We can let everybody else squabble over the small mass. We're just going to hold out on the long range and play that game. They do it brilliantly to get the win in the end.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that's what we've come to know here in Call of Duty Warzone is that you can always just try and play for the best positioning, or you play for the OK one. It feels like for T1, they were, for Twisted Minds, they were like, let me just play for the OK one. Maybe we'll just wait to see where this zone pulls. Let's take a little look.
Baby. I say that's a fucking banger we fucking needed. Come on, bro.
Ooh, Big Ben. He's getting loud.
I think he's been fantastic. And don't get me wrong, obviously, Blast and Shifty are both doing their thing, but at the core of everything has been almost decision-making and comms. Let's go back to even earlier on in that map. Keep. The war was raging on for a long time. We need to get out of here. We need to get into a position on the other side and keep set ourselves up for the late circle. What's the call from Almond? Shifty, come with me. We're going to hit the buy station, get the advance up, and make light work of this. Just that little decision there makes it so much easier for them and puts them in the best spot.
Fun little stat line for you through these first 6 games of Group A. Almond is out-fragging Blast by 2 kills, 26 and 24.
Having a day.
I don't know what it is, what meta shift we have, but the anchors are now coming alive and frying here. When we've come over map, but it's really good stuff. Twisted Minds with that win and solid number of kills. They were lead our lobby at the end of day number 1 for Group A. I gotta think that they might want a little bit of momentum going into day 2, because reminder, folks, leader of the group gets to be the one that actually crushes the keys of the 3 teams eliminated. So for Twisted Minds right now, they are sitting very comfortably towards the top after these first 6 games. Really love what we saw out of the boys here today, especially with all of the noise that I don't think they're as good as they were. I think maybe they shut up the haters. But here we go already. End of the game here. End of the first 6 games. We got Barney on the stage ready for an interview. Let's go ahead. Let's see what he has to say.
Right, you do, gentlemen. I'm down here on the stage. I've got Fedi joining me from Novo Esports. A really impressive day. It didn't start out so hot, though, did it? But you guys started to pick up some steam.
Yeah, it started pretty slow, but at the end we got like 60 points of rebirth. That's what it matters. We're gonna play like this tomorrow as well, and we're gonna try to make top 5. So we're gonna skip survival stage. That's what it matters.
I love it. I love the confidence. You got 3 top 4 finishes as well. Talk us through some of the highlight moments for you guys, because since you've settled into this team, you've been so impressive to see, man.
Yeah, well, in a game, I think we clutched up because we stayed off the zone. We killed that VP, and then we got like 26 kills plus top 5. So that's where we started to play way better. And the game next, we got like 30 points again. So it was like a huge motivational boost as well.
I love that. That's what we like to see out here. A bit of consistency, because that's how you're going to get into that finals day. I want to talk a little bit about you, Fedi, because a lot of people had their eyes on you, like, you know, coming into these kind of larger tournaments, and also because, you know, you only kind of turned 18 this year as well. You joined the team after Birmingham. You joined two legends in Blade and Vortex as well. Tell us how it's been fitting into the dynamic of this team, and also feeling like you might be the missing link that's making this team now absolutely pop off on the main stage.
Yeah, well, it was not good because I didn't play for 2 years. I started to play Warzone like at 15, but I didn't play for 2 years because I wasn't 18. And now I'm happy because I can finally show up. And that's my second LAN. International, we played Atlanta really good, and now we're gonna play WC really good.
And how does it feel to play alongside Blade and Vortex, two legends of the game?
Well, really good. I'm playing really good with Vortex. We have a nice trade as well, so I'm just liking it. We're just playing really good.
Having a good time out here on the EWC stage. Fedi, thanks so much for joining me in this interview. Really appreciate it. He's gone. Don't worry about it. We're going to head back to the studio to talk about what we just saw in those first 6 games.
The confidence for Novo is there. He didn't even want to wait for Barney to finish talking. He just ended up walking off. And that's what a lot of these players are currently feeling like, especially with everybody that is done with Group A. I'm here with Miles, Gush, Shift, and myself, the 7WG. Honestly, let's start off with the top. Twisted Minds. What an impressive day today, Shift.
Yeah, and consistent across every single map. That's the thing that certain teams don't have in their back pocket that Twisted Minds is now showing us. Huge confidence boost for them, not being able to just finish multiple top 5s, but to do it across a multitude of different maps with high kill tallies almost every single lobby. They're looking strong.
They haven't done this in a while, guys. I know the land buff is real for this team. I think a lot of folks expected them to show up in this way, but this is a really big deal for a team like this, who still kind of had a lot to prove, even though they were defending champions. Making roster changes this late in the game, it's working.
Hey man, they're like that potpourri at grandma's house. That smell is just everywhere.
Ooh.
Everywhere.
Gosh, you were actually telling me before we came on live that one team that has impressed you so far today when we're talking about consistency is none other than VP.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Virtus Pro is a really interesting team because traditionally speaking, throughout the course of this entire series, they've been a very high caliber slaying team. Placement-wise has been frankly brutal to watch sometimes. They'll pick up like 15, 16 kills, but not even get a multiplier at all. They'll die in the first like 6 teams, right? And so to see them win 2 games in group stages, it is group stages. I want to kind of bring everybody back down to ground level. They got a lot more work to do, but Virtus Pro is looking good. They're slaying out and they're getting placements.
Yeah, top 5 right now, I think, in total team kills, which is right to your point. But that's kind of the thing, though, you know, as much as placements don't necessarily make the biggest of difference right now because you're just fighting to get out of pools, it is good to know that you can win and you can do it on multiple maps. I'm going to go back to my hot take, 7.
Wait, which one? I feel like you have had multiple today.
I'm still standing on the Ravens right now. 2 miserable maps to finish off their last 2, slips them down the standings. They are still top 4. They're going to make it into a worst of survival stage, but I'm still standing that Ravens are going to be on the bubble to make it to the instant playoffs after tomorrow.
Okay, I kind of want you to double down on this. By the way, for everybody watching, this is the standings after the 6 matches that we have had today. I'm going to put you on this spot.
Do it.
I have to shift. Ravens, do they end up making it top 5 tomorrow? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. Can I just say, I love Shift. I love the hot takes, and I think it's a fair take to see them not dominating like they have. You got to remember, they land with Twisted Minds in 2 out of 3 of the maps. The fact that they're top 4 right now is pretty dang impressive, given how much Twisted Minds is also doing well. Still, a little bit different than online.
Well, a couple of wins for them. I mean, Ravens, I'm with you, man. And also, Chef, for your sake, I'm glad that the French crowd can't hear us right now.
This is beautiful for me.
We're going straight
That's
out
such
to
a safe
the
hot take.
internet.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad that there's nobody behind us right now. It's probably going to get worse. But as we're looking here at the second page, we see those bottom 3 teams.
Yeah, this is a big deal.
Oof, indeed.
I mean, the biggest deal about this is that at least H1 FaZe Clan and First Squad can go back to the lab before tomorrow. First Squad is kind of in the trenches right now. You need some meteoric games tomorrow to have even a chance. But H1 is still well within striking distance. They may need to change up some drop spots or maybe just be a bit more consistent. I don't know.
Yeah, for First Squad, 19 points here.
It's tough.
Yeah, First Squad out. I think they can add that to the back.
That tells you that we're getting a kill, and if we're really lucky, we're getting within the top 10. That's the very best you're seeing there. So for those guys, a mid to late game adjustment could change it for them.
But, I mean, the other big note on this page, too, Eclectic has actually been crushing it in the onlines, especially in scrims recently. And you see them on the second page here is a bit surprising, at least for me.
Really tough first 2 drops, though, Goach, on top of that. I mean, they had a 16th with 1 kill.
Yeah.
But everything else beyond that has been 10-plus eliminations, and the last 2 maps in particular have been top 8. So they're trending, the right direction. It's going to be a stretch for them to get to top 5, but they should be out of the survival.
Well, Novo, I agree. And Novo on screen now, Fede, we had a great interview with him. The kid's cracked, okay? There's no debating it. It has taken this team a little while to get warmed up, but today, they look mighty warm here, Seven. I mean, at the end of the day, when you're averaging top 5 every game in the first 6 rounds, you've got to be feeling amazing for tomorrow.
Yeah, and Miles, kind of we're talking about setting the tone for today, right? I feel like for some of their squads, maybe the pressure was getting to them or the pressure wasn't getting to them, and you can kind of see that with Novo. With Novo, they were sounding so confident at the end.
That's a young man speaking with the wisdom of a much older player there. I mean, surrounded by legends certainly helps, but you know, when we envy the youth, but we don't envy being old. But now there's the wisdom there, man. Truly a very, very special thing. And again, looking confident in game, marking their territory. You know, they were looking really strong in and out. And that's the sort of thing you want to be seeing throughout the tournament for them. So excited to see how the rest of the tournament goes for those boys and the longevity of a career.
Absolutely. Yeah. For Novo, really, it's just get to the lab on Haven's Hollow. They were fine everywhere else. They talked about the rebirth boost that they were able to find in maps 2 and 3, or 3 and 4 rather. They just need to go back to the lab, figure out what they're doing on Havens. They're going to be fine.
And for tomorrow, after what we have seen so far in this first 6 games, especially for Group A, we do have Group B coming up. So for everybody watching, don't worry, we have some fun segments that we're going to be doing here. And if at any moment you want to share some stuff with us, make sure you use that hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26. But let's keep talking about Group A here for a little bit, because we saw the tone being set by Twisted Minds. And boy, did they end up setting that tone. If you're one of those teams towards the bottom, right, and we're looking at a team being able to end up with just 19 points, you're going to be looking to throw everything in the kitchen sink tomorrow.
It's a tough group to play in. I'm going to be honest. Just making it to this stage is impressive. So even for a team at the very bottom of our leaderboards, they did have to battle through their regional qualifiers. Unfortunately, the regional qualifiers are nothing compared to what we're seeing here, even in a group stage.
That's the thing with the regionals. I mean, how many players in the EPIC region? How many players in the LATAM region? And what kind of quality are we looking at? You might be the best in your region, but out here, it's just the rest of the world, and the ceiling is so high. So an impressive thing to do. Not an easy place to be playing from. Best of luck, boys.
Yeah, best of luck. I also want to give some luck, and hopefully, hey, let's get back into the lab. Vitality. They've had their ups and downs, but still, it's still a similar inconsistent team that I'm personally cheering on big time. Like, I'm not trying to be biased, but I love these guys. They've had their moments of greatness online and in person today, but they're not consistent enough. They're still second page.
I think it's okay to be biased.
Yeah, it's absolutely. Yeah. I'm getting my Ravens down here. No, I'm just kidding. They're fine. They're lovely people. They're lovely people. But no, you're absolutely right about Vitality. I think what they're missing right now is longevity after forcing a lot of early fights. They had 2 really tough exits in terms of placement, but they were still able to find 7 kills, 9 kills, but you finished 14th and 16th. So it's trying to get the longevity to where you're not just forcing gunfight after gunfight, but let's be a little bit more measured and make sure we can at least survive, and we'll find fights later.
I mean, from the bigger picture as well, I want to see Smith in the running.
Oh, man,
to try to find another win with a totally different roster as well. For me, that is what I want. I mean, biases aside, I'm here for a good, clean fight. I want a little bit of rivalry. I want to see those guys go at it in the finals.
It's worth bringing up the exact same storyline for another player, Aiden. I know the roster change it was made much earlier in the process leading into this series, but at the same time, it's still Aiden technically getting dropped. They wanted to go a different direction, and Gingy's kind of popping off.
Especially the last two matches.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we were keeping an eye on them. We're like, okay, they're starting a little bit slow, but then it was everybody from that squad that actually started popping off.
Yeah, first and second back-to-back, and kill tallies have been consistent, even no matter what their placements have been. So, like, again, it's just like day number one is all about, like, let's set our checklist and see who's marking the boxes in the right ways. And so far, our top 5 teams have largely been able to do that. Yes, there are a couple of things that might not be perfect, but they're still feeling each other out on land. And yeah, absolutely right. Genji, Hyde kills, crushing in terms of being able to find good point tallies.
Oh gosh, I know you're gonna be casting the next Group B.
Yeah.
And we're gonna give you a bit of a sneak peek of what's gonna be coming in Group B, because when you were trying to say, I'm not trying to be biased, brother, I'm gonna be biased as heck when we go to Group B, because I want Falcons to be able to. I want to see Soka to just show that personality and for them to start off hot. What are you gonna be looking for in Group B?
I think they put out the caster prediction somewhere, and I put Falcons as well.
My boy.
At the end of the day, this is the. Oh yeah, I got you. At the end of the day, here's the hard part about Warzone. We always say anybody can win. It's always possible. Any team can come out on top. But for the Falcons, they got a little bit better chance than everybody else. Their win percentage is nearly infallible, especially on LAN. This year, it is infallible. They have not lost a LAN yet at this entire World Series, or this entire Resurgence Series competition. Birmingham, Atlanta, they were near perfect. They're trying to stay perfect in today's competition as well.
I often get asked the question, hey, how do you describe Warzone? How do you describe competitive BRs to people? I'm like, okay, here's what you do. You take a laundry machine, you take a bag, you fill that bag full of cats, and you put those cats inside there, and you turn it on, and you create this insane cycle. Then you take a brick, and you add a brick to the mix. And at the end of it, we find out, are you a cat or are you a brick? The Falcons have been a brick for the longest of time. Now, I know, folks, that was a really horrible analogy. I know it was a very graphic analogy, but I'm not wrong.
You just reminded me that I need to do my laundry, so thank you, Miles. I appreciate
Are you a brick or are you a cat?
A team that was definitely not a brick today is none other than VP. Thank you so much, boys. I think we have an interview with none other than VP.
Well, Miles, I can definitely tell you I'm a brick right now, all right? Now, I got the boys with me here. It's VP. We got the whole couch. Lace joined with me as well.
Taking me away from that desk. They're scary.
I mean, exactly right. You hear how they talking over there. They are unhinged. Now, we're hanging out with the boys, man. VP, how are you feeling with your performance today? Going down the line, we got Destroy, we got Grimy, we got Adrian. But Adrian, I want to talk to you real quick before you pass the mic on over. I got a chance to chat with you before. How proud are you of you guys' consistency and performance going into the first set?
I'm super proud. We went in there, going fully with comms, trying the best that we could possibly play. I'm super excited. I'm super proud how we played, if I'm being completely honest.
I mean, there was a moment we got to listen in, and we can definitely hear like the passion that you guys had in your communication, and that sets you apart, because we've had some other listen-ins with other teams and they are dead silent.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's a test to you guys. Congratulations.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Definitely is. You pass the mic on over to Destroy over here, because when you talk about passion, we seen you looking in the camera, letting everybody at home know that I am here to play with my squad, and we're gonna do the thing, man. Talk to me about your feelings kind of before the match and get it into it.
I mean, I already know, and I think everyone at home knows that Virtus Pro is a team when we are on all shooting and locked in on all cylinders, that we are probably one of the top 3 teams in the whole entire world. So I think for us today, it was just making sure that we had the right communication, we were trusting each other, and we just started the tournament off hot. We talked about it yesterday as well. Like, as long as we communicate well and just trust each other, whenever, I make a call or something and they listen like that, then we should have no issue out there, especially in the open bracket. We already felt confident that we were going to do decent, but today, man, we got 2 wins under our belt, and it just felt really, really good, because we were all shooting on all cylinders.
I love that, and I want to use that to kind of segue into my next question. Haven's Hollow, all right? Did you guys get any curveballs in that first map within the first 2 as far as POI changes where the heals was going to be? Talk to me about your mindset, especially going into that map 2 and the one that you won.
Yeah, so for the first game, it ended up pulling a little bit off of our main POI, which is the computer zone next to research. And we knew we had to rotate, so we sent a couple of lives in research and were able to pick up some kills. And then as we were rotating out after we picked up some of our kills, we weren't in the best position. And I think we might have got just outside the top 5, but we just kind of got caught on where we should have been. We talked about it afterwards, like we should have forced a fight that would have put us in a better spot.
Okay.
But after that game, then we had a really, really good zone in game number 2. Ended up going pond uncontested, which I don't think we will have for the rest of the tournament. But we had a really good zone pool there. Grimy in the beginning of the game, he's like, holy crap, boys, we should be able to win this game with this zone. Mind you, super, super early. And then we just did what we had to do, picked up some nice kills, trusted each other, and rotated when the time was needed, and it was beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, I want to dive a little bit more into match number 2 because, yeah, you kind of had like that northern side zone, especially the chaos that was unfolding in Mansion. And now I've heard that you guys were sort of more of a kill-hungry team and not focusing so much on placement, but that game, it obviously switched around. You guys, I think, are about 5.4 average placement over your games, which is, you know, a lot higher than, say, Twisted Minds, who's just above you in those kills and stuff. What did you guys sort of, I guess, take back to the drawing board after being such a kill-focused team to now prioritize more of those placements? Because it's showing with winning, I don't know, 2 of these, so...
Yeah. So to start off, I mean, we have Grimy on our team, and pretty much every single game, this guy's literally a walking 8 to 10 kills, as long as me and Adrian stay alive for the most part. So with a zone like that where we don't have to rotate too much, me and Adrian can kind of just play safer, hold our POI down, and have Grimy go and rake up a lot of the kills for us. I think that game, he was 8 to 10 kills around that area, and he was just raking up kills. I kind of lurked around Mansion because I know in my head that Ravens and Twisted Minds are over there.
Yeah.
So I was just kind of, you know, picking up a couple stragglers as they're flying back in because they're fighting pretty much the whole time. Picked up some stragglers, and then I would just stay and help my anchor out. And then Grimy, man, he doesn't disappoint when we're locked in, so he's just always going to pick up those kills. I mean, at home, that was our biggest problem, you know, getting placement and stuff. So we kind of focused throughout the weekend just making sure that we get a little more consistent on getting those top 5s for that multiplier.
I love that. Let's talk to the Slayer on the team, Grimy over here. Now, going into Rebirth Island, you guys also win that map as well, going into map number 4. Talk to me about your perspective about what you guys kind of learned in that map 3 versus that transition going into that map 4, where you guys took over and dropped the most amount of kills that you guys did get on the win, which was 18.
Well, in game 3, FaZe and Nova, we're just fighting control the whole game. So I just knew if we made an end game, we would be able to force Nova out. And it ended up pulling towards like 10s and green. B made a great comm that we had an advance. He said no one's green, so we just all ran. We took green. We dropped money, I dropped money to D. He bought back Adrian. We took green, and that was that.
That was that, man, right?
It's just that easy.
That easy, home free to the victory, you know? But one thing I love about you guys is I can tell that you believe in each other. When those call-outs are coming in and throughout the mic, you guys are just, it's calming your nervous system down. You're like, hey, D made the call. We're going to go with that. We're going to hold off right here. Grimy's feeling confident. Let's ride this out. Like, Adrian, does that, you know, alleviate some pressure off your gameplay when you're hearing your teammates like that?
Absolutely. I mean, Destroy's kind of, you know, saying what's going on. We have an advanced UAV, like Grimy said. He's looking for those free rotations. And Grimy, you know, he's playing the kills. I think they both took like a super crazy 1v1, and they both won the 1v1. So that kind of set us up right there. And I mean, if Grimy's slaying, you know, I'm going to try my best to hype him up.
Yeah.
And same for D. Like, they're both super individually talented. And
you guys hang out like outside of games or something, because like, you know, to form the communication, you know, like I just imagine some teams doing like trust exercises and stuff like that. Are you guys like pals like outside of competition?
Yeah, I would say so.
You gotta be, right?
Yeah, I
you
feel
know,
like you kind of have to.
No matter, you know, back in the day, me and my teammates, we used to have to just watch Netflix on the Xbox back in the day. Remember when they had the theater on the 360? Yeah. Team bonding, we watched Netflix, you know, that was our stuff back then.
No,
you know,
sure.
What do you guys do though, as far as team bonding? Like any specific activity outside of scrimming?
Honestly,
solitaire, you know.
He likes playing like party games. Sometimes I'll play party games with him. I don't know, listen to music, stuff like that. It's really not much.
Hey, whatever it is working right now. Just keep on doing it. Now, let's talk about some things that wasn't working in this first set, all right? Any surprises from you, maybe from other teams out there, or surprises and drop something out there within these 6 maps?
Honestly, yeah, I would say like I feel a lot of players don't know like really what they're doing, and I think it's kind of just leading to people rotating to random POIs and stuff like that, taking random fights. But also that comes with people not playing the best and kind of trying to pull something.
Some out. Yeah, out of nowhere here, EWC only, and like they're not gonna expect this right now, right? Destroy, you got something you want to elaborate a little bit more on that too as well?
So as they were saying, I think a lot of teams at home were really comfortable with one strategy. So when LAN time came and that one strategy didn't work for them, they didn't really know how to adapt or shift to it. For like FaZe, for example, they were landing at Control most of the games. They were fighting Novo Esports. We at home know how to do both. We know how to play the boat and we know how to play Control. So if something goes wrong, we can swap according to how the games are going. Overall though, I think we were just all shooting. We were all playing confident, trusting each other. As I said, man, we just kind of held it down for Grimy, made sure that we were staying alive, and he would just go rake up kills for us. And then once Fire Sale came around 3rd zone, we all communicated that we just have to slow it down a little bit, because I think me and Grimy both sometimes are just so focused on getting these kills. As a lot of people know, we are a kill team, so most of our points do come from eliminations. But if we can continue to secure top 5s like we did today, that will put us over the 100-point threshold, which just gives us such bonus kills, because we're not averaging 8 to 10 kills. That he is averaging that on his own. So when we get a good win, it's usually between 15 and 30 kills, which I feel like a lot of teams, they may get like 4 kills each, maybe 12 kills. But for us, man, we just focus on trusting my calls, the rotations end game, which I was already seeing the vision today. We had a couple of advanced UAVs which helped us get to these power spots, such as you mentioned, green. We popped that advanced UAV and I seen it, and I thought my eyes were deceiving me for a second, because you would think that most of the top teams are already
they would have been there, but no one was around.
So I'm like, Grimy, let's go. And he, no hesitation, won a critical one. I won one. Then we go over there, as he said, we rezzed Adrian, and then we at that point you just end up letting the game play how it plays out, because the zone ends up popping back towards Control. I have the smoke grenades. I call, yo, let's go. We all triple. We're just moving as one. So we were just moving beautiful as a team. We're all communicating. I don't have to repeat myself numerous times. They're just all next to me, and the trust was just there today, which I think is the most important thing as an IGL, having your teammates trust you.
VP had a plan and it was executed perfectly.
Oh my God, to the T. All right. Now, last question here quickly. Grimy, I got to ask you, because I know you're a straight shooter and you're going to tell it how it is. Going into the next group, who's the team to watch out for in that group going into it? I know probably some people say Falcons. Any surprises in that group?
Definitely G2.
G2.
Definitely
okay.
G2.
All right, you heard it here from Grimy. Watch out for G2. And folks, that's going to do it for me and the boys of VP. Yo, guys, congratulations on y'all consistency. The tournament's still going, but great start to day 1. All right, that's going to do it for us on the couch at the pit stop. Back to y'all.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
For the first time ever, nations will compete across 16 titles over 4 incredible weeks,
all in the pursuit of one championship.
This is your chance to stand behind your country, celebrate your players, and witness history from day one. The Battle Royales will include PUBG Battlegrounds, PUBG Mobile, and Apex Legends.
And of course, all of the action will be taking place from November 2nd through to November 29th. But the real question here, Lace, is, of course, who are you supporting?
I'm, of course, going for the Aussies. And look, you know, we got some underdogs, so I'm incredibly excited for Australia.
And I, of course, will be supporting the United States. It's going to be an absolutely insane 4 weeks of competition, so make sure you check it out.
Head over to esportsnationscup.com and buy your tickets now.
Katie, I feel like we kind of got off to the wrong start when we first met in Paris.
She called me her little dog. On a compris que t'es américaine. On a compris.
So that's why I'm super excited that we get to have a traditional French meal. Oh, bonjour!
Bonjour. Bonjour, mesdames.
Merci beaucoup.
You're welcome.
Merci.
Avec plaisir.
Oh, I know some of these words.
Okay, like 6 huîtres. It's like one of the best things that you can have as a starter.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, and you can have 6 of them.
Oh.
Exciting.
6, 7.
Oh, God. Oh, wow.
Enjoy.
Nice. Merci beaucoup.
Avec plaisir.
Merci.
You take it with your hand, like that.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Then you can have that lemon. You
Okay.
can squish. I will do it for you.
I'm okay.
Are we okay here?
I'm okay.
And then you...
And here we go. Viva la France.
I got it.
I can do it. I can do it.
No, not with the finger.
I did it.
Not with the finger.
I did it.
Why?
It's really good.
You liked it? I'm so pleased. Maybe one more.
Okay. Oh.
How do you feel now?
Trebone.
And the best part is that we have so much more.
So, pourquoi this?
This is like a type of bluish cheese, and you also have jam with it.
This cheese looks like it has a little something growing on it.
That's the ones that are the most powerful. If you want to really taste cheese, you try that one.
Wow, that is definitely some mold. Now, if I peel it off before I eat it, so you know how sometimes they give you shrimp and the shrimp isn't deveined, so you got to take like the poop out of it. All right, there we go. I think we got, okay, there we go. We got all the mold. Bon appétit.
Oui, à la tienne. So,
regard. Did you regard LaShawn?
No.
You know what this is, Kitty?
Yeah, this is.
This is escargot, a French dish that I am definitely experienced with. So I'm going to teach you how this works. All right, so peep this. So you got these 6 little shells, and what's in them are snails. Now, in order to eat them, it's a little bit of a tricky process, but I'm going to show you. So you use this little clampy clamp. You're going to pick up the shell with the clampy clamp, like saw. Okay, and then you're going to use your fork to dig. It doesn't matter that I had a pet snail when I was little. 3, 2, 1. A little hot. I'm definitely not thinking of Gary the snail right now.
Congratulations.
Merci. So clearly I've nailed it.
Yeah, you've snailed it.
Ooh, wait, what?
It's a tartare, so it's raw meat.
I don't think you're allowed to eat meat raw. That's how you get salmonella.
Oh my God. How do you come up with all of that? What's going on in your brain every day?
It looks like they forgot to bring us a grill. So here's the thing. I can
What are you
improvise, all right?
What
This
are
is
you
what
doing?
the Americans know how to do, all right? We bring our own equipment.
What are you doing?
I'm cooking for you. I'm appreciating your culture.
No, it's not appreciating the culture. It's insulting French. It's insulting me.
No. I'll
it is.
add the
It is.
salt
It
later,
is.
okay? So what do we have next up on the menu, Kitty?
It's called solmenia.
But salmon is supposed to be pink. So usually when I see fish, it's usually in stick form. I feel like we can just make one slight change to this to make it even better.
What are you doing?
It's just a little
Don't do it.
bit of ketchup.
Don't
It's just a
do it. Don't
a little bit of ketchup. It's some of my culture with you. So
You
I'm just
don't
gonna
put ketchup on it.
A little bit of ketchup.
Oh God. Are you here to insult me?
No. This is actually really good. You should try some.
No, I don't want to try it. Don't make me try it. Don't make me try it. Oh my God.
It's really good.
It's just, you've gone too far. You've gone too far. I can't anymore. La cuisine française.
I think it's organic. I'm right. It is better.
Miles, we might need to end up doing some of that because I haven't really gotten a chance to get some of that sweet French cuisine. By the way, thank you for coming back and joining us. We're joined by none other than Repulse. Repulse, pleasure to have you, man.
How y'all doing, guys? Thank you for having me.
Oh, thank you for being here, dude. We know that the stream is live right now.
Yeah.
Still rolling.
Yeah, we got the boy Ketchup and Diaz over there. They're holding it down the fort for me, man.
We saw you trying to check the chat. You're like, put your phone away. I don't want to.
I'm over here making sure chat's taken care of, you know?
How are you enjoying the tournament so far?
Oh, dude, I love it, man. The energy is insane. It's like the appetizer right now. You know what I'm saying? It's no drama yet. We don't have Twisted Minds versus Falcons yet, but I'm loving it so far, man. It's awesome.
Twisted Minds ended up showing up though.
Yeah, I literally just had an interview saying that Twisted Minds, they're getting ran by Ravens, and then now these guys absolutely start frying, going crazy. Just my luck. As soon as I call them out, they start going crazy.
Dude, it feels like there's not that many surprises in the tournament so far. Everything feels as expected.
Yeah. I mean, there's a couple teams maybe. I think for me, just FaZe Clan. I think they're in 16th or 15th as of right now. But for the most part, it's about exactly what I expected.
I gotta go back and check out the tier list. By the way, before we started, I was like, I've actually seen some of your tier lists, and I love the fact that every single time you would put a team towards the bottom, you'd be like, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry I have to put you there, but you're just probably not gonna perform this.
Yeah, you guys have to keep in mind, like, I'm best friends with a lot of these players, so like, I gotta keep it $150 with them because I gotta be honest, but at the same time, I can't have them taking it offensive. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Well, you know what? We actually got the $100 squad. It's a trio, but we'll get a chance to add maybe a fourth player there as backup. So we got tier 1, guys, Soka, Dongy, Shifty, Smith, you know, tier 3, then tier 5. So I want you to keep an eye on it. And for everybody currently watching the live stream as well, make sure you participate on this in the comments, or if you want to share on social media, use that hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26. But Repulse. But yeah, I see your gears just going, Miles. He's thinking about it. He doesn't know who he wants to start off with, or maybe he does.
All right, people tell me I glaze him too much, but he's earned the glaze. I'm going to say Soka. If I'm going to build a God squad, I got to start off with Soka. But that doesn't leave me with a lot of money here, so...
We'll give you more time. First pick, Soka. Miles, not a bad pick.
First pick's a good.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Not everyone gets to watch like an artist at work, but the tier list master sitting here, putting it all together. You guys have no idea the treat we're getting. But Soka's a very respectable pick.
Yeah, I think, okay, look, Soka, then I'll probably add, I think I got to go tier 4, tier 5 now. I'm going to go Spam Gola. How he's on tier 4, I have no idea, but that's a steal. And then last but not least, tier 5. Oh my God, you guys have Blast on tier 5. Yo, I'm picking Criminal God. What? That's a God squad. Spam, Criminal God, Soka. That's my roster.
Cash. Dude, what do you think about Spam? First, like, big time on LAN, Rookie of the Year contention?
Yeah, so I think Spam is really good, but he has been inconsistent on LAN. I talked to all the Rookie of the Years. I said, look, your guys' I think accolades is how you say it, they're so close together that honestly, Rookie of the Year is going to come down to this event. Whoever performs here, we have Sariel, who did really good in both lands. Honestly, I think he's my contender for Rookie of the Year. Fede couldn't compete in in Birmingham, then came to Atlanta, went crazy, absolutely popped off. Criminal God did insane in Birmingham, but then didn't do the greatest. They didn't make it to the final lobby in Atlanta. So there's a couple people that are, they're not bad. Spam, I think middle of the pack in both of them. So depending on who does really well this Sunday, I think that's going to secure who gets, Rookie of the Year for me.
I'm going to put you on the spot. Who you got? Who you think is going to perform really well?
Out of those rookies?
Yeah, out of the rookies. We'll go into who's going to win it later on.
I think Sariel. I'm going to answer 2 questions in one. I think Sariel, he's going to pop off, and I think he's going to win it.
Dude, sorry, I could just speak to Sariel. We shot a little content piece together, and he told me how excited he was, man. I was like watching a kid bouncing around, being so happy about this.
Yeah.
He said, my dream, we win it all, and the crowd is cheering Sariel. So, and I was like, live that dream, man. Yeah. Live that dream.
He's a good guy, man. He's a nice guy. He doesn't speak a lot of English, but you could tell he was so passionate. So I want to see him succeed, man. His story story, I think, is amazing. Did all of this on console when everybody says it's impossible. So I want to see him succeed.
Shout out Sony.
I heard you shouted it out earlier
Yeah,
too. It
yeah.
don't matter if you're not on console. If you are on console, you can still do it. I mean, it's happening. It's happening for some of these teams. It's happening. But we are going to be going to Group B after we're done with all this. We'll get a chance to talk about all of that. But I kind of want to get a little bit of your predictions. I want you to give me a bit of a tier list here live right now in regards to Group B.
Okay.
Obviously, Falcons at the top, right?
Falcons number one, I think, without question. Leviathan, they're going to be a swing team for me. Leviathan is really good, but they are very inconsistent. But when they're firing, right? Same thing for Gentlemates. Gentlemates, I think the buff on LAN, they're also going to do really good. Who else? I need to see him in front of me. I didn't.
Now, you're good. This is why I put you on this spot. I just wanted to get. I just needed top two.
No, the 2-3 is good, but I'm waiting now for as the Gentlemates enter the arena. You know, they know their time's up. I'm listening out for the drums and all the excitement. Man, it's going to be something.
Gentlemates, I mean, they're already started. You can hear them from here. They're
that could be them actually.
Yeah. They have the drums. They have everything ready. I'm actually so excited to see Sunday. You know, I think Gentlemates will make it no matter what. But them on Championship Sunday, oh my God, that's gonna be crazy.
It's so nice to have a French tournament. You know, we've got big teams like Vitality. We've got Gentlemates bringing it. The fans are going to be so excited, and for the French players as well. There is nothing like playing in front of a home crowd, like a true home crowd, friends and family in the arena. Like how special this is for so many players, man. It's incredible.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I was talking to Diaz about it, and this is off camera. We're just like, hey, who do you think could be the underhorse here? Who could, pop up? And he's like, my prediction is he thinks the French team is going to win this. Not just because of land buff, but because all three of the French teams have actually done really, really good recently. So I'm going to give a shout out to EU. Y'all been cooking. I just want to say that all year, EU has been slept on. Even last year, World Series of Warzone, they put a name for themselves out there. They did it better than literally the majority of all the NA teams. And they've continued that, man. They're doing really good. I'm not gonna say they're the best right now, but EU is actually frying.
But Enigma's back there somewhere.
We have seen teams take advantage of there being their hometown just bump, right? And I'm pretty sure that's gonna end up happening here too. But okay, all right. You have Falcons. Wait, do you want to answer? Have you answered yet who you actually think is gonna end up winning everything, or do you want to just save it?
I can say it.
Oh, I say it, brother. Look straight at the camera.
The team that's winning. I hope you guys know they say I have the worst jinx in all of the world. You know. All right, the team that's gonna win is going to be the Falcons. I think you're crazy if you don't believe that. They've won both of the events. I will say the Shumat Fortunes keep getting added to the mix. It's been a little, it's added inconsistencies to not just Falcons, but all the teams. So I still think out of any team, it's going to be them.
You need a map pool. You need a deep map pool.
I think I put 11 games.
11
games.
Yeah. Prediction. I ended up picking Falcons. I wasn't ballsy enough to actually pick the map, but if it does end up happening, we'll go find you. It'll be
let me know.
My boy. By the way, for everybody that might not be familiar with you, right, because we're here at EWC, let them know where they can find you.
Yeah, you can find me over on twitch.tv/repulse or Twitch or YouTube.tv or .com/ or at repulse. I don't even know. Repulse, REPULLZE on all socials, man.
There you go. Well, I'll look it up later on, too, whenever we're talking about the Group B, and I'll give you a shout out as well. Thank you so much for joining us, brother. Of course. As we're getting ready for Group B to start, so stay tuned for that.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
All right, what is up? I'm Thiefkill. This is Scum in the Night. We're with AGAL. We're out here in Paris for EWC. And I want to show the boys a little bit of something, some local food. We're going to try a little something here.
Is that frog?
It's frog legs.
Is that frog legs?
It's frog legs. It's frog legs, bro. Dude, look at this.
Oh, baby.
That's nice, right?
Some nice
look at
thighs.
that, dude.
We trying this right now?
Are you hungry?
Dude, I kind of am.
Okay, I will say it does have like little leg bones in it, so
okay.
don't just go all in one. You gotta like
you sure?
eat around it, like it's a chicken wing.
Oh, okay. Cheers, mate.
When in Paris, dude, we kicked each other.
Is there any meat?
Look at it. That's a cough right there,
Oh
dude.
my gosh.
Oh, bro, it feels so wrong. Dude, it just feels weird because it's a frog. Dude.
That's not bad.
Bro, I get frogs in my garden at home. This is so messed up.
What do you think Gordon Ramsay would rate this dish?
This is kind of fire, bro.
I'll probably give like a 2.
I think I'm done. The mental block is the
You
problem.
just put that back on.
Dude, Jimmy's back there. It's Kermit, bro. It's Kermit. It's actually kind of good, though.
Bad. You gonna eat an olive?
No.
No?
I got some bone. Ew, that was disgusting.
Dude, the olive was the best part.
You like the olives?
I do.
I'm not scared of the olives.
Get
another leg, bro. What do you boys rate out of 10?
I give the olive probably a 10.
What about the frog's legs?
The frog leg, I'll probably give like a nice 2 or 3.
A 2?
Yeah.
So you're not messing with Paris food?
I mean, I had some croissants. Those were pretty good. The frog legs, though, I'm gonna have to lay off those while I'm here.
Callum?
I've given it a 2. That ain't for me.
2?
It walking around before. no, it threw me off.
I'm eating another olive.
I'll give it like an 8. I mean, the chicken flavor was good. Like, it tastes like chicken. But the fact it was a frog leg, I kept getting this image of it like running around in me. It was freaking me out. No more frog legs for me. We gotta go track down some snails. That is gonna be the end of that. My teammates didn't really like the frog's legs. Paris, you gotta step up your food game. I didn't mind it. Not bad, not bad. I probably would never eat that again though. But yo, thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed. It's got like a full-on cough. Oh, look at this. Yo, imagine this thing just leaping, bro, like boom. I can't believe they just made us eat this.
I might go vegan.
I'm vegetarian now, dude. This is terrible.
I think this is the best decision we ever made, or potentially the worst we ever made.
What about Dylan?
Let's talk about it in 6 months.
Okay, no answer. We'll see. I'm putting you on the spot here. But, I mean, Perks is replacing that coaching position.
Look, first of all, Perks. I believe I come from traditional sports. I'm a converted gamer. I believe that successful sports organizations have this intrinsic like model of legacy transmission from ancient players to the new one, because you transmit something else than just skill and craft. You transmit like the legacy and the mental edge that they had when they won. And so we had our player becoming world champion in Rainbow Six 2 years ago called Fabian, and then become the coach. And as a coach, we won the championship again.
Hope y'all are enjoying the show as welcome back to the CUD Warzone Resurgence Championship at EWC 26. I'm the 7GG, and we're back with Miles Ross, Lace, and none other than Hold Shift. And I was looking at the crowd that we have behind us, Shift, and Leviathan, I'm hoping that you don't have a hot take with him, because there's a lot of people behind us. I'm not going to be able to defend you, brother.
I don't have a hot take for Leviathan, but I do, teaser, have a hot take for the Gentlemates. Save that for later.
Save that for later. All right. Well, one team that we're going to be looking at here, especially in Group B, it's going to be none other than Falcons, Lace, because this team, I mean, they're one of the favorites to win it all.
I mean, that's crazy. Who are the fat? No, I mean, this team. I mean, we've been harping on about this team. Definitely in the green room this whole entire time, and they have been looking so good in every tournament that they come into. Not only that, obviously they got to get some of those club championship points as well. So they're going to be coming in with obviously a mission and a half. I obviously said at the start, you know, I'm kind of putting Twisted Minds against Falcons in that sort of storyline, and I mean Falcons do have like 141 points to catch, but I do believe that this is the team that's going to be able to do it.
It's exciting to see as well as the group starts. Obviously, Twisted Minds have delivered the goods. We've seen a little bit out of Vitality, so now we have our trifecta, our winners from last year. Everyone's finding that success. All we have to see now is the Falcons come out on top, and once we do, we're in for a good run in that finals of the tournament.
And the thing is that you just mentioned it too. They're going to have a little bit of extra pressure when it comes to the club championship, because right now, Falcon fans, I'm sorry, but I don't know if you're going to be able to trip it here as we're looking at Group B. Do you want to go with the gentleman's take already, or do you want to wait a little bit? Oh, let's savor it.
All right, well, I'm going to be looking at G2, okay? I just had a conversation with VP. Now, G2, I wouldn't slate them as underdogs, but I would put them as underdogs under Falcons. And this team is going to be exceptional. And I'm in top fragger anxiety. Let's hope they don't get a bit of anxiety at
Hey.
So I'm going to leave the stage. I'm so sorry, everybody. But this is going to be another team that you need to keep your eyes on besides Falcons.
I've got G2 finishing top 3 in this group.
Okay,
I love that call out of you.
Thank you.
I'm down for fun. And I'm down for fun, but I'm down for fun.
Oh.
Because Juju is a beast, and I had a wonderful time with him in the content shooting. The confidence is there, the capability is there, so I'm running with those boys.
And for everybody watching, don't forget to do your EWC Play at Pick'ems right now. If you want to, just scan that QR code that just went away. If you want to bring it back, feel free to bring it back. But you'll be able to win some prizes if you do end up getting it correct. Maybe some money too. A lot of cool stuff. Just check out the EWC app. And while you're at it, don't forget, share stuff on social media. Use that hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26 because I want to see if we can maybe find something that we can showcase.
I got lots of cat pictures after my analogy from the previous segment. Lots of cat pictures.
You gotta send me some so we can maybe
I
try to
will
put it
share
on the
them. I
show.
will share them. Friend on social media delivered about 4.
Why did no one show you any brick pictures?
Because not a lot of bricks out there in the world. The bricks are down there, and we're gonna find out who they are.
We got the bricks at the start with the air ball. Sorry, I had to.
No, that would have been better if I had a brick.
Would have been way better. This guy balls. This guy
would have been
brick.
so much better if it was a brick.
I'm gonna let you savor that hot take that you had even longer.
Okay.
Because we are getting ready to start Group B, so why not? We waited long enough. Let's get started.
I had such a cool.
Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue pour notre deuxième partie de journée. Le groupe A vient de faire son entrée en scène et a déjà fait ses 6 games. Mais maintenant, c'est l'heure au groupe très relevé, le groupe B, de rentrer dans la compétition.
And just like that, day 1 is complete for Group A. And so, our focus now shifts to our next contenders. You've seen what's possible, but now it is time to see how high the bar has been set.
$1 million, rentrer dans l'histoire de WBC et essayer de soulever le trophée sur Warzone, toutes les équipes en rêvent. Mais pour y arriver, il faut déjà faire un bon group stage.
This isn't just about skill or synergy. Reputations are on the line. So it is time to put your money where your mouth is. It is time to silence the doubters. And it is time to introduce Group B to the main stage, starting with Fnatic.
AGL!
Gamax Esports.
Forfun Esports.
Ninjas in Pajamas E-Star.
Godlike Esports.
JD Gaming.
The Vicious Esports.
Team Nemesis.
New Icon.
Cat Guy Vadati. gentle mates.
Team Arcade.
G2 Esports.
And finally, your reigning club champions, Team Falcons. À partir de maintenant, chaque décision compte, chaque élimination, chaque point, chaque clutch. Les 48 joueurs du groupe B sont prêts à lancer les hostilités.
They've watched from the sidelines and now they get to make their mark. Just how electrifying can day one get? I think it's time we find out.
Faites du bruit!
All right, it's Group B time on day one, Warzone Resurgence Series Championship. I'm Coach, I've got Seymour next to me, and we got a chance to see all of our players walk in. Feels like a brand new start to a brand new day, but we've been out here a couple hours. Seymour, how the heck you feeling, man?
The Group A was on fire. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better start to the Warzone Resurgence Series Championships here at EWC, and for Group B, this one's going to be a ride. I think a roller coaster, because everything shaped up the way that we thought for the most part in Group A. Group B, a little bit more tight-knit, a little bit more opportunity for upsets and some dark horses to take the light.
Yeah, this is a really big moment for a couple teams to really step up and show who they are on main stage. This is almost feels like a given at some level for the Falcons. They still have something to prove, I guess, if you've never heard of them. Besides them, though, somebody like the Gentlemates, they've got the loudest crowd here by a mile now. You heard the boos for every other team besides the Gentlemates, but they have a lot to prove at home on main stage with a lot of people watching. A lot of expectations for a team that's frankly been struggling. It's one of the biggest stories of this group. Can the Gentlemates step up and step out right now?
We got some crowds here for Leviathan. I loved it. We had a lot of cheering in the crowd for G2. I think that the one thing is for certain, Falcons aren't the ones that people are going to be cheering for today, and that is the big question in my mind, because we talked about how dominant this team has been. Birmingham, Atlanta, first place finishes, both lands that we've had this year. You're looking for the three-peat here in Paris, and I wonder if it's going to be a little bit different without having that crowd behind you.
You know, it's a fun conversation as well, that lands, we always say, hey, they play a little bit slower. People don't go for as many kills. I'm going to be honest, the points in the first group were kind of top-heavy, man.
It was.
Fifth place was Novo. They had 96.6 points throughout the course of 6 games. That's an average of 16.1 points a game through 6. That's the metric for success if you want to go straight to the finals and skip the survivor stage. Top 5 is what you're looking for.
And I like that the desk was kind of bringing up that Orchid team, because talk about their Atlanta performance in reference to those points. I mean, you look at adding Master 5K to this trio. You got Sariel having probably the biggest pop-off rookie performance of the year. Repulse was even saying that he's got the opportunity to take home Rookie of the Year. And when you added Master 5K to this roster, it boosted them up to an average kills in Atlanta of nearly 14, giving them that third place finish. And if you're looking at setting that bar towards like 16 kills per game to get to top 5, I look at Orchid to really set that precedent.
Well, 16 points per game is the big ticket. So when you're scoring 14 kills, you just need
Exactly.
You need a little bit of some multiplier there. It's a great shout, Seymour. I'm glad you brought that up, because Orchid was the top fragging team in Atlanta, which is our last LAN event. But of course, I don't want to skip over the Falcons. Let's talk about the last couple LAN events. The Falcons have been non-stop winning everything this series. The only map that's technically on paper kind of sort of weak, it's not even Fortune's Keep that was added in recently. They're still the top-ranked team on Fortune's Keep based on the stats that we have. it's technically Rebirth, which is an interesting stat for them. They're a top 5 team on Rebirth, but they're not top 1 like they are on the other 2 maps.
So I wonder if Rebirth is going to kind of be where we look at other teams to pick it up after Havens. You know, maybe Group B, you take a little bit of a slow start. You're just trying to establish yourself on land, and everybody's just kind of getting a feel for what to do.
Yeah, and very important point about the Falcons. Yes, we know they have Slayers. Yes, we know that Dongi's unbelievable, but they're all unbelievable. They're a well-rounded team. What's unbelievable is their placements. They are averaging, in Atlanta, they average just under 4. 3.7 was their average in placements across all 11 games. It was unbelievable, the consistency that team had. So you see Gentlemates out in strides, though. Let's briefly talk about them. What's been going on with this team? They've had their ups and their downs.
I mean, 13th place in Atlanta, 10th place in Birmingham. You have to imagine that if there's one place the Gentlemates are going to turn up, it's going to be with your hometown crowd. And you look at them, everybody's showing up, the bleachers are filled, the chants are loud, and you know that that is going to put some fear in the minds of a lot of your opponents. So you look at it, I mean, you got Gentlemates looking to turn things around. It's just, can you perform on land?
Well, and we know the Gentlemates can perform on land, they just haven't, right? They got second last year at EWC, and so when you look at the Gentlemates, you know that they're fueled by their crowd, but they're also fueled by the hope of what they've done in scrims. I mean, Inkyo's popping 1v19s, I know we all saw that clip, and also in the most recent scrim, pop 21 kills by himself in one game. It was ridiculous. These guys have the firepower. It's about piecing them together when it matters most.
And it really brings up the question, too, if you don't perform here in Paris, do you even see the Gentlemates together next year?
Yeah.
That is one thing that I'm sure this trio is wondering. It's just, what does next year look for, like, for us if we don't turn up in this tournament right now, especially when you have a lot of rookies on the rise, not just Serial, but this Leviathan team with Criminal God.
Well, there's a lot of folks we should talk about, and you're right, 100%. There's a lot of roster questions up in the air, but this is still day 1 of a multi-day series. We've got a couple days of group stages, then Gentlemates are going crazy. I love those guys. Green suits are insane. Got a lot of love for them, but again, you're right. This could blow apart at the end of this if they can't piece it all together. There's a runway, though. You don't have to be top 5 at the end of our 2 days of group stages. That's nice, but there is a survivor stage. You just can't be bottom 3. I would put my house up on the fact that they're not going to be bottom 3, but hey, I've been wrong in the past, and hopefully won't lose my house today. But
you know what? Like, maybe you make it to the survival stage, and we just get to have the Gentlemates crowd just showing up on all days, not just the 3 days.
That's exactly right. There's a lot more teams we can talk about in the Group B standings, though, because I think you brought up the point right when we swapped over, that this feels like there could be some big upsets. There feels like there's some room to move in Group B. I think we'll see Falcons through no matter what. Leviathan been fairly consistent. They struggled a bit in Atlanta. Not sure the reason why. I can't imagine we won't see them at least in their survivor stage. But let's talk about some of these other teams that are a little bit more of a question mark. Miles brought up For Fun Esports, right? Let's talk about ups and downs. When the lobby is a little bit weaker, For Fun stomps everybody. It's not even close. They go through quals to get to the stage after not making it through Atlanta. They get second behind Vitality, but those two teams kind of ran away with it. Every time they've been trying to qualify for the other lands, they're stomping everybody that hasn't qualified yet. They're now on a big stage against great teams. Can they finally step up and win against great teams?
That's the thing. Is, I mean, you heard it from Miles too. Juju's a beast, and the community loves For Fun. It's just, if you show up here in Paris, you kind of like, you turn up and you change that narrative for your squad. Anybody can show up on the day, and I think that's a great shout, because I mean, this For Fun roster, when they are on, it is really hard to slow them down. So I'd like to see this For Fun roster. I think that there's other rosters too, like AG Global, or you look at the Vicious, New Icons, Fnatic, a lot of teams that, in the Warzone Resurgence series, they didn't really get to go to Atlanta or Birmingham, so it's like you're getting new regions as well mixed into EWC that we didn't get to see on land, and I wonder if that changes a lot.
100%, man. We could talk ad nauseum about most of these teams here on main. While we wait for the players to get all ready, we've got some really cool content we want to show you, and you'll be able to see this first map in just a moment.
Special report. The Esports World Cup is here, and
अरे न्यूज़
Warzone has
बोलने
been
वाला आ
chaos
गया
in
है
the build-up. And if you're a little lost, don't worry, because we've got you covered in this episode of The Hot Drop. In today's news, the Falcons are still everyone's favourites, but with teams finally growing a pair and refusing to give them exactly what they want, we've never seen so much competition. Last year's winners, Twisted Minds, have changed not one, but two of their champions, with a mid-season drama that could rival any box office. They've ended up looking potentially worse. Other dark horses from North America include sides such as Virtus Pro, who have kissed and locked it in after their tiff threatened to destroy them, and G2, who finally grew up and got over their LAN anxieties in Atlanta. Gen G are actually on their 48th drop spot and role change of the year. And to top things off, it got worse when the Gen G general manager received a barrage of abuse from the Falcons coach Mutex. In solidarity, Vitality coach Ebates released a small statement saying, "I need time to heal." Gen G's Aiden also refused to take the comments lightly. My knees hurt just watching that. Fnatic bring 3 familiar faces to EWC, while FaZe are on their 3rd roster of the year. LATAM fans will be hoping that the swag curse doesn't stretch as far as France. Speaking of the French, the Gentlemates are expected to be backed by a capacity crowd here in Paris, and they'll need them, because while their online performances have been stellar through 2026, their LAN has been considerably less impressive. So for Gromelok, Hallow, and the one as tall as 3 apples, the French have some weird sayings, don't know what to tell you, they'll be hoping to give the home fans the showing they deserve. And they aren't the only local side looking to bring a revolution, as Ravens and Orchid are here in great form too. There's actually some rumors going around that these 3 are going to mix amongst each other post-EWC. To get to the bottom of those whispers, we've put our best man on the case.
Tell me about Rostermania.
Calme-toi, frérot.
Tell me about the French super team.
Je suis la team. Je suis super.
Who's making the roster moves? Bring in the next one.
It's not just the French spicing things up. Italians, Novo, and Eclectic come here in great form too. Particularly Zanx, who's been keeping cool in the summer heatwave, playing and winning in a dress. For those of you still unsure about everything going on, we're heading live to the man with the best Warzone stream on the planet. So, Biffle, of course, we're here for the esports.
All right. Let's get to the real questions. Diaz, are you coming back next year?
Hey, no comment.
Okay, are you Shifty and Soka's daddy? Do they need you?
100%, of course.
Do you think this is the most competitive season we've ever had now that you're gone?
I mean, everybody's hitting match point. I mean, I think the scene's in shambles, so.
All right, back to you, Enigma.
Recent competitions have been record-breaking, by the way, with 14 maps, 12 teams hitting match point, meaning literally anyone could take it. Oh, and there are 5 Rookie of the Year contenders with Spam, Sariel, Fede, Criminal God, and Praise all stepping out on the stage. Anything else? Oh, of course, yeah, the weather. Got to check in with Dan. Dan, how's the weather?
It's hot.
Never misses a beat, that guy. And that is why he's my duo. This has been The Hot Drop. I've been Enigma. Have a fantastic Esports World Cup.
Unbelievable, man. It's hot.
It's
what
hot.
a beautiful piece telling the story of the scene. Man, that was awesome, but we are about to drop into our very first map here in Group B. We got to lock back in, or I'm going to be talking about that for way too long here, Seymour. As we jump into map 1, Haven's Hollow. First look, first team pops off the page. Who is going to jump out in the first map and set the tone for Group B?
I look at everybody other than the Falcons. I think you have an expectation for the Falcons to turn up. That's without a doubt. But, I mean, Enigma was talking about in his news report, G2 over their LAN anxieties. Does that carry over to EWC as well?
Yeah.
Orchid, Rookie of the Year conversation for Sariel. How does he look off this hot drop? It's just, how do you break out the gates playing at your best? I mean, obviously, we had the format change where it's like, where now you're just looking to be not in the bottom 3 of your group to get eliminated after day 2. You're just trying to get that consistency, and you want to make sure that you can buffer that out, that you don't have to play catch-up later on.
Big key factor as the players are loading in and about to drop out of the skies here in Haven's Hollow. Big factor is, can you win your drop spots? Some of these are for free, some of them are not. Will we see some shakeups? Will we see some people casting spells, as Miles said? Let's get it. Haven's Hollow, baby.
Are we going to see Cats? Or are we going to see Bricks? That's the big question.
Okay, already starting out hot as the Falcons changing things up. The Falcons are up in Mansion. hunting kills and dying in the meantime. Holy moly, folks. No boat today, not in Group B. The Falcons moving around the map without Twisted Minds around.
Yeah, no opportunity to kind of get out the gates early if you're NIP looking for the mansion. You gotta show up, you gotta take down the Kings, and it's not gonna be easy. You got Nemesis here as well, and these three are also looking to make some waves from across the pond. I had to sit down with them. They feel loose, they feel good. I'm excited to see what Nemesis can bring this weekend.
Man, I haven't watched Limax compete in a dang while here in Warzone. It's good to have him back. The Aussie is really looking to represent. They're doing unbelievable in the APAC region with hardly any competition. Finding another floating in the sky. Noob's completely lost on what's going on and where Bray's at, somehow missing him. This is an interesting play. Again, all of the players, they all know where people usually drop and therefore wanted to change some things up. The Falcons have moved over to Mansion, causing a bit of chaos. They usually land boat on the south side of the map, but they know that two of the teams that dominate Mansion usually, Ravens, Twisted Minds, they're in the other group. Was it free, or did they just think it was free enough? We'll see what happens with that. But we'll take a look at Leviathan over at Train Station. Mostly alone. We expected a bit of a contest, and it looks like they've actually got some early kills and pushed some people out.
Yeah, my big kind of look right now off the drop is Research. I mean, this is highly populated right now. You got Fnatic, Gamix, Orchid all here, and just above them, that's going to be the Vicious, who have potential third party if this gets a little bit messy in the Research. I mean, you're trying to stay a little bit loose right now. If you're Vicious, you don't want to dedicate yourself to a POI just yet. See what you can pick up on the outside. See if you can grab some exits and some early KP.
Yeah, reminder, the Vicious came from the MENA region, and they won by over 40 points against the competition over there. But this is a much more stout lobby, holistic lobby with a lot of skills, so a lot more to prove for a roster like that. Crushing their region, and a chance to at least make it a survivor stage, if not further. But you're right, Research a bit mixy. We swing over to Chapel, which has been mostly cleared out here. It's actually the Train that's cleaned this out, and it looks like Leviathan are going to get active. Reminder, Leviathan over at Train win their early engagements. They win their POI. They keep their anchor there. You can see them just on the backside of this mini-map, and they send their two fraggers out to go get some kills, hopefully. Z-Dark, Criminal God, unbelievable rookie. We're moving up, but now it's just Z-Dark moving in, trying to find some early picks, and looks like immediately sniffed out Patrine from the top side, throwing some warning shots, saying this is not where you're going to find a free kill. You're going to find yourself back up into the skies here shortly.
Yeah, this is where you're kind of walking into new icons as you move from station into the church. And Leviathan going to be feeling very comfortable at taking these three down. It's just weeding them out of these corners. That's going to be the issue, as New Icons are doing a fantastic job at just surviving, and they've actually drawn in some friends as well to come play. That's going to be For Fun Esports working in from the pond. You get caught there, you do have your anchor, so no big deal losing a couple of these fights, but you also got some stuff going down at Research, as it looks like AGAL are looking to get into the mix with, what is that, 6 other squads?
Yeah, a ton of people on the north side of the map. You can see where our zone is beginning to pull here in just a moment. The big key factor, look at that little cyan blue at the bottom at boat. That's G2. Usually at Lumber, they rotated over to what felt like a free boat without the Falcons in the area. This could really open G2 up to having a fantastic map, not having to worry about the Falcons like they usually do. Here comes Scummin, swinging in, finding one. Adrenaline deeply in trouble, that entire roster. In a bit of a blender, as it looks like AG are actually having a pretty solid map. You gotta remember, this AG roster is star-studded. FIFA feels like top 10 earner in Warzone history. Scummin has found his way to top 3 positions on LAN over and over again, and this year, this roster has been struggling. Funny enough, though, Knight is one of those players that has found his way into competitive rosters recently and has had a mixed amount of success, but right now, things are going well for the team.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting how AGAL kind of figures this one out. You've had 3 tournaments on the year, and you've had 3 different thirds, starting off with Oki, Prodigy, and it's been a mix of bags here. Knight's gonna get caught. You can put it into the rest of your team to see if they can clutch up and bring them back. You can see Scummin will be able to redeploy. You're doing a great job of just staying alive right now.
Yeah, big factor right now. The team that owns the south is G2. They're going to have to move out of boat here shortly, but they've got pretty much the entirety of the south side of the map. This is the big north battle to try to stay alive. Barely still up. No, gets cut down, but I believe the teammates still being able to spawn back in. That's not all of AGL, but they are in a bit of blender as AGAL try to find a new position on the map. to regain and recoup, and it may be Mansion, where they're going to be in for a rude awakening as the Falcons are still holding out on the top side of Mansion. But we swing over to JDG. Melvin's actually got 6 right now, playing around mid-map through Main Street. Probably going to see the likes of G2 off in the distance. There they are. They've already rotated up from boat, and they're actually skipping town. They may move all the way up to barn here shortly to play through mid and play for a later game, especially with the amount of kills they're able to pick up already. But Slappy swinging in, catching one completely unaware. Nate Dogg lost for a moment as he was running away from a different team. Third parties are always in, folks, in Resurgence, and it looks like JDG is winning out of most of this party. Down goes Vidati as well.
And Godlike's going to have some trouble regaining. Everybody walking into the likes of JDG. This is a squad that I have on my eyes for Group B to really turn up. Birmingham 14th. They cut that in half in Atlanta to 7th place. Can they do it once more to climb the ranks here in championships? As we get the zone kind of pulling in, everybody's moved from research back in towards the mansion. You got a whole conglomerate just trying to coexist for this rooftop.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of space in Mansion, so a nice regain. Unfortunately, there's too many people at the party, and the first team to go down is the team that we were hyping up, but they fall in the place that they are seated 16th for AGAL.
That just shows how hard it is to regain on Haven's Hollow. But the action's not going to be done as Falcons still controlling the top of Mansion. Dongy's down, going to have to be rebought by the rest of the squad. Good slide out from Noobs, controlling the tempo, controlling the space for his squad if you do get Dongy back in, and he will come back. Hisoka as well going to be brought into the mix. Falcons looking good. Noobs on 3 kills.
Big look at the top side of the map as the Falcons are still farming through Mansion, but there's a couple teams on the low side that are going to stay there for a while up until this new zone. Currently, it's still G2. You can see them on your mini-map now, just out at Barn, controlling dead center of this zone. They've been in control. They're finding kills, and it's Leviathan moving over from Train, making big waves. They've won the West this entire time, and they're finding a crazy amount of kills between the 3 of these guys. They are moving with a mission. Davis Amir shows up on land, and he's showing up in game 1.
This is big for Criminal God. You know that Leviathan are going to show up to EWC. Z-Dark, Amir, the new trio on
बोल रहे हो ना, अरे चैट मेरे शॉट पे नहीं है, शॉट वाला अभी देख रहा हूँ. ये हटा है तो वो जा रहा है, वो हटा रहा हो तो ये जा रहा है.
JDG going to try to recover from the bottom, the south side of our circle, moving into where G2 has barn control. And there's a whole lot still going on inside of the mansion over towards Cold Depot, just on the exit. That's where I'm looking at Gentlemates trying to move in. Haven't seen too much of them.
Flank is doing a great job of camping that buy from the ultimate high on Mansion. Nobody contesting For Fun up here. You gotta remember, For Fun plays through Pond, worked their way into Mansion, and through the chaos actually found themselves in a power position. Falcons still in the area, but not contesting height as of blows exchanging off screen right now, and that's all on the south side of the map. It's a bunch of trades. No full teams of 3 currently, and it does look like, in the meantime, Vision here on main, NIP, they thought they might be free up at Mansion. Most expected some folks to change things up, but NIP have farmed kills up on the north side of the map. NIP leading this lobby technically in slaying prowess.
Hey, you might be thinking it's a blessing right now that everybody's trying to contest you on Mansion. They've been waiting for a little bit of company. We're getting another zone close as we head into the 4th circle. And that's where things are going to start to dwell out. It looks like that circle is going to be dead center between Barn, Mansion, as well as the outskirts of Research. That means a whole lot are going to have to rotate away from the safe zone. Mansion players who are on the roof are going to have to decide, do we jump off, do we play through the building, or do we want to play into the courtyard?
Gentlemates are stepping up in map 1. And the crowd is loving it. They made it into our first multiplier, looking at top 10. Unfortunately, Sariel goes down, and that's going to be a wipe. They do get 1.2 multi, but that's all they're going to have moving into the next lobby. Gentlemates have 1 out on the southeast. They're going to be moving their way across bridge, across the train, and they're going to try to make their way, train cars rather, they're going to try to make their way into mid-map. Quickly, though, it looks like Showstopper Vision still setting up a great trap on top side for Fun. For Fun getting obliterated. A great play from a team expecting the fight. King AJ on the backside. For Fun did not know where he was, and they set up the perfect trap get to top 8, looking for a lot more. They got a ton of kills up here at Mansion.
And that's NIP again, just cleaning up house. You still have the Vicious, Falcons, a late rotation of G2 into the Mansion as well. It's just a solo is left for G2. Nemesis down to 1 as well, just towards the top right. You got trios to the bottom of Gentlemates, as well as JDG and Leviathan in some great positions to clean up everything that's about to leave this mansion.
Yeah, we see our lone survivor of G2 being pushed up because Leviathan won out in Barn in that engagement that we missed. So down on the south side, Leviathan is still trying to win the south because Gentlemates, look at where they're at a train wreck. They're up on this train car side. They're actually on the full eastern side as they rotated up north, and that's allowed them to win an entire side of the map.
Oh my God.
And this next zone is going to be everything. But look, JDG wins the engagement against Leviathan, who've been steamrolling through the competition, but Gentlemates feel like they can third-party this, and they get here fast enough. Gromelok taking down Melvin. MLS in deep trouble. Gentlemates finding kill after kill, weeding out the competition, and now they are alone on the south side of the zone, while everybody else is trying to figure out who's going to move first out of Mansion.
That was messy from Leviathan. They lose the 2v3, and because it was drawn out, Gentlemates, they get to clean it up. They're going to be solo on the south side, just looking to pick the bones of what comes out of this mansion.
Usually whoever moves first loses, but everybody moving a bit too late, so the Falcons go first, and they swing around the right side, having some intel, hearing the gunshots on the left side of Mansion as everybody's leaving. Falcons actually get out for free somehow because Adrenaline, trying to find his opponents, realizes they're on the other side of the wall. Now Donkey's already rotating. He's got an angle to play for this. Whoever comes out on top of this fight between Adrenaline and King AJ, and I don't know who's going to win this, but the Falcons are going to reap all the rewards, especially with a zone pull like this. Look at what the Falcons have just pulled. Falcons get the pull, and Gentlemates immediately move to try to get some intel, see where the earliest team is to rotate, see if they can get there first. They clean up.
Gentlemates are going to take the long way around. They know that they need to beat the Falcons to this new ring. They're going to bunk up in the house. Falcons on the inside, they get caught in the rotation.
No
Doggy and Hisoka are gone.
Gentlemates poised, ready to prove to the crowd that they are the team that they want them to be. The Gentlemates take map 1.
Hometown, home crowd, and look at the green suits. Getting hyped for their squad. Opening up Group B with a banger, controlling the south side, rotating accordingly, playing for position, and reading that end circle perfectly. Falcons from the inside of Mansion, they bunk up, they go for the change up, they contest NIP, and man, they did a great job at getting into that top 2. But what a read from Gentlemates just to get a better angle on that last fight.
Crowd is already electric, man. And again, we were talking about things going to script maybe in Group A, which is, I'd say, debatable. Gentlemates on top early, not according to script. Not the script that we've seen on land, at least. But it is according to the script that we've seen online. Gentlemates, very strong team, playing very well. Let's take a look back on what they were able to do. We see them early rotate. You called it out well. They go long, deep into the gas to try to beat the Falcons, who actually rotated first. The Falcons were so a bit disorganized in this rotation because they were so focused on the other fight across the way coming out of Mansion. They thought they could pick up a crazy amount of kills and then get shot in the back, and then they're down in player advantage, and the Gentlemates are able to clean up.
It's crazy, too, because 2 more seconds, and that could have been NIP in that position instead of the Falcons. I think, you look at NIP, who were faced with such a hard, difficult task in Game 1. I mean, they thought they were going to be Mansion alone. Everybody's going to be contesting you. A ton of teams are dropping in to play around you, especially with Falcons stepping up like that. Like, that is hard for NIP, and they stepped up in Game 1.
I mean, there's a even much larger macro conversation we can have about the Falcons playing north side of the map in general. You got to remember, Gentlemates playing usually. G2 down in Lumber, they usually could engage because the Falcons are a stone wall, but the Falcons weren't there, so G2 rotated out, and Gentlemates had everything for free. Crazy stuff, so much fun here in Game 1. We got a lot more for you in Game 2 in just a moment. Can the Gentlemates maybe go back-to-back on Havens Hollow? Woo, we got some cool stuff here in just a moment. We'll be right back.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
We've decided to hop on over to Allianz Vault and check in with Trav because we have Street Fighter going on here and we want to see how things are going so far.
Yeah, well, so far, it's been a day of the Falcons, whether that be good or bad, to be honest with you, because the favorite of the entire competition and the reigning champ from 2024 and 2025 kind of flew out of the competition in a bit of a surprising way. Yeah, Xiao Hai will no longer be competing in Street Fighter. He got bounced out of this, and he got bounced out of Fatal Fury earlier in the Esports World Cup as well. His teammates, though, kind of making it up for a little bit. Cryme and also Mickey have been doing a little bit better, still powering through their brackets. But it's very much a disappointment for Falcons because he was the one they expected to win. But in other news, it's Zeta Visions, the Rejects, that have also still got a lot of participation in Street Fighter. They're looking to try and get some points on the board as well.
All right, we're seeing a little bit of a trend here with Falcons struggling to get that win that they're looking for in games that they were expected to do really well. So we'll check back in a little bit and see who ends up taking the whole thing home in Street Fighter.
Falcons might be struggling on other stages, but they're not struggling here. For COD Warzone Resurgence Championship at EWC 26, second place in this match.
Yeah, and I think just you look at the club championship, you go back to the first EWC, when Falcons were signing rosters, the Warzone space is where they were anticipating to get their championship. The fact that we're 4 weeks in now and they still don't have one, yeah, they're riding on this team right here.
They're depending on it. They really need it. If they're actually able to get it, they're going to jump up on that leaderboard, and that's something that the Falcon fans are going to be looking to do. Earlier, you told me
like the last question, baby.
Sorry, we didn't have enough time during our segment to actually talk about it. But Gentlemates getting the first win.
I know, and my hot take's not going to hit all that hard, but the numbers coming into this, Gentlemates had a lot of disappointment. You talk about the metrics, average score per game, Falcons lead the way with 21.5, Gentlemates 16.1. Average placement, 5th for Falcons, 9th for Gentlemates. They have not done well. So my hot take from Group A was that we were going to see the Ravens not auto-qualify in the top 5. They were going to have to fight their way through survival. They've got a 12-point cushion. I still think they may have to fight their way back in. The Gentlemates, I think, here this weekend are not going to disappoint. I think they finished top 5 in their group. It's not going to hit that hard, obviously, now because they just won the first game.
I mean, Gentlemates teams is still going to be happy, if we're being completely honest, because that is the way that the hometown heroes want to start. And do you believe, Shift, in maybe a possible hometown buff?
It very well could be. I think it's just watching them over the course of the last couple of weeks, especially through scrims, they're starting to get more active in the late game to make sure they're in the right positions to win. We saw that perfectly, chipping away down train, making their way back over to the bottom side of the zone where it's free. They're making the right reads, the right moves, and they're ripping teams apart on the way. Great news for G-Mate fans.
It is going to be great news for G-Mates, and honestly, great news for Falcons, for some of the other squads here as well. I'm looking at AGAL for this squad. This is a squad that we're going to talk about the club championship.
Yep.
They have started to slow down in regards to other stages, but here they need to start performing as well.
I mean, that's a really tough opening finish for them. They start to get a lot of kills off the get-go, but everyone's staying alive. No one's falling off that leaderboard, and all of a sudden you finish 16th. So I think they got to trust their slaying, got to find the survivability.
And I want you to be the coach right now. I'm going to put you on the spot. You got to be the coach of AGAL. You're going up to them. What are you telling them?
Stay sexy. I don't know.
Hey, that may end up working. You never know what actually ends up working with some of these teams. As long as the confidence is there for some of these squads, they'll be able to bounce back from it. And I'm pretty sure AGL, we're going to be looking to see if they can actually bounce back on this second match of Group B.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Shift and Mr. 7. I don't know what that last sexy comment was, but I will say this. I know we like seeing good placement. Kills are so important. I'm looking at leaderboards. I'm looking at mathematics. The Falcons only had 8 kills, man. A 1.4x multi doesn't do a whole lot for that. They're barely inside the top 10.
No, I mean, we talked about how top-heavy Group A was. I mean, right out the gates for Group B, you got Gentlemates popping off with 35 points. And then right below that is NIP with 26.6 points coming out of Mansion on top in that contest against the Falcons.
Yeah.
So where you thought Falcons were doing well just by getting to the end game, they didn't find any kills because NIP were cleaning everything up. And NIP were right there along the way, farming kills, getting their placement. Top 3 was good enough for them to be in second place after game 1.
Yeah, I mean, they played really well. 19 kills out of a chaotic Mansion is really impressive. Now, this is something that we almost always have seen in group stages. With a team as confident as the Falcons, I don't know that they will ever go back to boat.
Yashwant, hi buddy,
Maybe
welcome
they
to the
do. After
stream.
a map like that, maybe they swing it right back to boat and they tell G2, get the heck out of here, go play against Gentlemates, make it a little bit more difficult for them. That's very possible. But something that the Falcons like to do in group stages where they know they're going to make it to the next stage, there's no question in their minds, is they get weird. They try to drop on other teams. They go to positions that you haven't seen them before. But of course, the Gentlemates fans are losing their minds because, hey, this is feeling like a lot more of what we saw from the Gentlemates last year. You gotta remember, Gentlemates got second. They got the silver medal at EWC last year. This is a great team, and they've got a great responsibility in front of a crowd like this to really show up on home. And it's so far in map 1, it gives them a huge buffer to be able to play maybe a little inconsistent and be fine on our leaderboard.
This game number 2 is going to be really determined on what our initial zone is going to be looking like. You know, if the Falcons want to go to Mansion again, you talked about how big of a macro change that was for Gentlemates, his having pure freedom of the South, being able to pick and choose which fights they wanted to take. You just had to play Leviathan, you had to play JDG, you win both of those initial fights. That third party was perfect with that really contested match between JDG and Leviathan. So I think that I look at the map going into game number 2. I want to see where this circle is going. I want to see where these drops are looking like.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you even can bring up the same conversation with Orchid, right? They're a northern map team. They play in No Name. They play just outside of Research, and they really couldn't get anything going because there is like 15 teams all around Research and into the mix around those train cars on the north side. AGAL was up there just getting weird, and it just caught everybody by surprise. Some of these teams playing a little bit different than they have in scrims or otherwise, which is the name of the game in group stages, especially here at EWC. You got 12 games, folks. There's a little bit of a room for error, but we told you the map through Group A. You need 16 points on average a game. Gentlemates just scored 35, folks. We are dropping into game 2 here shortly, and I'm pumped to see where this zone goes because this is going to dictate where some of these teams drop.
I like the idea of just having like weeks and weeks of scrims, being like, yeah, this is what we're going to do, guys. This is what you can do. Day 1, group stage, you're like, nah, let's change it up. Let's be weird, and let's make everybody else panic. That's like what the Falcons are thinking.
Well, let's get into it, folks. Our second Havens Hollow map. Everybody flying in, ready to rock and roll. Quick look at the map, and whew, things have changed dramatically as we swing, yes, to the north, but this time to Research. Half our first circle is out of bounds, folks. Look at G2. They have Boat and Lumber, both of them off rip. The entire south is G2, completely alone down there. It did look like the Falcons went back up to Mansion. But other than that, all teams trying to figure out how the heck do we get to Research and when do we get to Research?
Yeah, you got 5 teams just lingering around Research, 3 teams inside Mansion. Alone on the left side is going to be Nemesis, having to make that long rotation from train station into the circle at some point, and while they do it, they're going to have to cross paths with JDG, which gave them an issue in the last time, and out the gates for a lot of these drops, just trying to fight for position. We're starting off with AGAL in the barn.
Yeah, and this is where they traditionally land, Barn Chapel area, and so it's a big win this time to actually win against Fnatic and therefore not have to scramble about where to go and where to regain. They did a pretty good job of doing that for a little while and then get last. So a lot of eyes on this team, and it does look like we're down to 15 out of 16 already. We'll try to get a read on which team is already out of here. But if that's true, at least they're doing a little bit better than last time. As we take a look at what's going on up at Mansion, it looks quiet just because this POI is big. The Falcons are here. Leviathan here as well, electing to abandon train station, immediately rotate up or land up here at Mansion and be able to play with NIP, who, like you mentioned, look at the scores on the right-hand side. NIP put up a banger map at 19 kills, so they picked up 2 in this one. As the Falcons playing low side after getting put in a little bit of a blender to kick things off.
Yeah, Leviathan are sitting in 3rd place on the leaderboard after game 1, so you can test NIP, maybe take some of their kills away. Like, that's not a bad game plan at all. It's still very early days. Why not change things up before it's too little, too late? So trying to find some positioning, find some space to coexist around the Mansion. Will be Leviathan actually getting walked up on by NIP.
Yeah,
I do not want to meet this team the way that they played game 1.
That's just bad timing. He was reloading, turning a corner. Mistake or otherwise. That's a rough one. And we swing around the corner and get another one. NIP getting real mixy, feeling very comfortable in Mansion. They've been repping here for a while now, and they're trying to prove that it is theirs. Go play somewhere else. G2, like I said, they had the entire south side of the map to work with. They've moved all the way up from Boat and Lumber, and they're moving back up to central position. This is the same rotation they did last time, moving up towards Mansion. They played up at Barn, played through Barn, and unfortunately got pushed out of Barn. This time, they're going to play a little bit lower in Trainwreck, trying to prepare for some of these teams that are rotating in from the west.
It's an earlier rotation, too. I think because of that, they're getting that space, that positioning first, and they're actually going to beat JDG here. If they can win this battle versus JDG, that's going to be a big change from game 1.
Vidati on your screen after playing outside of Barn and getting pushed out by AGAL, looking for a few more kills on rotation. Nemesis having to swing in and getting deeply in trouble. This is the problem with a zone like this. If you rotate too late, you're just going to get hamstrung by 3 different teams. And the question is, which one can you win against, and how far can you push through the storm? As we swing in from the gas and get up to AGAL, who's holding now from Barn. G2 are in a bit of trouble. We'll swing over to them. There they are. JDG yet again proving a problem in mid-map. They continue to win these weird engagements, knocking some teams out that aren't expecting the ferocity that Melvin and co. come swinging through it.
Yeah, their rotations are just perfect right now. And they're
like
going to be an issue through mid-map. Cross Barn, you can see a lot of teams still active as we get getting into the closing portions of this second circle. Minute 24 left before we get into the third, and we get towards closing that resurgence pocket. So just trying to see who can find some space here as things are about to get weird around the Barn. AGAL still getting walked up on by Nemesis, but they are gatekeeping them.
Nice pickup there from Showstopper. Trying to maintain some semblance of control over Mansion as it still stays inside of zone. We did see KGV, who are a bit of a blender. They did get full wiped there in 14th. Missing a few teams on the map. Falcon still here, NIP still here, Leviathan still here and still fighting. A moment for all of these teams to try to pick up a couple kills. Criminal God does get cut down. Anxiety's trying to find something in the regain here at Mansion. Yet again, in a blender, G2 getting pushed out of mid, going to Mansion and getting cut down immediately as well. G2, they did get a flyer up onto the map, but that's about it. Scythe way off in the distance now in deep trouble as Showstopper is continuing to hunt down G2 and will get it in time. G2 gone. A frustrating Havens Hollow for a team that traditionally puts up solid points.
I'm sure that's something that you're going to go back to the drawing board to figure out what the heck just happened with our Havens. Back-to-back bombs over towards Mansion. So moving around for day 2. Will that be a change up for G2? Looking over towards train station. We do have Gentlemates looking to move into the cold depot actually to see if they can play up against Godlike, who wanted to rotate away from research to look for some positioning outside the circle and some safety nets, but Gentlemates are breathing down their necks and they are looking to dominate the south side.
Yeah, I mean, this time, this is where they land, right? So this time they get to stay put for a while rather than rotating towards Mansion. The zone has pulled east as Ahsoka wins a nice one over the top. And then the Aussies back to the lobby as well. Still looking for our first multiplier here with one more. As all 3 members of the Falcons still up. Donkey on 6, so doing a better job this time to find kills. At least on 8 as a trio. And actually, I'll call it 7. Noobs with not a kill to his name yet. 1 for Soka, 6 for Dongi. So need one more to match last map. And then they got second. Plenty of room still to find some more kills on the map, especially still having to fight through NIP and Leviathan.
You actually got, we were hyping up JDG. They're starting to get contested by AGAL, who've just been sitting up in Barns. So you look at JDG, who've been fantastic on this rotation through the streets in towards research across this stream. AGL are trying to prove to be an issue, and they're actually pinching them between 3 other trios. So if JDG, if this gets messy for you, you have potential to get third party. You got to be very careful with your next move.
Unfortunately, holders get held, man. They just rotated too late. They were trying to hold the western side of the map, picked up a couple kills in transition, but then were too late to move. Now they're getting held. Classic Warzone story to see if AGAL can find their way out of it. Certainly JDG continue to find kill after kill. It's actually a PA that cleans up one of this Leviathan roster, but they're striking back. Criminal God has found an angle. He's on 4. He's gonna try to push this fight, especially with Slappy down. Even though Dark's out, he could find that frag, doesn't get it. Gonna get actually a buyback on Dark, not wasting any time.
Yeah, this is going to be important for Leviathan as well as JDG to find some sort of positioning inside of research. Criminal God's going to get picked off by the Precisions. That buyback does not make a difference. Still just 2 players left for Leviathan, but with players starting to move away from the mansion and barn, you just cannot be in this position right now for your Leviathan. You got to find some space in research.
Let's do a quick listen in with the Falcons, see what's going on in their heads.
G2, fuck up. Eddie, keep watching the attic. You should try to zip up in the attic, Eddie. And just start glitch it.
Go on. I haven't heard shit. There's a guy G2 side.
Yo, crossing out G2 here. That's showing them. That's show.
Yeah. We cracked him 1 shot.
Okay, I'm gonna try to take space. Yeah, the team mansion went to G2. At least a couple of them.
Small plat's free. Small plat's free.
Shooting me from the train. We gotta cross again. The other kid in front is gonna shot us. Oh, I'm gonna try to cross again one more time.
The guy on your left. I cracked him on your left. One shot on the train. Knocked him.
I heard you. Stay there, Dom. Stay there, Dom. And the red train card on my danger. Okay? Be careful your right. Okay, I heard you.
Knocked on green ping.
I heard you. I'm trying to stay down. Yo, Ed, your small might be clear. Like clear. I can't lie.
I think it is.
There's at least 2 G2. That's one of them. Nice. Another one here at the red train car. Red train car.
I got one of them.
He's almost cracked it. Cracked him in the red train card. Okay, I heard you. They could be under you, small Eddie. Eddie. Yeah, we're missing one. There's one G2.
What did we hear from the comms? A ton of intel pointing out where do we go, how do we get there, which teams are crossing, and which ones can we pick up in transition. Through all of those comms, they got a ton of intel and 2 kills to boot, and we can actually see that they are the only team now on the north side outside of research, so they're going to be outside looking in. Look at this zone pull. They're actually going to be in zone playing for multi now. The question is, can they pick up more kills?
Yeah, you can choose whether or not to play towards the waterfall, play towards the back trains. You got a lot of people going to be walking in front of you with AG Global still trying to vie for some position over towards the top shack. They're going to walk right into Gentlemates, actually still fighting for the south side. This is something that they did back in game 1. They're doing it once again. FIFA Kill brings it into a 2-on-2 for this battle.
FIFA Kill in a great spot over the top, and actually almost scams Grom, gets out in the open for a hair too long to get the buyback. And it would have been a loss to go for that buy and not stay alive. Can he get anything for it? FIFA get cut down by the Falcons though, and Grom trades Ekio. Picks up the final one. Down go AGAL with a little bit of help from the Falcons. The Gentlemates win an engagement that shouldn't have been very difficult. They're able to find their way out, and now they own the western side of the map. The Falcons, the north, everybody else is dead center of research.
Yeah, both Gentlemates and Falcons have great position outside of research, and you imagine that the zone most likely is going to pull away from this building. So with Gentlemates on the ultimate height, they're going to be able to watch anybody who wants to leave this, but first they're going to look at the Gentlemates.
Gentlemates selling one yet again to play out in the open. Falcons doing a great job to pick up these easy kills. Again, that's 3 different kills. Basically, Master 5K with a little bit of an assist there. Puts the Gentlemates down to 1. Out in the open proves difficult for the Gentlemates to find what piece of cover they need to stick behind, getting shot from multiple angles. And now Hollow's going to wait out this next zone pull. And it goes outside of research, or at least mostly. The Falcons, yet again with a zone pull, find themselves into a power position, waiting on everybody else. And usually you would say, much like last map, this is a bit too slow for them for these points to matter, but they've found 4 or 5 now, just by people being too far out in the open and Dongy shooting straight. But look at research.
That's 7 trios still existing inside of research. And Falcons, their ultimate height is still going to be in that circle. So Gentlemates are looking for position inside the rankings, but no, you're going to get caught. Hollow's out. Gentlemates are out. No back-to-back for the Gentlemates. And now with the Falcons, all they got to do is wait to see what comes out from this research.
This is where Orchid lands. They play up near research. Been battling in a position here since the very beginning of the map. It's actually Leviathan getting full team wipes off screen. Volcom
Nice,
on
bro.
screen, getting traded out from the backside. Master 5K here as well, finding the angle on Volcom's back. Nice trade from a roster that has been deadly since Atlanta. We'll see what NIP can do, who also made a great rotation to the bottom side here of Research. I'm going to trade out, actually. Looks like at least one player of Gamax.
And inside this final circle, you got Falcons, NIP, and Leviathan all rounding out that top 5 of this leaderboard still. So this would be a big game for if any of them can walk away with a win.
Good grief, look at this zone. Falcons actually lose one in transition. A great find over the top from Orchid. Again, they've had this height position on Research that gives them a bunch of intel over the top. And actually just gonna go for the kill. Swizzin full sends this, picks up one, should pick up two, no problem. The third though, Showstopper makes a big play on Swizzin. Orchid at least lose one with a very aggressive play. We say you gotta play for kills, but look at the placements. You cannot fall in 6th here. You need the multiplier. And Sario's running straight into danger. Swizzin barely alive and barely breathing, but finding kills, he's still alive. As NIP also on 1 HP in a dream. Showstopper using all of his stims to stay up for a moment, and then finally goes down. JDG striking, and all of a sudden we went from 6 teams to 2, and the Falcons have their prey in their talents. The Falcons win game 2 after a 2nd place game 1.
That was a cluster of energy that went into that last final circle. You can't say that for the Falcons. They're chilling everybody down. But Research was busy, and you had teams fighting for that win to see if they can get themselves through that top 3 into that #1 pole position, exiting Havens Hollow. JDG with a 2nd place finish. That is going to be big for them as they were sitting in 3rd place going into that 2nd game. And with Leviathan as well, looking to knock down Gentlemates, looking to knock down NIP. I can't wait to see what this does to our standings.
Yeah, that's gotta feel good if you're the Falcons. Play through Mansion, play up at a just diabolical Research zone.
Free.
And then they get the pulls again. There's something about this Falcons team, man. They get the pulls every single time. Now, traditionally speaking, when we see the zone pull up towards Research, you don't see a Research building ending. It does usually pull out. And I mean, I have to say this. I'm gonna get made fun of in the green room because I use this every broadcast. But the layer cake that is Research Center is truly the best way to describe what happened. You counted out 7 teams all stacked on top of each other, and I like the aggressiveness from some of these rosters to just full tilt, full sin, knowing they need the points, because they're just trying to get top 5. I mean, you need kills. Why not just full sin and see what happens?
You got to give a lot of respect to the teams that were able to make it into Research. You had Leviathan there who dropped Mansion.
NIP.
They were scrambling to get some regain. You had NIP also dropping struggled to regain back over towards Research, but they got it done. And JDG, who starts over by Church pretty much in the Straits bowling alley, and they make it all the way across to Research to make it into top 2. Like, that is tippy out of these teams to survive.
Well, listen in to the celebrations at the end of this one.
Good shot. That's it. Come on. Let's go. Come on. Good shot.
Textbook. No huge celebrations because they knew they were going to win that one. I mean, they had it in the bag for a while. Last 3 zones even, especially when they picked up Gentlemates in transition. Golly. That's got to be a brutal one for the Gentlemates who desperately wanted to go back-to-back, but they still put up a couple kills. Everything was mostly fine. I think the biggest question mark is G2 coming out of Havens Hollow, probably near bottom of the leaderboard. Wild to even say that out loud for a team that's been dominating on a map like this. We'll see whether they're able to swing back in their form in Rebirth Island.
You gotta chalk it up a little bit to that zone pull RNG as well. I mean, how unlucky is it that you drop Riverboat back-to-back and you're forced to rotate early into Mansion in both games? Like, that is not easy for anybody to do. And in game 2, like, you just look at the way that JDG is playing, you look at the way that AG Global are playing, and the way that they're able to command the middle of the map through Barn. Like, you are making a rotation there if you're G2 across some very strong slaying, some very strong gatekeeping teams. So it's like, you're walking out of Havens, like, that was a tough game. I hope that they don't hang their heads low, because it's a bad scenario. It's unlucky.
But yeah, especially when JDG is playing like this. JDG picked up 7 in Atlanta, but since then have been looking like they're in final form, including today. It's a good call. G2 did play from the south side of the map to the north, both maps. Technically speaking, Rebirth Island has actually been their best map for the course of the series. So they're actually, I believe, one of the top ranked teams on Rebirth Island as well. And today, I would even venture to say there's a chance they could be free because they play up at Bio, and not a lot of teams are playing Bio these days. Well, with all of that in mind, though, so many fun conversations. There's a lot more we got to talk about. We're going to take a very quick look at some content as we get into Game 3 here shortly and take a look at Rebirth Island.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Esports World Cup 26. Miles and Enigma here. We're with the Gentlemates fans. Not a bad map.
No, not at all. Great map one, of course, for them. They've got to see their team take that map here in Paris, France. We knew that they would be under a lot of pressure, but when you're backed by a crowd like this, you feel that passion, you feel that blood run through your veins, and you're ready to step out and deliver, and they're doing exactly that.
Now, I want to ask a fan here, sir, what do you think the squad need to do to find the win?
Je pense qu'ils doivent se servir de l'énergie du public. Ils savent quoi faire, c'est le meilleur roster du monde et nous on sera là pour les soutenir et ils vont tout arracher.
Bonne chance, bonne chance. Did you get that?
Picked up about 4 words. I'm working on it. I'm getting a little bit better with the French. A word here and there, Thomas in particular, helps me out a little bit, but I'll be honest with you now, I'm a little bit lost.
The duo logo is not helping. I mean, what do you think, though, of the match so far? Falcons, obviously, sitting up top there. A big 21.
Yeah, I think the second map in particular showed classic Falcons. They rotate out of action, take the north side of the zone, and walk in with the gas and lock everybody else out. It's what they do. They've been doing this for years. So for the closer for good reason. There is, of course, going to be great competition for them here, but while they look like that, we can expect them through to Sunday.
And he is my resident subject matter expert. I mean, as we saw in Group A, Group B here as well, it seems to be the top dogs on top so far. Are you expecting much of a change in the next few weeks?
No, I think that we are seeing those sides that were under pressure deal with that incredibly well. We have, of course, got your Falcons, your Twisted Minds up towards the top. I don't see that changing much, and to be fair, when you sit in this room and you feel the energy, any team that's going to come into this an underdog going to feel a little bit more uncomfortable when these fans are doing incredible things to back their sides and not wanting you to do anything out there on the map.
A huge thank you to all the fans who have turned up here, and the noise you are making is something very, very special. We've still got plenty of games to play here on the first day of Warzone, but any surprises? Anything that shocked you as a real resident Warzone player?
I think the Ninjas in Pajamas are just being incredibly bold and aggressive, getting at the Falcons and taking it to them. Fair play, we want to see it right now. Top teams on top.
We are ready to roll. Can we get one more, Gentlemates? How are we feeling? Going in to the next map. It's back to the casters.
All right, Gentlemates, so loud I can't hear myself think, and that's the way we want it here in France, folks. Paris has been a dream. Haven's Hollow, a dream for some, and a nightmare for others. You see teams like NIP on top of our leaderboard by a couple points over Falcons, with JD Gaming in third overall. Gentlemates still finding their way to the top 5 with Leviathan. But, I mean, we got godlike new icons down at the bottom of the leaderboard trying to turn things around going into Rebirth Island.
I think that we knew that a couple all of these rosters coming out from regions that may be a little bit less practiced than, you know, NA and EU who've been at WRS for, you know, Birmingham and Atlanta. Like, it would be a little bit of talk. Godlike's a big surprise. You didn't get to see too much of Nate Dogg or Intex really kick off. They were just scrambling off the gates yet again back on Rebirth, or on Havens Hollow. But now we go to Rebirth Island and we see if a lot of these teams can maybe bounce back after those first two maps. Maybe it was a little bit unlucky zone pulls. You guys struggled to get those rotations going. We talked about that with G2, and I think a lot of people will be looking at going into the second wave with a different mindset.
All right, biggest question in my mind is where the heck are the Falcons dropping? They usually drop Kim alone. Nobody likes to contest him, but did they change things up just to put everybody on their heels? Rebirth Island is here, folks. We've seen it 1,000 times and likely we'll see it 1,000 more, but today, only twice. We get into the first map. Will G2 be alone up at Bio? Will the Gentlemates be alone in living quarters? And will the Falcons land right on top of the Gentlemates' head just to throw them off balance? Let's drop in to our first Rebirth Island map of Group B. It does look like the Falcons are returning to form up at Kim all alone.
Yeah, they're going to have Fnatic just below them in Harbor, and Orchid maybe giving them a look from top of Prison. G2 back to basics over at Bio. A lot of teams just kind of sitting down looking for their drop spots. The big thing's going to be Stronghold for me, because you look at Gentlemates who had a fantastic Havens Hollow. They drop living quarters and they're already contesting Lev down low and strong.
And we'll swing over there when we get the chance, but of course we got to take a look at Control Center. It's hotly contested in both groups. And even in this one, Trick Empathy, we talked about Godlike, we talked about a team at the bottom of the leaderboard. Trick Empathy is one of an individual basis, one that usually is at the top. As an individual, has been a hero for this team, and a lot of folks have been chattering about what he could be able to do even with a different roster. Today, that roster's struggling on the chaos of Havens Hollow. We take a look, though, at maybe what they could do from boat. Here's a look at the factory side as we take a look at, looks like maybe VC could get active here and go play for somebody else. The problem is they're getting stabbed in the back just repeatedly by the Falcons who are bored. So do need to be careful about this factory play. When the Falcons get comfortable, they do swing up on JDG and win an engagement, a 3v1 with one more outside. JDG do need to stay alive if they can, and they're actually in deep trouble. They're third up floating in the skies.
Yeah, he's just going to float his way on down, let everybody else research, just get back into the flow of things. JDG had a fantastic map 1 and map 2. Don't expect them to fall so early on Rebirth. All 16 teams still alive. Everybody's looking for the loadouts, and for VC, they're going to be primed and ready to go in the docks of Factory. Leviathan, who are out in Stronghold. Yeah, it went up against Mates. It looks like they're going to go up against Mates yet again.
Yeah, I mean, this is classic, right? Gentlemates up in living quarters. Leviathan down in Stronghold. Striking first, Criminal God, the Fragger, coming up to get busy. Their anchor nice and safe in Stronghold with no one within a country mile. So let's send the rookie out to go make some big plays. Doing great today. Let's see if they can keep up that momentum. This is feeling a lot more like Birmingham for this roster and a lot less like Atlanta.
And that's what we want to see out of Criminal God, especially vying for that Rookie of the Year position. Gentlemates have actually backed all the way down, and you can see that we got a little bit of a push in from AGAL.
For Fun just got wiped, folks. For Fun getting conned at, I think it was Turbine still. Nothing changed for them, but they're losing the early engagement. A lot of eyes on For Fun to step up in a big way in a stronger lobby. So far, not the case. See if they can turn things around in the second map of Rebirth, as they are the first team out. Trick Empathy continuing to find some regainers on the outside of boat. A couple kills here, a couple kills there, maybe all you need as the Aussies swim away.
Group B, not for fun just yet. So again, we just kind of like look at Rebirth, and a lot of teams have actually been contesting each other on these rotations. I'm still looking at G2, we're looking for the bounce back, as they're going to go from the north side in towards Turbine. They've already backed AG Global away. Anxiety has been in the kill feed a lot. KGV, big kills up against Nemesis. Kazu playing into control.
Got a sniper on main, cracking plates, and that's about it. Smash Burger Dad 78 is a ridiculous tag. All right, good luck here, Gooey. I can appreciate the plays. We'll swing back over to the Vicious, see what they're able to do here on the map. Quick look at the map feed, though. You can see where everybody's positioned. G2 was up at Bio. They've elected to rotate in. Looks like Anchor swinging through Industries, getting told that, hey, Turbine's free. Come rotate to us, or we'll hold it down for you while you make your way this direction. Big Man actually finding one in transition as well, so watch out for that G2 roster who desperately needs points. While still on main, the Vicious hunting down a couple solos. A couple individuals. Fnatic maybe in trouble or causing it. Let's see. One, Resolve gets it, but gets traded out immediately. Great job there from the Vicious. Playing together well here on Rebirth Island.
And Criminal God stays alive just enough for Leviathan to not get outed just yet. Predict trying to keep Solds alive here for VC. Solds just sitting inside the boat. Enough time to your teammates to bring themselves back into the map, but this has been a chaotic Rebirth Island so far, and everybody just crossing paths. Circle still very much central. Nothing really to look at in terms of where do you want to set up this positioning. A lot of teams going to be playing still through Prison for Control, for Factory, Living Quarters. Lots of positions still open. And I think we saw new icons get eliminated there, so we're down to 14 trios now.
Right now, it's an anchor game. Everybody having their fraggers out on the map, try to go get some kills. Godlike in a bit of trouble up here at Boat. Nate Dogg gonna have to be a hero. Trick can put the plates back up. We're trying to hunt down the last remaining members of this Gamax roster. Maybe a thorn in the side, but at least Godlike haven't had to leave the boat since the beginning of the map, and they found kills to boot. So, hey, keep challenging us is probably what they're saying. We need the points. We're able to all stay up, stabilize, take boat back, and wait for what this new zone offers. They don't really need to move if people keep coming this direction, so they're gonna chill here. Look to see if we can swing out. There it is, to Stronghold to see what's going on. The Leviathan have their two fraggers up into the map. They've lost their lives a couple times, one floating back in, it looks like over the top of Living Quarters, but Amir can't really leave. He's in a very strong position if the zone didn't pull up towards Central, like Seymour said, so he's gonna have to go for a dip, go for a swim, see if he can find his way up to safety. Unfortunately, there's a couple more folks in the water trying to do the same as per the usual here on Rebirth Island. So Amir, swim well, my friend, and Godspeed. I just wish you the best.
And when you're in Rebirth Island, when in doubt, swim it out. Leviathan still not eliminated as well. I mean, they still are holding on to their life.
You saw a quick glance up at HQ to see NIP holding down HQ for free. This time, NIP unconned at their usual drop spot at HQ. Have a nice power position. The big question is how many kills have they been able to pick up through the course of this map as Zedar continues to swim for his life. I know we love looking at these folks in the water with a pistol. Wow. I use this stat often. We've been talking about it in the green room. This pistol is the third ranked weapon on Rebirth Island because of this right here. It happens over and over and over again. The people go swimming thinking they can live a bit longer and their teammates can get back to the map, but unfortunately for a team like Gamax, they will finally all get wiped together and therefore be out of the lobby.
Down to 13 trios. Circle heading into the third. Now as we're going to be close to closing that Resurgence pocket. And it's still pretty central. I mean, you got Control Center, Prison, Turbine, lots of places to sit and wait. The big thing is now we have to bring into the conversation teams like Falcons now having to leave Chemical Engineering, move up the mountain, and they're being contested by Orchid, JDG, another team that has to make some moves. They're walking into VC, Predict goes down, Slappy in the feed, alongside Malvin with 2 kills, trying to move their way inside Factory and inside the safe zone.
Quick look back at Control. What's been happening for KGV? Been able to hold down middle Control, just waiting for a team like Godlike to leave this boat. I just see Trick on 7 kills. They haven't left the boat the entire time. What a ridiculous Rebirth Island thus far for a guy. Look at him. 3,000 damage, 7 kills. Criminal God goes down as well. Leviathan in a deep and utter blender, but still on the map. As we just see this team pick up the kills of all the regainers. Hey, it's a strategy. It works. We see a full team rotating in, though, finally maybe contesting Godlike. AGAL unfortunately getting cut down in transition by Anxiety, though. FIFA kill down. It's going to be a 2v3 on boat if they want it.
Yeah, this north side through Turbine has been hell so far for AGAL. G2 starts Bio. They flip it out. They've just been continuously keeping AGL on their back foot, and moving into a team like Godlike right now is not really what you want to do. If you're AGAL, just trying to look for some space to live. The circle is going to be closing in the next 40 seconds. This is where I'm looking at teams to start to move up the mountain. Teams to look at still Gentlemates sitting in living quarters. It's going to be the slow side. Lots of time to move up, but other teams like Nemesis, who are starting in Stronghold, are going to have to cross into that boat for Godlike and AGAL, and all while getting picked off by a sniper in the hands of Showstopper.
Listen, we've had this conversation about HQ over and over again. If it's uncontested and you can just sit your anchor up at the top of the tower, might as well pull out a sniper and see if you can pick up some free kills. Finally, Leviathan leaves the lobby. This has not been their game, but they've been resilient. Unfortunately, Resilient only gets them 13th, which is basically nothing. So Leviathan going to drop our leaderboard a little bit. Should still be in a decent position, though, especially as we are just now into the third map. Quick look at the map feed, though, does tell the story of what all the action has been showing on main, which is that everybody's been fighting around boat, and Falcons have been bored over on Kim's side. They rotate down towards Factory, look for a bit more, but on screen, NIP, King AJ has 9 kills out of nowhere as JDG get thrown into a blender, and they've got a solo flying in the skies.
And up here feeling good. I mean, they're having a great start to this Group B. Haven's Hollow, Rebirth Island, it doesn't matter. And King AJ on 9 kills is just looking to keep up that continuous pace. Sitting in headquarters, they're not going to be in the circle right now. They got so much time. They're going to have to cross paths with the Gentlemates at some point, and back in game 1, that was their kryptonite.
Look at G2, though, silently been obliterating this lobby. They desperately needed a good Rebirth Island game, and they've been one of the top teams on Rebirth Island. So let's listen in on G2 and see what they're thinking as they swing into the new zone.
His boys in the bar, his boys gonna work up. It's only 2. It's only 2.
I'm not dead in the back, bro. No.
It's fine, just double res us. We can go and play placement.
Yeah, dead in prison.
They're all fighting now. You can double res. Pop that single. You can buy a muni, buy a muni for yourself. Land shower, everybody.
Not bad.
Are you going showers?
Yeah.
Which side? Here, the single.
Right here at the door, single door.
Hold this one.
Great job from G2 to stay alive and quickly get the double buyback, playing for positioning. They do get a multi.
And they do find their way into the prison, which is the big deal. They're going to hop into that second floor, see if they can find a circle or find a corner to sit in just to get that position. They're going to be in a great spot to maybe find some ground loot and catch some people in transition.
Gentlemates have found their way into the bottom side of prison. Well done being patient in that rotation. They actually picked up NIP, who got wiped during that listen-in. NIP going to fall down the leaderboard a little bit, although they had a ton of kills. They don't get a single multi from a map that could have been great.
Falcons, I mean, they have to be just whispering in the ear of the circle pull gods, because they get another pull down the mountain. As you see, G2 have not just regained, but they have turned it into lemonade now with what they got.
Holy moly, G2 are fragging right now. We got to see what Orchid could do, though, is actually take one member of G2 down, AGAL and G2 fighting, while Orchid maintains a position on top prison. It's a pretty strong position. I think, unfortunately for them, this new zone is going to dictate whether or not this is the right decision or maybe the wrong one. As the Falcons down on the low side, Godlike, they've been reaping through the boat, but unfortunately as they make their way to prison, they get obliterated. Down go Intex and Nate Dogg. A decent game for them, but they needed a great one. We swing into a top 7 position, need top 5 for the next multiplier, and yet again, the Falcons pulled the zone, and the Falcons are easily in the best position on the map.
Look at the situation that you're seeing from Gentlemates, though. I think they're going to try to swing this all the way down the mountain, get behind the Falcons. So this has got to be where you see the Falcons make a move, but as they do, Sariel's going to catch them. The rookie's showing up.
Yeah, I mean, Orchid and Gentlemates moving at the same time would be the perfect play. It looks like Gentlemates a little bit slow on the rotation, but the Falcons in now trouble as they lose one down to a duo. The third immediately gets back into the lobby, though. So all 3 up, and they win the engagement. Down go to the Gentlemates in 6th, not 5th. Gentlemates lose out on the multi.
That's going to be Orchid, AG Global, Falcons, as well as JD Gaming still alive, and there goes Orchid with Swizzing going down as JD's cleaning up.
JDG on a heater here in Group B. And it's now down to the Falcons and JDG, and the Falcons go back to back, making it look easy with a great zone pull.
I gotta say, it's another one where you just put your headset down, and you know that you didn't have to do much to get that top first place spot. It's the Falcons yet again. Get it done on Rebirth Island this time. An easy pull towards Chemical Engineering. They maybe had to walk like 5 minutes away from their initial drop spots. And as soon as it goes down the mountain, as soon as they contest Gentlemates on leaving prison, they keep everything north of them, everything ahead of them up that hill. They just allow everybody else to kill each other and clean up what's left.
I mean, it's classic Falcons. A little bit of skill, a lot of luck. Is that what we can say for them? No, it's a lot of both. But at the same time, when you get a zone pull like that, you just can't lose. The only thing that could have gone wrong for them is if Gentlemates and Orchid pushed the exact same time from the flank, but there's no way to know that. The bullets started flying, Gentlemates a hair too slow, and they get caught in transition. Noobs with the perfect read. I think unfortunate for everybody else, there's no way the Falcons are losing that.
I gotta say, there's a couple teams too that I want to talk about in this endgame circle, and it's gonna be Orchid, JDG, and AG Global. All had some pretty rough starts this game. AG Global struggling against G2, JDG struggling to get in through Factory, and it all comes back into now walking into the Falcons. You still get good placement and some kills, but just can't close it out.
Well, laughter and comfortability is all I'm hearing over there from the Falcons. I think Ahsoka gave us a yawn, and, you know, frankly, for Group B, it's felt like a bit of a yawn for them, right? They've been rotating early, getting the zone pulls, and just watching everybody die in front of them. Sometimes it's them shooting their guns, and other times it's everybody just killing each other. So I'll be curious to see how many total kills they had as a team. I don't think it was a banger, but taking away that multiplier from other teams is huge. And remember, it's this classic Falcons, man. They went second, first in 3 games. Their average placement in Atlanta was like 3.5. You know, it was a little bit better than 4th on average, and they are obliterating that right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking polished as ever, and nobody would have doubted it. You said it when you're on the desk. It's just, this team is undeniable. And until they start to slow down, like, we cannot just keep them away from talking about how dominant the Falcons are. They're looking good today.
Well, it sounds like we got a quick interview as we get ready for our second Rebirth Island map. Let's take a look.
All right, everybody, I got the man with me here, Vision from Nip. Give him a round of applause as Nip has been firing off on all cylinders. I mean, Vision, how has these first 3 maps been feeling for you? You got the drums going, you're in enemy territory, but at the end of the day, you guys are in first place.
I mean, I just feel like my teammates are playing amazing. Showstopper, AJ. But just, I feel like our communication is just on point.
Yeah.
And yeah. I'm confident we got first today.
Hey, you should be confident, okay? You are, I want to say you are a kill leader throughout these first 3, but you're definitely the kill leader on your team. Just talk to me about, like, how does it feel? You know, you're playing in these lobbies and you got Falcons going second, first, but you guys are still in first place, mainly because of you. You are the kill leader in these lobbies. I know you had 16 throughout the first 2 maps. I don't know how many you got in the third, but how are you finding that much consistency? Is it just the communication, or what are you doing?
I mean, I just feel like me and AJ are just running around together all the time, so it's just easy. My teammate, he's always supporting me. I support him. Well, I think we have the same amount of kills, by the way. I think we both have 19.
Okay.
So, you know, we just have good chemistry.
Great chemistry. Now, we saw the chemistry on Rebirth Island with your pacing. What did you learn on Rebirth Island that you're going to keep continuing on into Haven's Hollow in the last map as well?
What was the question again?
I said, when it comes down to your pacing that you guys found on the Haven's Hollow, how are you guys going to take that into the next maps? What did you learn in those first 2 maps that you can take on over to the rest of the maps?
I mean, I think at the moment we don't really have to change that much. Our communication is on point, as I said. The chemistry is on point. And yeah, just a shout out to my teammates. Let's go to the next game.
You heard it here, folks, okay? Shout out to his teammates. Shout out to Nip. They're in first place. Let's see if they can keep it.
We book Esports World Cup up.
déçu avec les fans de Gentleman. Bon, comment ça se va la troisième game? Pour l'instant, ça se passe pas mal.
Ça se passe super bien. On fait le top 1 la première, magnifique. Ça allume la salle un peu, on montre qu'on est chez nous. La deuxième, ça se passe un peu moins bien et là, on est en place, j'ai l'impression. Donc,
ça va, yeah, so we're really happy because we have one top 1 on the first game, so it was magnificent. Everybody's just chilling out and everybody's so happy about it. And now the second game was not that good, but we feel kind of good now, so everybody's just sending. So, tu veux chanter évidemment, mais je vais te laisser chanter avec eux. Mais comment est-ce que tu te sens? Un peu moins stressé? Faut être quand même top 5 du groupe, ça va être chaud.
on va y aller. Je veux pas un peu porter l'œil, mais on va y aller, c'est sûr. Ils sont dans leur match. On y va. Il n'y a même pas de question qui se pose. On y va.
I know you want to sing with them, so you can sing, bro. I asked him, like, of course you want to sing with them, but I guess in one point you just really want them to get the top 5. Do you think it? You believe it? It's like, I don't want to jinx it, but of course I believe it. Like, they're looking right good now, and we're gonna do it. We're gonna make to the big finals, and we're here for that, whatever. This is group stage. We are more interested in the finals. If we believe, they believe, we're gonna make it. Basically, they are ready.
God bless them.
On va tout casser ce soir.
Je crois pas que vous connaissez. On sort de nulle part. Un repère de bâtard. On va tout casser ce soir. Oh, le mec. Je crois pas que vous connaissez.
Foutez-moi le bordel.
On sort de nulle part. Repère de bâtard. On va tout casser ce soir. Je crois pas que vous connaissez. On sort de nulle part. Roster de bâtard.
On va tout casser ce soir. Here we go, we're here, guys. Go to the finals.
Thank you, Luti. I love the energy of the crowd, not only from them, but also the crowd we have seen. Falcons have been performing as well. But honestly, we got to talk about NIP because even though they haven't gotten a win, that team still finds themselves in first place.
Look good, man. I mean, the kill tally is just odd. Well, considering that they're putting themselves out of the main final circle fights, they're just kind of surviving.
I mean, this is kind of the NIP playbook, to be honest with you. This is King AJ rolls up to LAN and goes, yeah, I'm going to slam everybody. And that's exactly what he does, which is a great way to get out of group stages. But I'm like, does this work when you get to that final lobby? And what we've seen, it kind of doesn't.
The pub stomp strategy doesn't always fly, does it? But hey, shout out the G2 pick. I think it was Lace.
Yeah.
Coming out of nowhere going, I think G2 are going to win. Something to that effect.
I mean, G2 ended up performing well. AGAL, we were talking about them, wanting them to bounce back. They were able to bounce back, Dandro.
Yeah, it's really fun to see AGAL up here because Knight is a new addition to this roster, and he is shooting nukes right now. He had almost double the kills of both of his teammates coming into that game, and they are playing lights out right now. Kind of questions from the community of would they even make it out of this group stage after a very lackluster Atlanta. But here, I think they now maybe had a lot of those learnings, and now are making sure that they are getting at least out of the survival stage.
And I think the in-game calling just really shows up on this map that obviously has been around for a lot longer than Haven's Hollow, where, again, in the first 2-3 circles on Haven's Hollow, they're finding kills, they're just not surviving to get the multipliers. Now, all of a sudden, you go back to what we've been playing for the last 3 years, and they're like, okay, we know where we're dropping, we know how we're rotating, and if, like you mentioned, Knight, if he keeps shooting like this, these guys have a real solid chance to make it not just out of their group, but potentially top 5 if they can place well.
And on this last match, we saw Godlike being able to just hold that boat for the longest time. And it was none other than let me actually see if I get this. Trick.
Yes.
Trick was just straight up just getting all the kills.
Yeah, Trick needs some help. He needs some help, man. I mean, it's has been the story all year long is that Trick is going huge, but I'm waiting for those games where Nate Dogg and Intex can start to get into the mix because that's when the team's having success. It's not enough just for Trick to be going sicko mode. He needs both of the teammates to help him on out as well.
Dan, as the long-term resident Warzone expert, are you seeing anything in this stage so far, or at least in this group, that's a shock to you?
I think what's shocking, this is going to sound like an oxymoron, what's shocking is how, expected it is. It's like, we're all like, I think this team should do well, but, you kind of come in, land, you look at Group A, you had some teams who you're like, hey, I'm cool, they're up at the top. But for Group B, I think we're kind of like, all right, yes, check. Okay, Leviathan's right on the outside, AGL's right on the outside. Oh, okay, cool. This is kind of going maybe how we expected just a little bit. So I think that's what's the most surprising to me, which is weird to say, it's surprising that it's going as expected.
We all said it would go this way, and it is. I mean, that's not to say, again, you got to believe.
at this point of a tournament, anyone can still win it. But right now, the heavy hitters are hitting the hardest.
Yes. I mean, let's even talk about Leviathan because they started off hot. They have slowed down a little bit in this last match, but if we go back to the first games, I mean, they ended up in 7th place with 14 kills. Then follow it up with the 3rd place, 10 kills. But after that, this last match, it wasn't up to par.
Yeah, they're floating, but there hasn't been anything that you look at, whether they've been on screen or you just watch them on the map, that says, oh, they're dominating. Yeah. Like, it's just been kind of okay, which is fine for now. They're going to avoid being in the bottom 3, but in terms of making it not just through this group, but also possibly through survival, they need to find a moment. And anyway, I think just first part of the map, mid part of the map, end of the game, whatever it happens to be, they just need a moment.
Yeah, I think what people forget is this Leviathan roster looked really good at Birmingham, right? That's how they got here. They qualified through Birmingham. They showed up to Atlanta, and they didn't even make it out of the group stage, right? Yeah. So that's just the kind of thing. I think they're kind of getting their feet back underneath them for being on a LAN together. You got a young gun and Criminal God who's absolutely insane, but you got to wonder, is this maybe some of those LAN jitters coming back? You have Atlanta kind of sitting in the back of your head. You got to kind of beat the boogeyman, maybe, if you want to try and start to get back into the game.
I mean, again, looking at this top 8 so far, still very, very close in terms of the score line. So plenty still to change there on that first page. No worries for many, many of those for a fan of hope.
And I think the only other thing to kind of point to, and I know there's been some, whoa, JD Gaming up there, but this is what they do. They kill, they slay. I think the big kind of interesting point as we finish off the back half of this group is what's going to happen with Team Orchid. I also feel like they have not necessarily had a convincing moment. They had high ground in that last little fight at the end, but weren't able to survive through it. So it just, again, feels like they need a moment as well.
And as we go towards the second page, you can see new icons there with just 9 points. Godlike, honestly, luckily, they had a good match in this last one. If not, it would have been looking terrible, just like new icons right now.
Yeah, and I think they just need to kind of pick it up. I'm also surprised to see For Fun at the bottom as well. Like, I think this is For Fun. Their biggest competitor is themselves. I think they need to do a little bit better.
Looking for a bit more. They were my pick coming into this one. I mean, I saw the social media posts. I'm excited to see a turnaround, but mate, it's not too late. It's not too late. There's plenty of time. None of it yet.
It's only 3 matches too, right? Yeah. We only start waving. When was it earlier that we actually started waving some flags? I wanted to start like really waving some flags. You were just like, it's okay, let's just a little bit.
I mean, still the full day.
Yeah.
But at the point of, if you find yourself in the bottom half of that second page after day 1, you're scrambling. So need to step it up if you're one of those bottom 3 teams in particular, especially if you only have 9 points. What are we doing?
Yeah. You gotta hit the VOD review. That's all I say. Spend your night. Don't wallow. Hit the VOD review. Hit the firing range. Fire your gun. Please do something.
Or they're gonna be hoping that they can do something here in River Island coming up. If not in the last 2 games on Fortune's Keep as well, they could be looking to maybe see their fortune change a bit.
Hey, hopefully. I mean, Fortune's Keep. As far as maps go, again, I love how each map really does have a different flavor. Some teams looking a little nicer on them than others, but at a competition like this, you have to have a deep pool. 3 doesn't seem like a lot, but you have to be consistent across all 3.
Well, that's what's so exciting about the Esports World Cup is because like every LAN, we've added a map to the map pool. And before coming into this, when you looked at, like Atlanta and even just in the community, it was teams were either really good at Havens Hollow and dog water at Rebirth, or they were the flip. Now that we have Fortune's Keep here, there's actually like some opportunity where if you're not good at one of those maps, you say, okay, we just have that 3rd map in our back pocket. We can get some stuff. And especially where Fortune's Keep, it's very defensive. You saw it in Group A. We had that map where you have resurgence get disabled. We still have 13 teams in the lobby, right? Everybody's just trying to do what they can to stay alive. I love that we have this new edition of the map.
The only bad news is Falcons are currently the best team on Fortune's Keep as well, I think. So you had a choice.
So we're expecting another 2 wins? Is that what we're saying?
I don't know about 2 wins, but top 5s for sure.
I mean, they already gave us 2 wins out of 3 matches. I think it's maybe possible and doable for them. We saw Soki just go, calm down. All right, just calm down. He wasn't wrong. Everybody, calm down. They ended up winning those 2 matches back to back as well. Going into the second half here for Group B, which team are you going to be looking at, Dandor, to maybe either step it up or just continue on that consistency?
I mean, it's a couple of those teams that we mentioned, right? I think I am looking at Godlike and For Fun, who we know can be, a much, much better team. I am looking at teams like Leviathan, who we're got a lot of fans here. I think they need that energy. Hopefully the break helped a little bit. It's just a couple of those squads that you really expect to do super well that aren't right now, that I'm like, okay, this is your opportunity. You had your break, you went to the bathroom, get some water, recenter as a team. Now play like you know you can.
I'm looking at Team Orchid. I think with just the recent buzz and the trend that they've been able to put together, I'm going to see if they can actually convincingly win a moment. Just have any sort of a moment as we finish off Rebirth and go to Fortune.
I'm not going to be biased whatsoever, Miles. I think I'm going to be picking Leviathan because I want to see it. Not biased whatsoever. I'm hoping that they'll end up performing well. And I know across them that we do have Team Falcons, which Lace is currently with them.
Well, I found myself with the Falcons fans, and this is just after 2 back-to-back wins. Now, obviously, you're going for the Team Falcons, and them to have 2 wins in a row. Is there anything you want to say to the Falcons players?
Actually, it's not our first time. We're back. We're going back-to-back. We already went back-to-back the World Cup. We have 2 World Cup now, and we are coming here to just support Falcons because we have, let's say, we are believe in this team. In all our games, we will win this World Cup. We will take it triples at their time in the row.
I mean, it's only the group stages, but you're saying the Falcons are going to win the entire... Falcons!
We will take this World Cup to Riyadh. It's an arm. بطول بالعرض فالكون هز الارض بطول بالعرض فالكون هز الارض بطول بالعرض فالكون هز الارض. We will take this cup to Riyadh.
I mean, you can feel the energy. You can hear it in for the Falcons. And of course, these guys are going to be rooting for them for the whole thing. Let's go, Falcons!
Let's go, Falcons!
Listen, man, I love LAN events. Like, audiences like that, crowds, teams cheering themselves on. It's so dang cool to see folks cheering on their favorite team and saying, no worries, we're going to win everything. And right now, I think Falcons fans are probably the most confident for good reason.
Coming to Paris, I thought the Green Swedes would have their hands full with vitality in terms of crowd presence. But seeing Leviathan show up, seeing Gen G show up, Falcons show up, there's so much support from all the different regions that we have right now for the Warzone Resurgence series, and that's the part that I love for these guys. Because you can look at the stage, you can see the Falcons go back-to-back on Haven's Hollow and Rebirth Island, and, you know, maybe Hisoka wants to stand up to calm everybody down, but he doesn't need to get hyped because he's got his fans behind him getting loud for him. I mean, it's great to see the presence from the community. It's great to see the fans show up.
I really like what the desk talked about. I think there was a lot of fantastic points, and I agree with all of them. The one that I could slightly disagree with, if I could be so bold, is the fact that, yes, everything's going to script, except for one team in particular in my mind. NIP, I know they hyped them up, but NIP should not be doing as well as they are right now. They are crushing it if everything was going to script. So this is a big one.
And they haven't even won a map. Like, that's the big thing. You're getting a lot of kills. You're getting into, you know, close placements towards the top, but you haven't gotten that map win under your belt. You're sitting in first with 63 points. Vision, AJ are having a fantastic game in a tournament right now in terms of kills. But if you can put that win below your belt alongside these kills, like, that is going to be what sets NIP apart.
You got to remember, NIP didn't make the final lobby at LAN at either Birmingham or Atlanta. This is not going to script for NIP. They got 6th in EU finals, missing LAN. They got 9th in EU finals, missing LAN on Birmingham. Like, they are crushing it right now, and they have the firepower to do it. Wars moved off this roster to coach them because things weren't working. It's now working. They got to keep up the pace.
I got to shoot some content with them, too, the other day, and it was like, just trying to get any strategy out of them was impossible. They were so locked into the tournament. You could tell that their focus was just on performing, being there for their organization. They got to boot camp with NIP before coming to Paris as well out in Sweden. So the fact that they're getting love from their organization, they're starting to piece the whole puzzle together during champs. I mean, they're hitting strides at all the right times.
It's a big moment for them. Of course, we're still in group stages, and we're still day 1 of group stages. So hopefully this is the light at which they desperately needed to hold a flame and wave in the air, and that will continue. But very easily, that light could be snuffed out quickly, even if it is on day 2.
Well, let's kind of shift our attention away from, you know, the success story of NIP. We saw the bounce back from G2 as well, but we had Gentlemates start off the day with a win, and now they're caught in a little bit of a stalemate on Rebirth Island between both NIP and Leviathan. And I think that that's something that we got to talk about, because the desk made that precedent of, okay, what's going on with Leviathan, because they were like top 4 coming out of Haven's Hollow. You go to Rebirth Island and you're just playing the regain over and over again. They were struggling in their drop towards Stronghold against Gentlemates and NIP holding them.
Well, good news for Gentlemates fans is that they are a strong Fortune's Keep team. Currently on our rankings, they're 3rd overall in just raw points. There's not as much data for Fortune's Keep, but they actually have a pretty strong position on Keep once we get there. If things don't go catastrophically, you know, papers in the air, everybody throw their strategies out the window and land on some of the top teams. So with that in mind, I think you just want another solid, passable game from the Gentlemates here. Hopefully they maybe get a Southern Zone this time and be able to play through Living, maybe win out in Stronghold or something like that. But either way you look at it, they're not in a bad position. There's no question about it.
And then for Leviathan, it's just hold Stronghold like as best as you can. I mean, it's one of the toughest positions to break from any team. So if you get a good zone pull, you're able to not get bullied away from your POI, then that's where Leviathan can also battle against those two teams as well going into game 2 of Rebirth Island.
Here we go.
See these drops.
Exact opposite story for Leviathan. They need to get back online soon. Fortune's Keep has not been favorable to them. Let's see how things change. Second map of Rebirth Island. A lot of things to talk about, but the first one is we see Leviathan landing prison. They're in showers right now, trying to figure out if Stronghold's not the game plan. Let's get active.
And it's because the zone pull right away does not lead Stronghold's side. They leave Gentlemates alone. We don't want to deal with you. Let's just make sure that we get some good position and some early KP.
Here's NIP already getting some of those kills that they need. Put some points on the board early. They've been doing this every single game and finding decent multis. Looks like NI not going to go down without a fight. Quick look at the scores on the right-hand side. Continues to tell the story that we've been telling. Gentlemates, Falcons, NIP, and JDG, who, yes, have been doing what they did in Atlanta, but even a little bit better, averaging over 14 kills a game right now through the first 3. JDG on a heater. Let's see if they can keep it up.
Yeah, they're technically the second highest in kills right now. And that's 5 off of NIP. And they were regaining all game Rebirth Island. What?
Watch out.
Leviathan are eliminated.
Leviathan first team out confirmed. Do not see them on the map. They change things up and they go deep into the blender. They're going to be on the second half of that leaderboard going into Fortune's Keep. They desperately need to turn the tides. But back to the action for fun. Another team now bottom of the leaderboard trying to work their way up. They're trying to win out in control. A little bit different play from them, and they swing through and immediately get the trades. Well done to put KGV on their heels. Weren't expecting this aggressive of a push from For Fun, who believes they can win this fight. And so far, they're 100% correct.
And it's exciting to see what's going on in Control, because you know Godlike is in the docks, and they had such a good game on Rebirth Island. Trick was firing away. So you look at Control Center to see who can battle against Godlike and what's going to go on down there as we kind of bounce around, see what's going on. There's actually been some movement over towards Stronghold, and Gentlemates down there now playing up against the team contesting them. That's going to be Nemesis.
You can see that happening in the kill feed. Pause of current For Fun, still trying to win out of Control. Vidati's actually on 4 up on the north side, the top side rather, of Control, so doing a good job of picking up some freebies, but For Fun feeling like they hunt one down, and they're able to do just that. A 3v1 is quite easy for Fun, but they desperately need some kills, and they need a banger. Not a good game, a banger, because they are way down at the bottom of the leaderboard. Quick check-in, though, at Factory. Let's see what F&C are doing. Only a couple kills to boot across the board, and trying to figure out if they have control over Factory and can go hunting, or need to play defensive and hold this POI. For now, nice and easy.
Predict's already on 4 kills as well, so that is big for VC. Down towards the bottom of Factory. And they're also a team that's going to look to give Fnatic a little bit of a tough time. You can see Predict is farming right now. 6 kills off the bat in Factory. He's going to move Fnatic elsewhere as they try to regain.
Oh, man, that's a bummer. Look, we all have broken legs. Everything's fine, but 2 down means you need to desperately run for your lives. More action on screen here. Well, our team continues to hunt down JDG. JDG do slap back. Slappy on 5 currently. Get the heck off our boat here over the Factory side. Unfortunately, gets put in too much of a blender this time around. A little too cracked for his own good. FLS floating in the water, trying to keep his team up and not get full wiped. As somehow, the Vicious has 7 kills playing through Factory. And
he's on 17 for the group so far for his team. So big out of predict. What a challenge. JDG FLS smoked. And it's not even going to be done. You can see that JDG are still trying to recover back over towards the factory because you went over and tried to take JDG out of the game. Gentlemates are going to humble you.
Well, I mean, good news, bad news for the Gentlemates. The Anchor was out in Stronghold and gets obliterated. Living Quarters out of the zone as well. And so, yes, you hunt down a kill, but now Inkyo's last alive for your team, and you got to slow yourself back down. And look at the map. You got to still rotate through Living to even get to the zone. A fairly identical zone to the last map. This one, a hair more north, should pull up onto the control side for the late part of this game.
There's about 25% of this map that's maybe not solid right now. You're either in the water or you just can't play in it. So that is going to leave a lot of questions for this rotation in through Factory and Living Quarters, as a lot of teams are coexisting towards the bottom of this hill. Moving into Headquarters is going to be difficult. You can see that NIP are sitting there watching. And we look towards the north side. You see that AG Global, again, good map 1 on Rebirth. See if they can follow up with the good map 2 as well.
Yeah, I like that quick check-in there with AGAL. Knight on 5. Team's doing a great job of controlling Turbine. It's actually for fun leaving Turbine to go play Control at the very beginning of this map. Let AGL kind of breathe a little bit more on the map, and they seemingly have found a foothold on a great spot in zone, and with some kills to boot. AGAL having some momentum right now. Take a look at the Falcons, though. We haven't checked in with them in a while because they've been chilling. They go get really aggressive over at G2 and immediately get obliterated. Yes, Anchor and Chem. Yes, Falcons will be fine, but even still, G2 hold their own against the top dogs.
G2, again, a big story coming into Rebirth Islands was, can they bounce back after a terrible map 1 and 2 on Haven's Hollow? Map 1 of Rebirth, the answer was yes. Map 2, so far, they're putting Falcons in their place. So it's good to see that from Anxiety. Still in the kill feed with Big Man 2. 15 trios still alive. Closing in on the second circle. Just a minute 13 to work up the hill towards Headquarters for a lot of these squads.
And again, NIP getting Headquarters for free gives them so much flexibility on this map where their fraggers can go get kills, whether they're playing defensive and teams try to chow them after they've established their foothold, or if they're just picking up freebies up at the top of the tower. Either way you look at it, NIP, a great spot here in Rebirth Island. I'm not sure they're going to have things like this for free in the next later stages, but for now, take it while you got it. As we swing back over to the fight at Control Center, Godlike trying to finally get some action and cause some chaos rather than wait for everybody to come to them. Does look like they've got a decent position here on the second floor of Control. A couple teams underneath and on top.
Yeah, because they gave up docks, Gentlemates have kind of had the free rotation into the circle to take control of the boats. So that's going to be difficult for Godlike to retake it.
Yeah, you got to remember, Gentlemates had to regain somewhere, and it felt like the boat was mostly free. Usually to the water we go. Flank sends 1 back up into the skies. That's 3 for him. For fun, doing a great job of still battling in the blender that is Control Center as they continue to find a foothold.
Now everybody's going to be moving over towards the docks. This is where, for fun, if you really wanted to, can third-party a couple of these teams. It's about to get pretty messy down there.
Yeah, kind of. Sometimes it's tough to leave Control Center, though, because this is such a power position in the current zone. If you leave to go get kills, great, but you have to be able to come back and retake it. It's a risky play, and it looks like For Fun going to try to stick into Control while the fight happening at Boat continues on. We take a look at the Falcons. They are going to have to rotate. It's actually JDG who's got FLS out here. Wow. Winning a 1 against Dongi, does get traded out, but got the full regardless. His team's safe over at Turbine. They're chilling, pushing out AJAL. So everything's fine for JDG. They are very comfortable right now in Group B. They continue to put point after point on the leaderboard.
I'm just going to say, this is the first time so far we've seen in this block Falcons getting farmed on a map. They haven't been able to leave Chemical Engineering. A lot of these teams are doing a good job at keeping them on a leash. Looking back towards Fnatic, though, they're sitting in the harbor. They got to move up this hill, but they are being contested right now against the Vicious.
The winners of LATAM North need to make some bigger waves here in Group B if they want to continue to try to advance in this tournament. So far, fairly sleepy. Volcom wins 1, though, sending Solds back to the skies. Our Resurgence timer is about to close. That player will come back on timer, but everybody else will not in about 60 seconds. Oh, no. Gentlemates go down. In the meantime, a big fight outside of the map, out in the water. The Gentlemates get wiped trying to regain. Bad news for the Gentlemates fans. That's 14.
It looks like a lot of teams are going to be looking to regain their way through. Gentlemates get eliminated, like you said, but inside the water, a lot of people just trying to look to get into Turbine, and that's going to create a little bit of friction on this rotation. You start to see now Falcons moving away from Chemical Engineering. NIP have left the headquarters. You see Fnatic working up the hill into the prison, and who's waiting at the prison? It's Orchid.
I've seen AGAL in the kill feed holding the line at Turbine. I told you it was a fantastic spot on the map, and they've done a great job just holding the line while For Fun try to hold out in boat, but no, they go down in 12. What could have been a solid game for them turns into another disaster as the Aussies strike while the iron's hot and now get swung on by Godlike. And so Levi goes running for the hills.
Falcons just down to 1. It's going to be a floater back on in. G2 holding Industries. We move closer yet again. Turbine safe. The end of prison is safe. Industries is safe. And the bottom of the dam is where a lot of people are probably going to look to regain.
Quick look at the map. The best two teams by far in terms of position is going to be G2 and Industries, and it's going to be AGAL and Turbine. They've been there since the beginning as Swizzen wins another one over the top. He's on 8. Make it 9 with Sariel's help. This Orchid team has been asked to step up and make a play. So far, so good, making it into the multiplier. But can you do a bit more?
Swizzen on 26 kills for the group. Carrying Orchid at the moment. Dongy goes down, and it's again Falcons still just trying to find anywhere to live. Again, are going to have to drop back into the map. They're going to land Chemical Engineering, try to work their way back in the kill feed. It's AG Global scumming against NIP, sitting inside of prison.
This is an important fight as AGAL continue to roll through Turbine with kill after kill after kill. Orchid have the top side. Fnatic try to creep up to second floor and make a play. The Falcons, where can you regain? Maybe you glance at Kim. It's out of zone, so you have to swing into the bottom side of Industries. Who's here? It's actually JDG. Melvin gets caught by surprise and then actually swings and wins his one. It's going to be Noobs down as the solo, and they get obliterated. The Falcons finally will not get a top 5 position with a little bit of help of a PA over the top. Big man credited that kill. JDG reap the rewards. They have Industries, but the zone goes straight to Turbine. AGAL, the Prophets, pull the zone and have sat in this position since the very beginning of the game. Will it finally be time to say that FIFA Kills team could potentially be a contender for a top 5 as Swizzen, Orchid are going huge in trades against Fnatic. Swizzen cannot falter. He will not fall. He's last alive for his team, but he's able to escape and get out of dodge.
That's going to be full clearance of Turbine. You're worrying about Nemesis. NIP still have a latent hold, and Fnatic are working through prison. But at the moment, AG Global have the best position in the circle, and everybody's got to come to them.
They've got to have like 12, 13 kills at least playing inside of Turbine. Unbelievable job thus far, and everybody has to go to them.
The only 3 trios left is going to be Nemesis. You still got AG Global all 3 up, G2 all 3 up, JDG all 3 up, and well, I was going to say the Vicious, but they actually lose in transition. That's going to be VC contesting.
Looking for top 5 though. John, 12 kills. The Vicious having a banger map, but deeply in trouble inside the gas, trying to slowly sneak their way in. They actually get a buy, so they're going to float back into the map and figure out if they can hold on for dear life. They got to get top 5.
NIP get a God pull, and they're looking for 5th position still. Showstopper and Vision, if they can come back, that would be a godlike play for the team in first.
Predke is going huge right now. 12 kills is nuts, but they desperately need top 5. He's actually going to die to gas. Teammates potentially still alive. We swing over though as King AJ, last alive for his team, still with the zone pull, is picking up a couple of these players in transition and will get the buyback. This is what you asked for, Seymour. Somehow NIP have held on for dear life and made it to top 5.
And somehow AG Global are now in the worst spot of this entire circle. You get the buyback too, and Vision's gonna join AJ. Things have turned around for NIP.
Unfortunately for the Vicious fans, they do not get top 5. They do not get their all too elusive 1.4x multi. The big question now as G2 falls is who will win this map. JDG might be the most consistent team in the lobby thus far as they yet again get to a top 5 position and a chance to win a map. But Swizzen as a solo on 12 this map, nearly 6k damage. Can he pull off a miracle against the JDG roster who are in complete control right now?
3v2, V1v1. It is going to be JDG against the world, and Melvin, he is sweeping them under the rug. 3v1v1.
Again, NIP, a great zone pull as we swing back to prison. Vision on height. Nice trigger discipline. No need to shoot there. I'm sure they saw him. Nothing to do for now. They're going to go low side. He will take high side. Scumman's on double digits himself. And to be honest, this is all you needed from AG Global. If they can get anything else, fantastic. It's a cherry on top, but they had a banger map, and they were already in a decent position.
Look at the health on JDG. That's not good. Vision still is able to sit, and it's going to be a pull towards the top. JDG have positioning over both of these players.
Yeah, with stems, I mean, that was the right play. They go in, lose a bit of health, stem up, plate back up, but they made the early rotation. So a great play from JDG on the low side.
They're going for height.
I mean, they have player advantage. They can basically do whatever they want. The only thing they can't do, well, it does look like actually they do have some more stems. So yeah, they could play for a heal off if they really wanted to, but they want these kills.
Good luck.
JDG is on a heater, and there's another freebie on top. Sorry, Visions, you go down. Still a top 5 there for NIP. Great job from him. Where's the final player? Can we hunt out the rat?
But I'm convinced that you could drop a nuke on JDG, and it's still not enough to wipe them. A win in map 4 is gonna shoot them up the leaderboard. What a way to stay alive through industry, through bio, into the prison, and keeping everybody intact all the way through, seeing it done.
Yeah, shoot them up the leaderboard. They were already top 5. They're going to be at the top. I mean, that's a win with a ton of kills. And again, I'll tip my hat to AGAL all the day. They had, unfortunately, all the best pulls until the final pulls of the zone. Once they get pulled out of Turbine, they have to fight uphill into prison. And there's a full team of 3 JDG playing from Industries, holding them, then able to get to prison for free with a great rotation early. JDG, it just felt inevitable that they would eventually get a win, especially with Falcons off the map. A bit more free for them. They've been playing near flawlessly throughout the course of Group B.
This is incredible. I mean, they're 5 kills ahead of the second place in terms of kills, but 13 points ahead of the second place team.
They're one of the most consistent teams here. There's no question about it. Here's a look back on the final moments. They were the only team with a full team of 3, and so this was an inevitable win for them. Scumman put up a nice fight here. Nice little play over the top. Almost trades one out on Slappy. Let's listen in.
Good stuff. Light work. Fuck are the zombies, bro?
Nice work. It was clinical. JDG all too comfortable here in the group stages.
And I gotta say, I mean, this is a team that going into EWC, we knew that they're consistent in just staying alive, getting to those end circles. If they can start kind of putting together the puzzle pieces of kills to go alongside it, that's where JDG levels up. And talk about a performance in Group B, a performance on day 1. Melvin's got 27 kills, Slappy's sitting on 21 kills, and FLS 19. So everybody's pulling their weight.
To add emphasis to the dominance of JDG, Rebirth Island traditionally has been their weakest map, actually by a country mile. On the other maps, on Rebirth Island, Fortune's Keep, they've been a very strong team. Rebirth Island, they've been fairly weak. Now, of recent, they've been getting into final form, but still, to see them this consistent across the board in a group that's still fairly strong, really impressive stuff from JDG. But again, I know our AG Global fans are going crazy for a banger map like that. The big question mark in my mind, how many kills did the whole team pick up? I saw FIFA kills name in the kill feed at least 5 or 6 times. It's going to have double digits as well. Folks, we got some content, we got some interviews, we got a ton of stuff to take a look at before we get into Fortune's Keep. 2 more maps today.
For every click, every clutch, every
EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests. Climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
JD Gaming, our winners of match number 4. I kind of feel like this is a bit of a sleeper team. We've been talking about the Falcons, we've been talking about Gentlemates, but JD Gaming have just come out of nowhere to reach that top Enigma.
Yeah, they certainly have. They're led by a fantastic leader called FLS. He's a Swede, he comes in. He's known as a bit of a brutal player. He's very critical of his teammates and will chop them if they don't perform. So stepping out here and delivering for them. He's making those comms, putting them in the right positions, and the boys are flying. So yeah, lovely to see them up there towards the top of the board. We all knew they could do it. It was whether they would do it, and they certainly are.
I mean, sometimes, you know, it comes down to the pressure of a LAN event, but it seems like they have just brushed that off their shoulders. Now, I want to move your attention maybe more to the middle of that leaderboard. And I was talking about G2 at the start and saying that, you know, these may be the underdogs and underdogs of Falcons, but it looks like they're not really being cohesive as a team. Do you have, like, any input or insight as to why they're probably not performing as, you know, best as Falcons?
We've talked about them for a long time as a squad that is fantastic online, less impressive when we get to LAN. Now, they did perform in Atlanta for the first time, and we were talking about them as some of those jitters are returning. We will give them time yet, but they have to start to figure things out because the questions don't just come from us, they'll come from inside the team too.
Yeah, I mean...
For every click, every clutch, every respawn, we were there. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
They were able to sort of control that west side, but then I think it was Leviathan that actually just pushed them out immediately. There was no kind of contention there, and then I found that Big Man had to deploy himself, like, I think it was in Mansion. Then he was able to flank a team, take down that 1v3, and finally finish in that third place. And this is the kind of thing that you want to see from them, but more as that squad and more as that cohesive team. Yeah. And I mean, hopefully they can bring sort of something like that back. But like I said, yeah, the kind of the vibes sometimes hit a little bit different at a LAN.
They most certainly do. I mean, you've heard the crowd in here. You feel the lights. You can see the lights as we tan underneath them. They are, of course, feeling that pressure. They understand what it's like to step out on these stages. And when things don't start going well, it's easy to feel the pressure even more. Again, got time, but you have to start to step up and deliver. Anxiety, we know what he can do. We know the ceiling he has. It's the other two. Can they reach that same level? If so, they will fill that Dark Horse title.
Yeah, I absolutely feel if they can get that together, they can definitely succeed. And AGAL as well is something that I've been watching a close eye on too. In the earlier matches, they weren't sort of doing too much, and when they would take a contest against another team, they would fall flat. But now, I think they're sitting at about third place.
Yeah, they're a very hot and cold team. They have the capability to take over lobbies. They also have the capability, unfortunately, to watch themselves get cut off a little bit at the knees. They've got to get off to them hot starts. And they're a very vibey team as well. They're feeling good, they're looking good, and obviously we want them to do incredibly well today with FIFA on that roster. A lot of us got a lot of love for him. This might be his send-off moment. Hopefully not, but if they are going to do something today, that would be a great way to send him off.
Well, speaking of vibes, I know two casters that have the vibes. Seymour, Goach, let's take it into our next match.
Thank you so much, Lace and Enigma. That was a great little segment there, and I gotta say, I love the tip of the cap to AGAL. They had 27 kills that map. 27! Are you hearing me? Yes, this is the same FIFA kill, the same scumming. These are the same guys that popped off a long time ago. We haven't seen them pop takeover like they are right now in so long. This is a different team. They're Lanimals, and it's paying off.
Punk still got it.
That's crazy.
That's all I can say right now. This is great from AG Global. And it's not even just that. It's like that's back-to-back Rebirth Islands where they get top placements, top 3, top 5 placements out of this squad. So getting into Fortune's Keep, this is a turnaround for AG Global to see if they can keep things up now that they're in second place.
I mean, it's a big key factor. Fortune's Keep is a fairly new map, although a return to form for those that know the lore, but it's a new map in terms of current competitive space, and therefore it's a little bit untested for some of these teams to prove that they are a team that can keep up the pace, like JDG, like AGAL, on a map like Fortune's Keep. Things could totally flip on their head. Falcons are still top 5 right now, and I know it's crazy to say this, and I'm not wishing an ill omen on them. I expect them to win this entire competition. There is a chance they could drop out of the top 5 here on Fortune's Keep, depending on where people drop. This is going to be the most important part of our group stages, at least today, in preparation for tomorrow. Where are people landing on Fortune's Keep? It may play a little defensive, it may play a little slow, but if the Falcons are alone, they may not find themselves with a ton of points.
Yeah, Falcons second place game 1, first place game 2 and 3, and a 10th place finish in game 4. So no surprise surprised that they're going to drop down a little bit. What do we get here, Coach? Where are we looking at for the drops?
A couple really important notes on this map while JDG is getting mixy is Falcons go up to keep. They are not playing in town like usual, which means town is wide open, which means Gentlemates have the most real estate to work with by a country mile. NIP, again uncontested. Over in Winery, those are the two big moments as, oh no. Godlike is already wiped. Hot contest, they're gone. A couple teams uncontested. The Falcons trying to put some other folks in a blender. Leviathan also on your screen now, desperately need to step back up.
Play for some good positioning, shake things up. And we are going to be in for a good day of Warzone. Falcons up to the keep, like you said, leaving town open for the Gentlemates. We're looking at JDG, though, all the way down towards the pier, and
they're hunting, man.
They're hunting, and look who's just around the corner for them. It's NIP and Leviathan, two teams that have been having, a good day for NIP, a hot and cold day for Leviathan. So JDG, they might be happy to hunt.
Yeah, I mean, just Slappy hunting, and he took down two of them. Almost could have played a 1v3 on Lighthouse. A little bit of help with the cluster over the top, just pushed Leviathan out, but we swing over to another fight. KGV been in a blender today, and unfortunately, doesn't look like they're getting out of it. Fnatic causing that blender for now. So it looks like Gooey's gonna try to, actually does land the molly and the wall bang. Gonna show up for one. Can he show up for two? Yes, he can. A nice reach out there to pick up two right in their faces and say, come again another time, my friends. Gooey, a two-piece, but more in the area.
Very centralized circle.
Hello?
On Fortune's Keep. Amir shut down by Gooey. 3 kills for Gooey. Already down a trio. And lots of Fortune's Keep to have for our first drop-in right away. So what are we going to be seeing for a lot of rotations? It looks like Falcons have actually pushed everybody outside of the keep. So that's going to force the rotation down through mid, out towards the terraces, and creates a lot of traffic for teams that are going to now rotate through the middle of this map. And I think that's going to create some issues for teams that wanted to drop towards Smuggler's Cove. Gatehouse might have to move up the hill.
So far, a sleepy Cove. Gonna be hanging out. Not much going on. Waiting for somebody to make a move. Where is everybody? We swing over to Gamax. They found some people in their sights. Looking for one. A nice trade over the cross. Nice hold for the teammate to stay alive. But back to BC we go as the Vicious had a banger last map, but they need a lot more. And unfortunately, they're fighting just outside of Keep at bay against G2. So they're going to try to regain in the water just like Rebirth Island. And I think G2 saw them hit the water, and they're going to at least send their anchor back to take a look while the other two go pushing up and play a little bit more aggressive around Keep. They're going to find the Falcons alone in Keep, pushing everybody out, like you said, Seymour. You can actually see just off the distance, barely on the edge of the minimap, that's AGAL. This is where they drop up at terraces. They've been hanging out there since the beginning, waiting on the new zones, and just finding any kills that come their way.
As AGAL and Orchid, that's a fun one. But we got for fun in through Gatehouse. They're going to be catching a couple players out. They actually get caught, Juju. And here we go for the circle closing in once more. Circle 2 is going to be kind of falling in towards Winery and down towards Smuggler's Cove. That's going to force town rotations out from both Gentlemates and Nemesis.
Yeah, we are going to pull to the east. On screen, though, this roster has been battling for points on the map. And they desperately need them still. A long way to go on the leaderboard as they try to hunt down any last remnants around them, one below, a couple teams in the area. But for now, shooting a distance while we wait on some of these rotations for some of the other teams. Gamax, also a team, been in the blender, still looking for a lot more. We swing over and see that for fun, near bottom of the leaderboard is causing some of that chaos we saw in IN. Now, as we swing back over towards the Keep area, you can see that AGAL have sent Scummin out to go try to find something. They're safe in terraces. They're actually leaving 2 back in terraces, and they've been getting pestered by the roster nearby. Swizz and Orchid right next to them, and Scummin's actually able to strike for 1. So with the Thorn in the side plucked, they've got to figure out, where is Orchid holding? Is their anchor inside a spiral? Yes. Can we make a play for that? But back to JDG.
Yeah, back to JDG, who just continue to farm Leviathan. You can see that things don't get any better for Lev. and it's just going to try to regain once more. I'm looking at the space around the map and seeing what's going on. I think that AGAL has started to figure out exactly where Orchid want to play, and the question, do you want to push Spiral? It was a yes. They pushed Orchid out of Spiral and flipped the map.
Yeah, really well done there from AGAL to sniff them out inside of Spiral, push out 5K, and go try to find the others. The rest have regained, but they're up in the skies and don't have their home. So Orchid trying to find some footing while Scummin continues to try to throw them overboard. One in the window, though, did not notice some Scummin. A little bit frustrated about that one, but AGAL still very comfortable unless they get ratted on from one down below. Do they know he's here? Could he make a play up this Spiral and make the angle? FIFA actually able to find the knock-through window. Oh, see Stariel down below. Yellow. Bye. Uh-oh. AGAL, nice trade there from Knight, but he is last alive. There's one floating in the skies. Overall, this has been a trading of blows between two deadly teams on our leaderboard right now. For Fun actually top fragging in the chaos that is around the keep area and otherwise.
That's exactly what you pick up Knight for at EWC. Just a guy who's not afraid to take a risk, take that height and get active. Cleans up some kills against Orchid, keeping AG Global in, and we get to see where Circle 3 is going to close in, and it's actually going to be further down towards the southeast. Lighthouse still safe, the edge of Gatehouse, Grotto, a lot of teams still moving over. Gentlemates, they can't catch a break on this rotation. Circle is not pulling towards them, neither with the Falcons or AG Global.
Amax pick up one in transition. Down go New Icons. They're out of the map. We've lost 4 teams thus far. Don't worry, Gentlemates fans. Your team is still alive. They're in Grotto. They've been slowly crawling their way from town over to these new zones. Not much to write home about from them thus far because there was nobody in town, so they haven't found much action. Here's a look at them. Down in Grotto, they're finally in an engagement, playing kind of low side here, working their way into the new zone. AK was actually on 5 kills, so we found a bit more than maybe we were expecting as JDG does put Leviathan back into the blender off screen. The big question mark is where do the Falcons go out of keep? They're going to have to go to For Fun in Spiral. They're going to have to go through G2, who is holding them out on the wall, but for now, Gentlemates got a wall of their own to work through. Stone wall and the crevices that Fortune's Keep offers sometimes offers safety down below, but oftentimes it's like shooting fish in a barrel over here at Grotto, and Hollow, unfortunately, is a fish.
Unfortunately, not going to be able to stay alive. Gentlemates still recovering on the rotation. Falcons outside of keep into the circle. They've moved their way past the walls, and it looks like they're going for Winery. NIP have been set up in Winery. They get pushed by G2, and that has actually created a moment where Falcons can try to take over the Winery themselves.
Yeah, a good shout. The big question was where were they going to go? They went straight through G2 and sent Scythe to try to regain his team somewhere, which is going to be low side of Winery. So you're right. Here's the big fight. NIP, Falcons, 2 top 5 teams battling for position in Winery. This is where NIP started. They were completely uncontested here. They've been holding for a while, but now getting hunted by Dongi is a scary place to be. Showstopper has high ground, unfortunately gets punished for it. Couldn't drop down fast enough, and Dongi shoots 2 straight. Cleaned up, no question about it. NIP in trouble. Finally, could be the first time they go down without a multiplier if they fall here in 11th.
Yeah, which would be devastating considering the pull that they had. Fortunately enough for Winery, there's a lot of escape that you can have, and it looks like NIP are just going to get the heck out of there, give it up towards the Falcons, and we see the circle close even more into no man's land around Winery, outside of Lighthouse. It's going to, again, force the rotation out of players from the west side. Grotto
from everywhere.
Moving in, everybody. AG Global's got to move. They're still in keep. You are walking right into For Fun Esports that will be trying to gatekeep you.
For Fun gatekeeping north, you're right. And the Winery fight will continue as it is still technically in zone. NIP stay alive, but here comes AGAL. They have to go through either For Fun or swing around far west, and that's what they're going to do first. They'll find Gooey, get him weak, wipe his teammate, Padzu down. Scummin making things look fairly clinical on this rotation, and no team's in a comfortable position. There's not enough cover here, or at least not comfortable cover with teams fighting each other all on edge of zone. AGAL, if they can survive the PA, which they certainly do, they can rotate in mostly for free, pending this hold here from Team 11.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, you got in front of you Gamex and For Fun, two teams that you've just had their number all day long. You just had a 27-kill game. If you can cut them down here and move into the circle, this is going to be major value for AGAL.
Let's listen in with AGAL. They're banging one out. Let's see it.
Anything, I'm in. They jump down. They jump down. Close running at us. Close running at us. Okay. Look at me. Get inside. Get inside. I can't. Okay. I'm throwing him in on me. They're backside. Close the door. Wait, we get shot from across. I'm down. Fuck. Can you just fucking rest? No. Dead. Just chill. They're on the roof of the building next to you. They're pushing front door right now. Okay. Front door a little weak. Got a plate. You're good. Just chill. He's still on your front door. We can drop down if you want. Jump down where? There's kids down there. Jump down, you're dead. I think you can. They're coming up. Chow this. 3. Nice, good on. Nice, watch out to loot. Chow that. Nice, good shit. Alright, you need top 5, okay? Close to the left. You're good right now. Go down. You have money. Oh, unlucky. Yeah, there was another one down there. That's okay.
Oh, it was a great chow. Unfortunately, there was too much fire to handle, man. It was too hot in the kitchen and too many teams swarming around them. A great effort. They get top 10. In the meantime, we do see, yes, AGAL go down. We also saw the Falcons go down with only the 1.2x multi. They did pick up 10th place overall, and I don't think they had a ton of kills. As dominant as they were at the very beginning, they were starting to fall behind on this leaderboard.
Still some paths, bottom wineries, still some positioning, bottom caves through the grotto. You can see that's being held by Gentlemage trying to gatekeep Leviathan, and that actually blows up in their face with some beautiful shots from Criminal God. Right now, best team in the circle is going to be JDG, looking to go back-to-back.
JDG could go back-to-back to Ultimate 3, and unfortunately, Gentlemates get cut down. For Fun get cut down, missing their top 5 that they desperately needed. Again, it is NIP and JDG, and Vision's got to pick a target. Finally gets FLS, but can he get the help as Melvin just clears a full squad off screen? Top 5 for both of the top 2 teams today, and they're going to maintain a position at the top of the leaderboard as Leviathan goes down.
This could be NIP's moment. They've been waiting for a win all day long. They've been at the top. They've been slaying. Can they close? They got G2 and JDG. That's it.
Couldn't get the reses either, so FLS is just battling for his life to get the zone and does get caught up in transition. It's going to be a solo for JDG if they have enough stems. In the meantime, what's the main fight? There really isn't one. If these guys can sneak their way in and replay back up, maybe. But NIP completely have them pegged on the backside of Lighthouse here, working their way into a winery on the south side. Immediately, Melvin down. The only player left is a solo for G2, and one solo still alive for JDG. This is an NIP win, unless it's the most generational throw of all time.
FLS is going to be able to self-res. There goes G2, and it is all FLS. He's into the circle. This would be magical. 1v3, NIP looking for their first win of the day.
FLS is him, but I don't know if he could pull off a 1v3 against an NIP that's moving this different right now. They pick him up, they've got the intel, they've got the zone. Just a question of when, not what. Taking the high ground position, could he at least trade one? No sirree. NIP consistent all day today, but finally get their first win in map 5 of Group B. Woo, these guys are moving different.
And this is what could really cut down the difference between top 3 and outside of that right now for NIP. They looked for that win, they got it. They got the placement, they got the kills, and they're looking to skyrocket their stocks into the last map of the day. Big win for the boys, big win for the program. And a moment that these guys, they don't want to let go of.
And this is a roster that had a lot to prove coming into LAN, and they're proving it on day 1 of group stages. Quick look back at the finals here. Really nothing to write home about. Anxiety tried to at least play spoiler to 1. Could have made things a little bit more feasible. Let's listen in.
Try to jump up. Jump into the split. He's on the top. Good shot, boys.
Nice play. This is what I'm fucking talking about.
Come on.
Let him run through.
And I've been saying, it's been kind of anticlimactic finals for a lot of these end circles, but you really just got to love these teams playing ahead for their positioning and not giving up these moments in the end game circles. For NIP, they started at Winery, they finish at Winery. They had a little bit of a fight against both the Falcons and G2, but they come up on top, and that is huge for these guys.
Good news, bad news here if you're the Falcons fans, okay? You've got a team that you know can win games. You've got a team that's probably still in contest of around a top 5 position to go straight to the finals, pending how tomorrow goes. That's maybe kind of good news, bad news in one form or fashion. The other good news, bad news for them is that the same teams are winning over and over again. The same teams are doing well, which means you're really not being contested behind you on the leaderboard. I mean, Gentlemates are kind of sniffing at your backside, chomping at your heels a little bit. Other than that, though, I know the Falcons didn't have a great game, but they're still going to be probably top 5 or very close, even though that's another, barely top 10 finish and hardly a kill. Crazy. Got a lot to look at here before we move into the final map of the day, folks. Don't go anywhere. It's about to be crazy on the last drop.
Alan, I'm feeling stupid.
You're not stupid. I'm feeling stupid.
I'm feeling stupid. You know, neither of us picked NIP to look great, and they look great.
Well, then everyone in the venue is stupid, because I don't think anyone had NIP up where they were.
Did you hear that? All of you are stupid. That's right. All of us going to get our keys crushed because none of us saw this one coming. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Warzone here at EWC 26. Falcons fans absolutely turn as they should be. The squad's looking great. Man, NIP.
Yeah. I mean, it starts the way you expect. Falcons second, Falcons first, and then all of a sudden, some ninjas in some pajamas. Looking hot, dude. I mean, they've been the most consistent so far, not just in plays it, but also in kill tally. They're, yeah, going pretty good.
All the makings of a team looking to get out of groups. Very, very exciting stuff. What a cool tournament we've had so far. I mean, nearly finished. We've got a couple more games to go still, and it has been a very, very exciting first day of Warzone here. We're going to take a little stroll down this incredible set here in Paris. And as we said before, the crusher behind us, the keys of all of our teams here in the tournament. Tomorrow, we do indeed crush, destroy, not just the keys, but their dreams and hopes as well.
Here for that. I'm here for that negative energy. Now, I mean, this is a really interesting group, and I really like what we were talking about just kind of throughout this so far, is it's kind of going as expected, and I'm waiting for someone else to pop up and immediately start to find some takeover moments. AGAL look pretty solid, but they're really not making as much noise in the leaderboard as you would expect. This is the dance of their people.
I'm enjoying this quite a lot. We're waiting for an upset. We're waiting for a massive event, a cataclysmic shift here in the world of Warzone. But it hasn't happened yet, and a real reason why that hasn't happened, a player by the name of Hisoka, and Barney was talking to his dad.
Right, you are, gentlemen. What an awesome time we're having out here at the Esports World Cup. The Gadia City grid is lighting up, and we've got plenty of people here to see loved ones, friends, family, and I'm joined by Soka's dad. Of course, who else's dad is this going to be? Tank by name, Tank by nature. Tank, what's the experience been like since you landed here in France? Because I've been told by Soka earlier today that you got your passports literally just for this trip.
Absolutely. So first time out of the country. Always just flying around in the nation. We're from Shoreview, California. First time out of the country, here in Paris, France. Here to support our son, man. It's a blessing that we're here. It's a blessing that he's here. It's a blessing that the Falcons put him on this trip to do this and do our best and just show the gamers out here the support that we are here for his family.
I mean, speaking of support, like, I'm a dad, we have plenty of talent who are working at this event, who are also fathers. Tell us what it's like to actually be here in an environment like this, seeing your kid thrive on a stage and, you know, arguably be the best player in a game and in an event like this. What's it like as the dad?
It's surreal because coming from our background as Polynesians, we don't play games for a living. We like to play football, play rugby, you know, do something physical. But this is a different avenue to show our people back home that we can do this. We can hang with all these cool kids over here that, you know, wear glasses and all that. You know what I mean?
We're about to close out the group stage. So if you could say anything to Soko right now, leading into these final games, and you know the group stage, he seems like a relaxed guy. You can see him on the screen right now. He's really calm, cool, collected. What kind of words of encouragement would you give him?
Hey, just know back home, man, you got plenty of family here, plenty of family back home. We got your back no matter what. Win or lose or draw, we're here. God bless everybody. Inshallah. Falcons on top. Thank you.
I'd love him to be backing me up. I thought I went to the gym, but holy smokes. Right, we're going to go into our next game of the group stage. It's time to close it out. Tastas, over to you.
Thank you, Barney, and a great interview, as always, with my man, Tank. Dude, I've known that guy for years, and he has been nothing but supportive for his son and, frankly, the whole community. It's been really cool to see him. I mean, I think he, like, tore down the bars at ATL when Falcons won and just, like, sprinted into the player area to go hug his son. Like, it is that level of support that can drive a player like this to be truly great.
I don't think I've ever seen a Warzone event where he hasn't been here for Hisoka.
Yeah.
That is, like everybody knows that, everybody can see that, and I think it's always great to see that he's got that support.
Yeah, 100%. Well, folks, we're moving into the last map of the day. This is it. Not for group stages, mind you, but the last map of the day. This will put us to halfway point through our group stages as we do it again tomorrow. We move into Fortune's Keep, and NIP is on top, man. This is crazy.
Well, we got JDG leading the leaderboard at first place, 121 points below that for Ninjas in Pajamas after a win in Game 5, 108 points. They are trailing JDG, but still in position to qualify pending tomorrow. AGAL as well, just below that in third place, 95 points. Gentlemates and Falcons rounding out that top 5. So what a crazy day it's been for this group.
And again, I know the Falcons have been playing well. They did win 2 maps in a row and get second on the first map. But the last couple of maps, they've basically done nothing. And unfortunately for the Falcons, that's too many maps where nobody else is striking that's underneath them. The Gentlemates doing well, top 5 now, but they're still a top 5 team after 2 dud maps. It can't happen. The Falcons are too good. You have to take advantage.
But it's also been because of some teams overperforming and contesting them on these rotations. NIP shuts them out in game number 5. They get shut down in Rebirth Island for a 10th place finish. And now in game 6, everything's on the mind of what can the Falcons bring, and can NIP keep it going?
Take a look at Gentlemates, number 7, bottom left. Again, alone overlooking town is theirs completely, but they do have to rotate again. We pull further to the east, and so we'll take a look, of course, at the Falcons up at Keep, but JDG leading the lobby right now. That's that leaderboard Seymour just broke down on the right. This is the top team today. They have been shooting nukes. They were fantastic in Atlanta. They were the top fragging team, and they're doing it again, and this time by even bigger strides. 86 kills thus far.
We are going to keep our eyes on, obviously, teams that are qualifying, but look at the bottom 3 in the leaderboard. Nemesis, Godlike, New Icons. Nemesis still have a chance to overtake Gamix, Leviathan, and Fnatic.
How the heck is Slappy? Finally, he goes down. Again, JDG doing a great job with a single fragger out on the map while the other 2 play together. And they're out actually by Winery, going to be contesting NIP here shortly. But take a look at Keep. Again, the Falcons in group stages changing things up. They want to put people a little uncomfortable. They want to put some of this LAN inexperience on display and in the forefront of many people's minds. To do that, they change everything up. They throw the playbook out the window, and they start landing in some of these hot spots. And maybe this is a nod, like the Mansion drop was, a nod at a team like Twisted Minds of what they could expect into the future. Can you really predict where the Falcons will land on any map, on any given day? For now, Vicious trying to figure out where they are.
It's a good strategy. I mean, you expect yourself to make it, whether it's the survival stage or just auto-qualifying for the finals. I mean, you expect to be there on Sunday. Just make it a little bit harder for other teams to qualify, and I think that's what the Falcons are really going to be looking to vie for. Hisoka, he gets caught on the rooftop by Adrenaline. But Adrenaline's not going to be safe and sound. He does get some help, and
ladies and gentlemen, bodies being shot. The Vicious send the Falcons back to the lobby. The Falcons are done today. 3 bangers, 3 duds, and this time the first team out. They will not be top 5 moving into day 2. We still have half the group stages They still have a chance to go straight to the finals, but they're going to have to work a little bit tomorrow.
I gotta say, I mean, we haven't really talked too much about them, but the Vicious have been pretty good. I mean, they haven't been getting final positions, but they have been shutting down a lot of good teams.
They won the MENA region by 40 points. This is a solid team. A slightly untested region, sure, but even still, they're putting some of their slaying power on display. And I think they're about to ego chow every... Wait a minute! AGAL are out too!
What?
He said it's just that easy. He's shaking his head, shoulders shrugging. These guys are out for blood.
Mana. Wow.
What
Go over towards
happening?
Amir and the rest of Leviathan that are looking for a pick-me-up, and they got JDG in their sights. Amir's going to get traded out. Leviathan have been non-stop trying to just get themselves back into position after starting the day top 4 across Haven's Hollow. Rebirth Island and Fortune's Keep has been a nightmare for them.
To set the tone for tomorrow, Vicious's kills there were very important. AGAL was in 3rd place overall. Falcons were in 5th, and they're both the first 2 teams out of the map at the Vicious's hands. This is going to open up the leaderboard a bit to prep for tomorrow. Here we go. To the water we go, as it looks like Godlike's still in a bit of a blender, trying to hunt down the last remnants of Leviathan with a little bit of help over the top.
We're into the second circle, minute 30 left, still for it. You can start to see things centralizing once again. Very similar to what we had back in game number 5. It's going to force some rotations out of town, going to force some rotations up from the south, and everything's going to be pushing away.
Here we go. Looks like new icons are trying to find some freebies in the water. For fun, wiped, confirmed. For fun, not their day. Gonna have to turn things around tomorrow. Go to the VOD review, figure out where people are landing. Why did it not go their way? Were they just not winning their fights? Or was there something else they could fix? Looks like Leviathan will live true to their icon and be a Leviathan literally in the water, consuming all, trying to regain. Amir has like 4 from the water, as we do see another team go down, and that's going to be Fnatic.
I'm liking that we're on Orchid right now, because who's gone in this game right now? Falcons and AG Global. Those are 2 teams that made Orchid's life a living nightmare back in the last game, so this could be a big game for this squad.
Nemesis on main, frankly, have been fairly quiet. This is a game that won the APAC quals by like a billion. They had like 450 points in 11 games.
And really, they just need a good game here, and that's going to get them out of that elimination spot. And all they need is one good game to boost them up the leaderboard.
King AJ, nice one. Again, NIP have had Winery for free. And so their anchor is sitting in Winery while the 2 fraggers go out onto the map and can do whatever they want. There's nobody within a country mile of Winery, while up in Keep, things are a little bit different for G2. Again, Fortune's Keep is a map that they've actually done quite well on in the past. Fairly quiet in comparison, but they're still a team that is near top 5 of the leaderboard and can make a play for it right now with 2 of the teams, like we've mentioned, out of it. They're in 7th overall at 80 points going into this map, and they've got a nice power position inside of Keep. This next couple zones will dictate how they rotate and how long they can last in this game, but things moving very quickly in Fortune Keep standards. We're already down to 10 teams, and we're not even into the 3rd zone. This is extremely quick.
People are getting risky, and it looks like Gentlemen's are starting to make some moves. Top Spiral is Orchid's going to get dropped down just to 1 player, forcing some quick movements away from both them and Nemesis. You got Spiral still if you're Orchid, Nemesis hot in your trail, and Gentlemates are starting to move down to the grotto.
Big fight here, Godlike and Gamax. Fairly unconsequential in terms of the leaderboard, but both desperately need it. Trick Empathy on 6. Dandro said it already. I'm not trying to beat a dead horse, but Trick Empathy needs some help right now. Nice nade all the way through. Will force one in. Unfortunately, loses the chow, gets barrel stuffed, and sent back up into the skies. The team's still alive, but barely, because they've got a swimmer. JDG overlooking the rocks like hawks, looking for some freebies down below. JDG need a decent game at most to maintain the top position on the leaderboard, as unfortunately Godlight goes back to the lobby, and again, left hit the VODs.
I mean, it was kind of a God wipe right there from Melvin. Nice shots from the perch. Hawks feasting. JDG in control of Lighthouse, in control of the coast. And looking just at the rest of the circle as we're closing in on the 3rd one. It's going to pull us into the center of the gatehouse, forcing the rotations out of Keep into the grotto, where that's where Gentlemates are.
And this is a bit of a repeat of history, but finally they're the ones that are the victors of that history. They've hunted down Kadzu, and they've won out in Grotto, whereas otherwise they lost last time. Big question right now is, can they wipe? Yes. Now, can they get the heck out of here? This low ground can't be quite dangerous unless they want to play for late game here. I don't love the position, and I'm not sure the Gentlemates do either. They're going to head to the coast and look for some more kills.
There's a couple of strong battles going on right now. It's NIP versus G2 and Orchid versus Nemesis. Both of them looking for high ground control in the rotation of the final circle.
Play from Spiral here. On the edge. Gatehouse, yes, the edge of Keep. Nemesis, a team desperately needing some more points. JDG finding their points actually on the Gentlemates. Grom able to trade one. Can he get two? Slappy extremely low. Unfortunately, Grom plays around the edge of that pillar, but can't dance the pole as well as he would like to. Goes down, and Gentlemates, a solo, but an anchor hollow alive inside of Grotto. They're going to stay there. It's still deep inside of zone and a dangerous place for other people to push to, while off-screen NIP catching the wrong end of the barrel. The Fraggers, G2, able to win their engagement, but again, NIP's fine. They've got their anchor in Winery. They're likely going to have to move here with the new zone. This is a big zone.
Where's it going to pull? If it goes north, it's great for G2 in the way that they're looking, but it doesn't. It pulls back south, and that's where JDG now has some great positioning on the coast. Nobody behind them, all eyes forward, and everybody's got to rotate through each other to get to JDG.
And again, Gentlemates down in Grotto. They've full regained here. This is a nearly identical zone that we saw in the last map. Just a hair more east. JDG have been chilling in Cove since the beginning of the game. Just picking up free kills, doing their thing. Kind of been allowed to just kind of win day one. I mean, kind of regardless. NIP maybe could go get a win here, get the 1.6 with enough kills to make a difference on the leaderboard, but otherwise, JDG's got this in the bag, man. They're moving different. Let's see if they can clutch it up with the zone pulls that they're getting.
I wonder who's going to make that first move. I mean, you can see that G2 are looking for space into the center of the circle, and IP will be watching that, but it's just trying to find that positioning. Showstopper, how did he find that inside? He goes down at the front of Keep.
Yeah, G2 are actually on a heater right now.
Oh, timing.
A lot of eyes on Big Man, and he will fall, but he was on 7 kills. G2 kind of safe inside of Spiral. It is truly dependent on how aggressive Orchid gets on the north side. You can see the regains coming in for G2 here. Scythe on 3, Big Man on 7, double digits without their Fragger Anxiety being shown. Ooh. There it is. They're on 16 right now. Could pick up a full team of 3. Anxiety just gonna full send. Ego Chow comes in, and the Ego stands tall. G2 are swinging for the top of the leaderboard. They were in 7th going into this one.
Where does it pull? Oh, it's gonna pull right for G2. So they don't have to go anywhere right now, and they have the ultimate height. Gentlemates has to move north. JDG has to move north, and Nemesis are still cowering behind these buildings, just trying to find some space.
A big wipe on Team Orchid. Very consistent Team Orchid, but no crazy bangers. JDG gonna have to make a pretty tough rotation here. Would love to do a quick listen in with the team at the top of the leaderboard as Slappy has found his way to 8 kills, but they've got NIP in their way, and he will fall first.
Left, look over, look over.
Same. I'm trying
to look left. Yeah. I can't get up this a bit.
You can't.
Pressing. Yeah, can we maybe kill the left kiss?
Wait, top on my left.
Reach the back the mouse quick here on the right, bro. With the mouse, come on.
Yeah, come on.
On me, cross. On my right. Yeah, you two.
Get inside.
Get inside.
I can't cross you guys, by the way.
Very good.
What's on the roof? Yeah, okay.
We should kill this guy quick, man.
He jumped off the roof. I'm nice, bro. Fling them. I'm dead. Have a see on me.
Yeah, I'm here.
20 punch shot. You know what.
It was nearly a perfect play. They struck while the iron's hot. They felt like they had an advantage, and they full sent it, and they got to zone. But Gentlemates shot him in the back. Gentlemates have lost some in transition as well, and it's NIP's King AJ last alive for his team. G2 are going to win this map unless something catastrophic happens.
The only team that can really fight them is Nemesis. It's a 3v3, and Gentlemates bring themselves back, and they're going to be full squad again.
What a double buyback. Can the Gentlemates find stabilization on a map that is this chaotic? I don't think so. It's just more feed to the fodder. Anxiety's on 9 in G2. Wipe the regain, Gentlemates, and say thank you so much for the points. Limax with a nice angle. Anxiety goes down. G2 have the zone, but Nemesis have the player advantage.
Bottom 3 team versus a top 6 team. What a moment this would be for the APAC.
As Big Man proved that he can compete on LAN. All eyes were on this man right here. Anxiety, top fragging for the roster, but Big Man right behind. Anxiety getting the help he needs to make G2 a top 5 team going into day 2 of groups. Now they got a chance to win. Can we get that all too elusive 1.6x multi? With one going down, it's possible that res will pop through. They've got to get some advantage when they get one down and they don't get anything. The only thing they've gotten is a nice rotation. Look at Big Man. He's already played out far right side. I don't know that Nemesis have seen him yet. Gonna shoot first, maybe at Levi?
He's got to find a kill.
Uh-oh. Nemesis also sending one to early rotate, but they haven't seen each other yet. Bray right next to him. He hears the shots. He goes, oh, shoot. Levi's down. A 2v2. Big Man having to be a hero.
Limax?
Got a chance. Limax gets gunned as well. G2, are they going to win a 2v3? And they make it look easy. They finally done it, folks. This is G2's first map win on LAN ever. And they do it with a crazy amount of kills.
What happened to Limax? I mean, you just look over the side, he just bleeds out. 2v3 for G2, and look what it means to this squad. Atlanta, Anxiety, top of the fragging leaderboard. No map wins. They looked good, not good enough to take a win. But you go to champs, you go to EWC, and this G2 squad, although slow start to the group, they end on top.
I know the big conversation with Group B is that everything's gone to script. And I think the only wrinkle in that idea is NIP, but G2 truly proving that. Everybody said it's finally G2's time to step up and step out. And that's exactly what's happened in day 1 of the group stages. What a win. Let's take a look back on their win and how it went down. Big Man found the angle on 1. We don't see the kill on Limax, but then Brave was just a sitting duck. Big Man made the early rotation. Let's listen in.
I'm plating. One shot. Good shit! Let's go! Fucking shit, boy. Let's fucking go! Shit. Bro, it's only 2 of them. Bro, I think he did it as my guy, bro. Holy fuck.
There's a celebration finally, a well-earned one. Their first map victory, but it felt like clinical for them, frankly. What a banger map. And it started, remember where it started. They end up winning out in Keep. They just leapfrogged that leaderboard with a 1.6x. What a huge jump for a team that was knocking on the door of a top 5 position going into day 2.
We got to talk about Nemesis too, because this squad has been on the back end the entire time. Bottom 3 going into game 6, second place finish. Surely that's going to put them in a spot that can actually contend to make it to maybe the survival stage on day 3. And I mean, in a comparison, they were side by side with Leviathan. I mean, they got to be neck and neck going into tomorrow.
I mean, it's actually a fairly good comparison between Leviathan and Nemesis. Leviathan started super hot and then slowed way down.
Yeah.
Nemesis started super slow and then ramped things up here at the very end. And again, it's about setting yourself up well for tomorrow. The road is going to be easy for some of the teams at the top of the leaderboard. Falcons will not find themselves in a top 5 position going into day 2. Will they be top 5 at the end of day 2? Maybe. But G2 have certainly moved up to the top 5 position. Folks, let's head down to Barney with a quick interview.
Team that go. Oh, day 1 has now come to a close, and the groups are absolutely popping off. Speaking of popping off, I got FIFA kill here from AGAL. Dude, let's talk a little bit about today. Obviously, that final map wasn't how you wanted to close out day 1, I can imagine, but a solid day nevertheless. Tell me about today from your perspective.
I mean, game 1, you know, we didn't really know who was going to land where, so just getting into the tournament a bit slowly. Unfortunate map 1, it could have been a banger, but didn't turn out how we wanted. But we kept calm, got into the rebirth. That's our bread and butter. Dropped a banger on there, and that keeps us right in contention. Unfortunate last map, like you said, but still top 5 going into tomorrow. We're looking good.
Exactly, top 5, and that's all you need, let's be honest, and give you the most comfortable journey throughout this week. Now, let's talk a little bit about the team. Knight joining most recently. Has he been the missing puzzle piece? Because Atlanta didn't really go to plan. You've come out, Knight's joined, and now things seem to be pretty sweet.
Yeah, I mean, we have more teammates than there are people in the crowd this year, so, you know, we figured it out at the end at least. Yeah, Knight came through, kind of saved us in a way, but we've been gelling. It was a bit of a teething issue at first, but everything changes when you get to LAN. I got a bunch of Lanimals on the team, the boys are frying, everything feels good.
It does, and it looks good as well. Finally, before I let you go, mate, little rumors floating around the social media sphere about potential retirement after this event. I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you about this right here, now that I've got you, so I've cornered you. What? Say what you want to say, my friend.
I mean, we'll see what happens on Sunday. Also, if they let us come and wear a hat next year, then I'll probably stay.
Brutal. I love it. Free for kill. Really appreciate it, mate. Thanks so much for joining me this interview. That was a great dab as well. What a day. What a way to end day one. But don't go anywhere because we've got Blaze with another interview on the other side of the stage.
Oh my God, Barney, my ears are ringing from that dap right here, but I got some animals with me on this side of the stage. I got FLS with me from JD Gaming, #1 in Group B. FLS, you guys play 6-map, top 6 in all the maps, and you come out with a win on Rebirth, and you drop the most kills in this group as well. Talk about day #1. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling fantastic. Still one more day to go though, but hopefully goes well as well.
Hopefully it does go well. Now, we know that you are the IGL on this team. Talk to me a little bit about what the strategy was before you guys touched the stage and graced the stage.
I mean, they're just listening very good to me right now and doing what I'm telling them to do. And yeah, they're both shooting their gun very good, fragging like crazy, so.
Like crazy, it may be even an understatement because Melvin, your teammate, first in kills, dropped 41 a day. Talk to me about him a little bit and the effort in which he's been putting out and to be able to make these games easier for the team.
I mean, Melvin is a fantastic player. I think he's the best teammate I've ever had, if I'm being honest, and very underrated. I would say I don't think people know how good Melvin is, and I'm just happy he's able to show how good he is.
I mean, he showed us all today, and he made a statement on this stage that he is ready to play, and he is going to be firing off on all cylinders. Now, the job is not done just yet. Still a lot for you guys to get done, but as you know, you're elated with this performance, but what do you want the JD Gaming fans to know as you guys get ready for day #2?
Thank you for all the support, and we're not done yet.
They are not done yet. Still a lot of Warzone to be played at EWC, but that's going to do it for me at FLS. Studio, take it away.
Job's not done, JD Gaming, even though you're currently in first place, because look what ended up happening with that was...
You guys didn't hear it because
nice.
I didn't put the mic too close, but
I heard
It's got crispy dab.
It wasn't great.
It's crispy. You're just jealous.
Yeah. We'll give it a
Not
try.
really.
We'll give ours a try tomorrow. But at the beginning of the day, actually halfway through Group B, we were talking about how Falcons was doing so good, right? Fortune's Keep was going to be coming. They were supposed to be performing well too, but it ended up backfiring for Falcons.
Yeah, big fall off in those last 2 maps after the start. I mean, second, first doesn't get much better than that. But their kill tally today was not at the level that they would have expected it to be. And on the flip side of that, also that last map, 16th, no kills, really hurts them. They're outside the top 5 at the moment.
Scary. And what do we ask for? I mean, in the worst, meanest way possible. We were like, we'd like an upset. We'd like something horrible to happen.
We got one.
There it is.
Look at this one. Yeah, you might have been spot on with this one.
Wow, that's actually great.
Here you go.
That's very creative. That's very creative.
Especially halfway through that match. But I mean, honestly, let's talk about AGAL because that was a team that was able to bounce back too. They were able to get, I think, in Game 4 is when they ended up getting 27 kill slays, and that's something that they needed because their first match they ended up in 16th place.
Yeah, we were sort of having that conversation about where were they for the first couple of games? Because I don't know, I wasn't watching and I didn't see it. But somewhere out of that gate, they obviously made it back. And this is a team that is obviously dangerous when they get the ball rolling. And I mean, placing in that top 5th, that's where you want to be.
That's exactly where you want to be, especially if you want to go directly to match point finals. As you can see, Team Orchid as well, currently being outside, but it is close enough because of those top teams. JD Gaming there with 146 as well. NIP was very consistent today.
Unbelievable. JD actually finished his top kills on the day and second best average placement on the day, just behind Twisted Minds. But Lace, G2. You called they were your pick.
G2.
I said they're going to finish top 3. Currently, we're both right. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, they were like super steady throughout the day, but they weren't doing anything, you know, groundbreaking. But obviously getting that win in that final match is thank you, G2. It made my dreams come true. Yes, thank you. It's not all about me. But look, the consistency flowed through them. They were able to get those kills on the board. And I mean, yeah, to end in that position right at the last match, exceptional job from G2.
I'm just happy to see For Fun out of the bottom 3 for now, but a shocker there for Leviathan. Of course, their fans have been behind us. They've been very wonderful.
They're gone now.
That's a tough one. That's a tough spot to be in. But hey, what a crazy, crazy day as well. I mean, outside of some major changes there, I think for the Falcons, game plan looked, I think there's going to be some adjustments going into tomorrow. But what I'm excited for is it's not the easiest journey. You know, getting back into that one. That's a solid 20-odd points they were down. Yeah, it's an interesting competition now. Everyone was talking about how easy and smooth and predictable it was. My ass, ready to rock and roll into tomorrow.
It was starting to look like that, honestly, especially after those first 3 games. They ended up going back to back. We thought we're gonna end up rolling through it, but also going into tomorrow, don't forget, we will have Group A once again. The last 6 matches for that group, top 5 will get a chance to go directly to match from finals. Bottom 3, those keys will be crushed, and same thing with Group B. And right now, we're getting a lot of surprises with Group B. Anything that surprised you today, besides Falcons just kind of slowing down there on the second half?
NIP? I mean, it's the easy one without question. JDG had some metrics to lead us to believe that they were going to be good, maybe not this good. So I think just in terms of where we would have expected this group to have laid out after the first opening, Falcons outside of the top 5 is a big surprise. NIP this high up, big surprise.
Nailed it. Nailed it.
Thank you.
Honestly, you know what? Make sure you tune in tomorrow because COD Warzone Resurgence Championship at EWC 26 continues with day 2 of group stages. Falcons maybe making it to the top 5. Will Twisted Minds just continue to dominate? All those questions will be answered tomorrow. Make sure you tune in. None other than Miles, Ross, Lace, Whole Shift, and the 7WG. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
It's your move. One number. One chance. Everything comes down to this. Parry match. We entertain, you roar.
नहीं भाग रहा, मार रहा है। घुसो अंदर।
ना कोई अगर क्लियर हो जाए।
ओके भाई।
मिठू को दो ना, कोई दो ना, चोको दो ना।
दे दिया।
लोल्स भाई हैप्पी बर्थडे मैंने अपने थैंक यू सो मच विवान भाई।
ले ले फर्स्ट एड क्या है पे?
मेरे भाई ले एक ड्रॉप किया मैंने, ले ले।
मैंने गिरा दिया यहाँ पे।
दो बढ़िया है, ले लो।
आओ सो
भाई सेंटर खोल दो।
सेंटर हां वो खुल के चाहिए। अरे वाह क्या मार इसको, पता नहीं कहां से मारा।
थोड़ा मार दे उसको।
एक स्मोक करो।
और बंदे आ रहे हैं। नहीं है, मेरे पे स्मोक नहीं है।
इसके पीछे यहाँ पे खोपची में
बंदे आ रहे हैं।
कर रखा है मैंने स्मोक तो।
मैं कैंप कर रहा हूं।
सेंटर खोल दे ना, सेंटर खोल दे।
स्मोक तो कर दो, खोल ले।
फाइट हो गया इनका आपस में।
लेवल 3 वगैरह हो रहा।
उठा।
हां हो जाओ।
कोई
नहीं दिया ये, वो उठा दो।
आओ। ये रहा नीचे ही खड़ा है। सामने ही आ रहा है, देखो यहाँ पे।
यहाँ ना, राइट हो ना।
आ रहा चलो।
एक और आ रहा है। हील कर रहा।
ए तेरे को ही मारे। तेरा 4 निकले, मार किया 4।
पूरे 4 थे।
हो गया निकल गया, बस कर।
तेरे नाम विच अखियां बिछाई फिरदी, तैनू तेरे आल दे च मैं बसाई फिरदी। हाँ कर दे आन दे आ वेखी ऐवें दिल ना तोड़ी। तेरे ते पिघल गए जे असीं निकल गए नी फिर साबे नी हो जाने। नशा तेरा हत्थ बन जूनी फिर लत्त बन जूनी, सत काबू च नी आने ताने आने। हौले हौले बत्तियां करा मैं ताना ना सकावे, दिलां नाल सच्चियां करा गवाना ना सकावे। लश्कारे कोके ने तेरे कोका तेरा लश्का मारे, नक्कू ते डायमंड करया कोकिस लगदी तेरा रे। गल सच्ची अखां जाता दी टीस मिठी है, मैं तेरा लोक दे के पीस मिठी है। जितना नाल फुट मार के चौन तू फिरे करते आ जट दी टीस मिठी है। ऐसे है कि मुकरे दुनिया बदलो, हमकी बेशुक्र दुनिया बदलो। नी तैनू थोड़ी कम नॉलेज मिलिया नी मिलदियां मुकरे दुनिया बदलो। रब मैनू बड़े सनेहारे कोणों कड़े नाले वाले मैं सपोरा गेड़ा मारना। औदा है प्यार ओदा होना है ते दानी ओदा टच नाल होई मैं तैयार ना। शर्ती है पकदी में सोना न करो, उस देखी चाहिदा दवाना न करो। ये जियारा बड़े कटे कटिया इना सोची नी मैं कल्ला कोना न करो। Charlie Charlie da bitchiਆਂ ਵੀ ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਟੱਕਰਾਂ ਵੀ ਤੂੰ ਲੱਗੇ ਖਾਣੇ ਲੱਗਦੀ ਨਾਲੇ ਜੱਟ ਨਾਲ ਬਿੱਲੋ ਯਾਰੀਆਂ ਲਾ ਵੀ ਗਾਲੀਆਂ ਜੋ ਬੜੀ ਕਰੇ ਜੱਗਦੀ
ਲੰਡੂਆ ਦੇ ਕਾਲ ਜੇ ਮੈਂ ਪਾਣਾ ਸ਼ੇਰ ਜਿਆਦਾ ਹਾੜਾ ਬੰਦੇ ਸੂਲੀ ਚਾੜਾ ਲਾਈਕ ਆ ਹਿਟਮੈਨ ਫੁੱਲੀ ਡੋਲਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਨਾਣਾ ਬੈਠ ਮੈਂ ਮਾਰਾ ਯਾਰਾਂ ਦਾ ਅਖਾੜਾ ਬੋਡੀ ਲੈ ਮੈਂ
ਤੇਰਾ ਨਖਰਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਤੇਰੇ ਹਾੜਨ ਤੇਰਾ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਾਰ ਦੀ ਨਾ ਹੱਥ ਵਿੱਚ ਫਾੜਿਆ ਨੀ ਪੱਪ ਲਾਲ ਰੰਗ ਦਾ ਸੁੱਖ ਨਾਲ ਹੌਲੀ ਹੌਲੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਦੀ ਸੱਤਾ
ਧੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਉੱਤਰੇ ਥੋੜੀਆਂ ਪਤਲੋ ਕਾਗਜ਼ਾਂ ਤੇ ਉਤਰੇ ਥੋੜੀਆਂ ਪਤਲੋ ਨੀ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਥੋੜੀ ਗਲਤ ਨੌਲੇਜ ਮਿਲੀਆਂ ਨੀ ਮਿਲਦੀਆਂ ਉਤਰੇ ਥੋੜੀਆਂ ਪਤਲੋ ਦਰਦ ਹੁਆ ਦਿਲ ਕੋ ਥੋੜਾ ਦਰਦ ਹੁਆ ਮਰਜ਼ ਹੁਆ ਮੇਰੇ ਲਈ ਤੂੰ ਮਰਜ਼ ਹੁਆ ਚਾਰੇ ਆਗੇ ਚੱਕੀ ਗਾਲੀ ਸੀਟੀ ਯਾਰਾਂ ਨੇ ਪੈਸੇ ਤੇਲੇ ਦਾ ਹਾਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਰਤਾ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਉਹਦੇ ਦੀ ਅਗੋਰੀ ਸੰਦਾ ਹਾਲ ਪੁੱਛਦੀ ਉਹ ਜਿੱਦੇ ਜੱਟਾਂ ਦੇ ਕਿੱਲੇ ਦਾ ਰੇਟ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਤੁੱਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਬੋਰਾ ਬੰਗਲੇ ਸਾਰੀ ਉਂਗਲਾਂ 'ਚ ਲੱਗ ਜਾਣੀ ਰੰਗਲੇ ਸਾਡੀ ਜੋੜੀ ਤੋਂ ਮੱਚਦੇ ਆ ਬੇਬੇ ਅਰਮਾ ਨਾ ਕੱਚਦੇ ਆ ਬੇਬੇ
It's like I told you from the start that this ride was gonna be funky. I wondered if you survived the lies. I still love me, but it's funny, baby girl. Cause you're right here by my side with like the hardest math equation that the world cannot divide.
Ha ha ha!